the young electorate and maybe not so young electorate with that issue. It has out there this last couple of weeks dozens of young people I met. They're voting for Pearse Doherty for one reason, not even Sinn Féin. They're voting for him because he raised an issue that affects them day in, week in, week out. And I think for that, you're going to see Pearse Doherty get a huge, huge vote.
17,000, 18,000 votes?
Yeah, I would be comfortable that that's the stage. That's what we're talking about.
So, and a quota of 1,000, give or take.
Yeah.
So he's going to be that far past the quota of 5,000 votes.
I think so far on all the figures in the polls we have, he is.
Not that it matters, I agree with you.
You know, that's.
I thought maybe 17, you're saying possibly 18.
And traditionally, if you look at the Sinn Féin vote, it's always as well good for approximately a 50% transfer to the running mate in Sinn Féin because it's a very well managed vote. So that's why I think that Mac Lochlainn is in a strong position there. Even he would come in around last, it's a strong vote there for him. If you look after that, the people who should benefit would be Padraig Mac should benefit because there's a fair chunk of that vote in the Glenties area.
Yeah, but it's also the fact, I mean, Padraig Mac went against Micheál Martin and he made it very well known that he'd have no problem going into government with Sinn Féin. Now, I might as well be honest, I saw that as a very pragmatic move by Padraig Mac, that he got a lot of Pearse Doherty's number twos in the vote at home area, let's say, where the vote from, largely speaking. John, you could agree, but I'd like to hear Neil's view on that. You know, Padraig Mac, like, I'd say he was being cute. He'll not thank me for saying that, but maybe that's the way he feels.
Yeah, he's well seasoned. He absolutely knows what he's doing, and a very clever man. So yes, of course, he'll do anything to get his votes, as we all do. We all would if we were candidates. But he certainly went against the party line there. Decided that he would. Accept it. Yeah, definitely.
He's not alone in that, though. There are other Fianna TDs who have broken ranks there. In terms of going down through them then, with the other I suppose, again, I have the advantage of having these figures in front of me, but if you look at the likes of Padraig Mac last time round, like he finished up, I suppose, with there was a quota of 12,168 with 10,145 votes. I mean, last time round, I was surprised that Charlie McConnell topped the poll.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking to myself afterwards, I'm spending too much time in South Donegal. Maybe I needed to get up to Inishowen and smell the air, for want of a better, because I'm wondering about Inishowen this time. I'm thinking more about Charlie McConnell than I am Padraig Mac, and I'm thinking he's under serious pressure. First of all, he's, the trick is out of the box in that he was a poll topper last time. He picked up a lot of votes in Letterkenny last time. This time, Letterkenny, you have the John O'Donnell factor. You also have the Aintree candidate. Really, I didn't see that many press releases from her that didn't have the word Letterkenny in them from her. And I'm just wondering then, there's the squeeze, there's Charlie McConnell, there's Casey, who my sense of in all the poll figures is he's not going to do that well. And then, of course, there's Mac Lochlainn. And now Albert McGuinness, I haven't the figure exactly, but in the last local elections, Albert, I think, got a couple of hundred votes. So I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I don't think Albert in his own is a serious threat to anybody. And I mean, by all means, I respect his idealism and the fact that he's running. So I just wonder if McConnell is going to be put under pressure, which may open the door for Padraig Mac, who, again, I'm told, has spent a fair bit of time in Letterkenny. Whether he was supposed to be spending the time in Letterkenny or not, I don't know.
Well, I would feel myself, to be honest, that Pat would be far more vocal than Charlie would have been over the last term. I feel like in 2016 of Charlie, he really was, in my opinion, a dark horse at that stage. And I mean, he just sailed in without a breeze. It was unbelievable. And very, very well supported in a show. Huge area, obviously. But you said a few others running now that will filter it down and be a bit more in the mix this time for Charlie. But a very nice guy, a really nice guy, but maybe a little bit quieter than he should be, I think.
Okay. As opposed to, I suppose, when you have the gig that Pearse Doherty has,
Yes.
you're going to be everywhere. Like he's up and nice. He's the national director of elections. Margaret's handed me a note here. Total electorate, including supplement, 125,911. So just write that down. So that's 125,911. And of course, the electorate last time round was 175. So the compare there is 125,911 this time. And that was to be expected. And last time it was 117,675. So our quota the last time was 12,168. A quota of 12,168. John Jared, you're better at maths than I ever was. Where does that put a quota roughly? Obviously, now the other thing is the turnout the last time was 62.4%. Have you got information in terms of the overall turnout? I saw figures for Downings which were huge. I saw Ballyshannon which in the early morning were very strong and then tapered off. And then there's what we call the mass vote, as in people going to mass and then either voting before and after. And some people said that the turnout will be high despite the weather. So that's the total electorate there on 125. John, does that kind of fall in with the logic of the quota being somewhere around 13,000?
Yeah, it should. I mean, we're going to have to wait for the ballot poll to work out the quota.
Yeah.
So it's difficult to say, but obviously the quota, even assuming we have the same percentages as last time, turnout.
We have three less candidates. We have three less candidates this time.
But it will be higher because we'll be finding the quota by dividing by the number of seats.
Right.
So it'll be just for those who aren't aware of what to get a quota. It'll be the number of the candidates plus one and divide the ballot poll by 6. So that will give us a quota. I know some people there's confusion how you reach it, but that's how we'll decide the quota. So let's say it's 70,000 for argument's sake. It'll be 70,000 divided by 6. Okay. That'll give us a ballot poll. So as we get down the road, and the percentage we'll get see what the is. But the odds are given there's another 12,000 almost in it percentage wise. The quota should be a little bit more depending on.
Okay. We're heading up to 10 o'clock. We're in the Oral Leisure Centre in Letterkenny for the Donegal election count. The turnouts are all very busy. I have to say, I was here at the presidential election at the end of last year, and it was one man and the dog stuff at this stage, and I had 2 quotes on me. It was that cold, but the place tally teams. I see Seamus Langan, a neighbour of mine from Ballyshannon, of course, was very much a number cruncher for Fine Gael through the years, and he's walking around there, and he reminds me of the foreman keeping everybody right. He's a veteran of these tallies, but I suspect these tally figures, unlike the ones we had for the presidential election, which were awful, I suspect that these will be good tally figures because there were meetings and other meetings to make sure that everybody pulled their weight. Now, last time round, to be fair, Sinn Féin actually did a tally of sorts from this area. Niamh, tally figures are grand to a point. But, when you're the other side of it, in your case, in the local elections, what do you make of tally figures? Do you trust them? Do you believe in them? Did you think you were going to top the poll twice in 2014 and last year? Or had you a doubt about that? You must have a feeling yourself when you're out on the road.
Yeah, we certainly had a good idea. The tally figures certainly does help. There's no doubt about it, and it gives you that bit of a feeling of maybe security, knowing that you're doing well, obviously, which is great. But anybody that's getting the tally figures that are well down, you don't want to hear them. You definitely don't. But that's life, and that's the way it is. But no, certainly, I think the tally figures are good. They're very, very useful to give us all a little bit of an indication as to what we think is going to happen. Yeah.
Michael, I think I had thing with tally figures over the years. They're brilliant when you're ahead, but if you're not doing so well, they're absolute rubbish. They're not tallying right anyway. So.
I think for listeners at home, we should actually explain what we mean by tally figures, because I suppose that we've listeners who are thinking, what are we talking about? What's tally figures? So maybe we can explain what that's all about.
The tally figures this morning, for example, Michael was talking about, you have joint tally teams, so you've got Sinn Féin, Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil. They're working in teams of 5, as I understand it there, and they have a supervisor. So what they're doing is the boxes are open and being dumped out, the ballot papers are laid out to check, just laid out in front of them. You get one chance to mark the tallies there. Was it, for example, in local execution, was it Neve number 1 or whatever? So the tally they get a very accurate tally, because the guys and women that are doing this here are very, very good at this. They would have loads and loads of experience, and you will discover they're very, very accurate. So it's get your one chance to see what's in the ballot box, see how the votes are in the ballot box. I know some people actually think that you're able to see how certain ones, to see where everything's going. You will probably have one or two people from the parties checking to see the trend, where if it's, let's say, Pearse Doherty one, you will certainly have somebody looking there and say, well, yeah, that's this one, where's this two going, where's this two going? So that's where we build the picture up from there. So I think it'll be very interesting, even in the next few minutes, when we get the first tally, somebody shown, because if there's a trend with Sinn Féin, going to see it, it's not just going to happen in the Donegal, Glenties, Ballabafay area. We'll see it from in the show, and I think you start getting the picture, and that's why I think, it'd be great when the first tally sheets arrive with us here. We'll start getting a picture of what's happening, not necessarily what's going to affect here or west of the county, but we'll see, for example, has Pearse Doherty taken votes in the Nishoan? Has he taken them off his running mate, for example? How the minister is doing in the Nishoan, etc. How Casey is doing. So those tally figures that we'll get, the first tally figures we should be getting very, very shortly. I think they will set the trend for how things are doing, especially if there's a major swing one way or the other.
And to follow on from Margaret's point, within reason, how accurate are those tally figures?
They're exceptionally accurate. I'd say they're 95% accurate minimum. They're very good. Tally figures in this constituency, I have to say, with maybe one or two exceptions, are very, very accurate, and all the parties have very, very good. When they work together, they have brilliant tally people.
As they are today.
So I would expect a very, very accurate tally today.
Okay, Niamh, you know about tally figures as well. I mean, you had your own team doing tally on the two local elections.
Yeah.
Particularly if you're going wellish, it's tricky when the numbers are tight. And the numbers will be tight here for the last two seats. Tally figures, and when we actually get into real figures.
Yeah.
I would estimate, maybe I'm being optimistic, first count today, 4, half 4, or am I being very optimistic? Somebody else said to me 6 o'clock.
Yeah, I think for as long as a bit of string within, I would expect the first count sometime 4 or 5 o'clock. I think it'd be reasonable to assume that count, and then I think it's around 4 or 5 o'clock. Depends on how long the break is. For example, I know sometimes the break can be an hour at the count. So, but I think that's a reasonable estimate, 4 or 5 o'clock.
And I'm going to ask a question, and I'm not really asking anybody to answer it, but I just wonder, with the Donegal game literally next door, will lunch and the Donegal game coincide? In the past, I have seen where things have slowed down a little. And for those of you who can't see us on webcam, John Jared, because that's far too hard a question.
It's not hard, Michael. The only ones I've heard so far that are going to the game are journalists. Journalists on the way, and Michael and
I was speaking to Padraig Gallagher yesterday, and I says, when do you think you're going to turn up? He says, I think I'll go to the game first.
Oh my God.
There you go.
Yeah, there you are. Yeah.
That's confidence, actually.
That's great. Yeah, great.
Well, I sound like I'm defending, but my memory is that's what he always does.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the times it coincides with games, and to be fair, the more yourself you're involved in the Finn Arts, that the group would be very tight role in there to Donegal. Margaret, you look like you're going to tell me something.
Well, I'm going to tell you that for listeners at home, you can actually listen to the game online at oceanfm.ie. So just in case people want a bit of politics and a bit of and they want a match as well. Yeah. But we'll, of course, from the Ora Centre here in Letterkenny, we'll keep you right up to date on the score. So you actually won't be missing the score either. And there is a traffic management in plan for traffic today. So those coming from the west of the county can avail of a bus from Larkin's car park at the Mill Bridge Bar, New Mills. And those coming through Letterkenny town, including Galway supporters, can avail of a bus at Black's Corner near the old Dunn's stores. And there's also St. Eunice are hosting 2 national GAA matches today at O'Donnell Park in Letterkenny. Donegal play Galway in the ladies' Lidl or Lidl, whatever way you want to say it.
Whatever way yourself.
Whatever you have in your throw in there's a 12 and 12, of course, at 2 o'clock with throw-in at 2 o'clock. So you'll not miss any of that. And of course, this morning you can watch and listen online. You can click on oceanfm.ie and green follow the count button. And our election coverage is with thanks to the Sandhouse Hotel and Marine Spa Rossnall, the special location for any occasion. Visit sandhouse.ie.
Okay, that's the familiar voice of Margaret Carflynn. My name is Michael Daly, and sitting across the table, John Gerard Campbell, a number of countries from Fine Gael, and of course I would know him better actually through his involvement with Finn Harps, where he's a community officer and has been over the years saluted for his great work in terms of the anti-racism campaign. And I would know him in a different way as well. We'd be on touchlines together because he's a grandson, Evan, who apart from being a very fine footballer, I'm not sure about Gaelic, but I know he's a brilliant centre-half in soccer. He's one of the nicest lads you could meet, and he just happens to be a friend of my own son, Ryan. And then to John's left and my right, we have Councillor Niamh Kennedy, who, of course, was first elected in 2014, top of the poll, and returned again in 2019. At some stage, when he gets the computers working for Fianna Fáil tally, we'll be joined by Councillor Brendan Byrne. I'm going to say it to him, and don't tell him. I'm going to introduce him by saying, "Welcome here, Brendan, to our panel." Of course, you're sitting beside the woman who took yours. He's a farmer guy. So poor Brendan.
Michael, I want
You will notice, Michael, that I sat in the middle here.
Well, you're there, and there's the woman in blue here across the table, and I'm sort of nondescript. Shane Smith is also wearing blue, and Declan, I'm not sure what he is on him. He looks very cold, but anyway, the great team here. Sorry, Margaret, I interrupted you.
What actually we're going to do in Radio Land, I think if Daniel is ready, we're actually going to return to base, and we're going to take a quick ad break. And you're very welcome back to the Ora Centre here in Letterkenny for our Donegal constituency count. And our election coverage is with thanks to the Sandhouse Hotel and Marine Spa in Rossalla, the special location for any occasion. Visit sandhouse.ie. I'm handing you back over to Michael Daly from the Donegal Democrat.
Okay, thanks very much, John George. Just when we went for the ad break there, you took a little dander. I think you picked up some intel in relation to the way things are different in Inishowen in one of the boxes. I didn't quite catch
Yeah,
which
it
one.
was just one box. Like, it's not that scientific. I was just talking to one of the guys there who did the same box last time, and he believes that there's sort of a reversal in the trend in that box, that it's more McLaughlin. That McConaughey won the box last time, but he feels that McLaughlin is doing better in that box at the moment. It's early days.
I know it's only one box, but what does that mean to you?
I think that'd be very, very interesting if McConaughey were to come out, if McLaughlin would come out a lot stronger. Obviously, it affects the surplus that Doherty would have when it's being distributed, because obviously he wouldn't need that much. He could potentially have a surplus of his own at the state's end, and also it wouldn't be a good sign certainly for McConaughey if that were the case, and we've got to stress if that were the case, and he wasn't polling as strong as he was the last time in the show, that would be worrying for him.
Niamh, are we missing a trick here? Are we kind of almost at the risk of at this early stage? And we're all a bit nervous about what we're saying here because we're shooting in the dark to an extent. But if you take what John has just said to us and follow it to a natural conclusion, we've missed the point about the Sinn Féin surge. It doesn't matter whether you're Padraig Mac Lochlainn or Pearse Doherty. It's going through the roof anyway.
Absolutely.
And this thing with Padraig Mac Lochlainn, who lost the seat essentially because they ran 3 instead of 2.
Yeah.
So look, I know it's an early one, and we've only based on one box. It's folly. But having said that, it's like it's the Martin Kenny thing in that I mentioned in the 9 electoral boxes where I'm from that are in Sligo Leitrim. Like 42% is massive.
Absolutely.
You know, with a 1.3 margin of error on the poll. So basically, it's almost as if we're in denial here. We knew it was going to be good, but we didn't think it was going to be that good.
I think their tactics,
is that a theory?
Yeah, it is. Their tactics are very, very good, and they know what way to vote, and they've been well tuned in how to do it. I mean, they've been recommending that, you know, because they knew that the Pearse was so strong, to ensure that you gave Padraig the number 1 and give Pearse the number 2. Or whoever, and that's what you can see coming through. Although I was having a look myself there a few minutes ago as well, and there's still quite a number of Pearse Doherty's coming in the shown box as well. So it's very, very interesting to see that. But definitely, you can see they do not want Padraig to lose the seat this time. Yeah. They do not. They're absolutely insistent. Yeah.
In terms of, I suppose, McConaughey's performance, it's my understanding that they want him to get votes from Letterkenny. I mean, it's not just in the show. That's the strategy.
Well, I think as director of election, that has to be the strategy, because he's just not strong enough to go over the top in the Inishowen area alone. So they're going to have to do that. But as you said earlier on, Michael, I think the difficulty there that for Fianna Fáil is at this time, John O'Donnell, you have Joe McHugh, you have a very strong field in Letterkenny who will. Like, John O'Donnell is going to poll quite a few thousand votes, and John McHugh's a minister in the Letterkenny area. So, you know, there's going to be a tough battle, and hard from somebody. It's a bit like in our own area. It's hard from somebody from way out from the Inishowen area to pull votes out of Letterkenny. It's a big, big job, and it depends on your party vote being very disciplined.
Okay, you'll probably not thank me for doing this already, but just to remind listeners that at 9:20 I put John George Campbell on the spot, and his 1 to 5 was Pearse Doherty, Sinn Féin, Padraig McConaughey, Fianna Fáil, Mac Lochlainn, Sinn Féin in third place there, Patrick Gallagher 4th, and a battle for the 5th seat. McHugh in doubt.
Yeah.
But to retain the seat?
Probably.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I'll let you away with that. But it was very early. So, a minister, I don't know. That's a big call, John. And Niamh, kind of more along the lines I would have expected myself. Pearse Doherty, Slightly surprised that you put Joe McHugh in second, but I'd have him in there. McConlogue, Fianna Fáil third, Mac Lochlainn in getting the fourth seat, and Thomas Pringle getting the fifth seat. And you'll not mind me saying that there was a bit of, I'm from Killybegs, we want a TD from South Donegal, and he's my neighbour, and there was all that going on in your head. But you know, I'm not actually a professional analyst, and that says go what's in your head. But there was a wee bit more hope than
perhaps, I think, to be fair,
which is fair enough.
Yeah, absolutely. I
wouldn't blame you.
Yeah.
It is iffy. It's
John O'Donnell's quite strong, surprisingly.
I was just going to
so
say
as
that
independent. Yes.
6.8% in that Tyrconnell Tribune poll. Now, just for I'm conscious of the audience that we're broadcasting to in South Donegal, the Tyrconnell Tribune is it's a smaller regional newspaper, but every election, John McAteer, who's the editor, he commissions a poll. And they had a huge sample this time, much more so than the last. And basically, the findings of their poll for John O'Donnell, now it was 5.2%, I think, in the TG Carr one, but in this one, it was 6.8%. And, they had 1,400 people were the participants in that. So that's bearing in mind, for a national poll, you have 5,000. 1,400 is a big representative number to ask, and was conducted between January 24th and 31st. And they were saying John O'Donnell 6.8%. Now, I have to say, and maybe then this is me sort of spending too much time in South Donegal, I was amazed by that. And now I'm hearing that he's putting Joe McHugh under pressure in Milford. And John O'Donnell topped the poll in the Milford electoral area. Like, he's a controversial candidate. He's the candidate that was featured in that RTE programme, and there was a sanction in terms of it, but it didn't really mean anything in the end. And I know it was words, essentially, but it does look like, based on that and what we're hearing here, he won't get elected, but he could really be a game changer in terms of how others do.
Definitely, yeah. There's talk in and around 5,000-6,000 votes that John O'Donnell could actually pick up. And that's what I'm hearing.
That's half a quota.
That's half a quota.
That gets
huge.
somebody else elected.
Yeah.
But would it not be reasonable to assume that some of his seconds and thirds would go back to Joe McHugh anyway, because of locale?
They may do, but I think, Pat the Cook will do well out of John.
Yeah.
He will do very well out of John O'Donnell.
No, explain that to me and to the listeners. Why are you saying that?
Well, Pat and John would tend to work quite well together, and have done so in the past, and they have that they have a good enough relationship between them. And I know that, to be fair, John would use Pat's office quite a bit for representations that he'd be making. So I know that there's a good connection there between the two of them. So that'll be quite interesting to see where those transfers go.
Okay. I'm just going to read this off the bat. This is from my colleague Michelle Nickfajan. Early morning tally boxes from Inishowen show the Sinn Féin's Padraig Mac Lochlainn is well on the way to securing a seat in today's general election. The tally figures from Inishowen are currently being counted. One of the boxes saw 190 first preference votes for the Inishowen man, and that follows on from what you're saying. I mean, that is pretty impressive. Okay, it's Ocean FM, 9 minutes past 10. My watch is slow. I'm looking at my computer here, and we are joined by political royalty.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
I get my retaliation in first.
This is remember it later.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, you have some memory. Brendan Byrne has joined us. He's got the tally machine working for Fianna Fáil. You're the chairman of Fianna Fáil, which makes you the director of elections. Just for everybody knows you, but this is just to tag some things for people who may be listening in and don't say, well, who's this guy, Brendan Byrne? You are a former councillor yourself, and I'm delighted to say hello to the woman who took your seat.
There you go.
And we have put John Gerard in the middle of the two.
Why not?
in 2014, and Neil begged me not to say that.
He's keeping around.
2013 was a tough year for you, and a funny year. You
It had highs and lows.
you dealt with leukemia,
Yes.
and you're sitting across me looking fantastic.
Thank you.
And in a nod and trivial mention, you won 50k in the lotto in the same year.
Yes.
So
It paid for the medical bills.
well, I hope it paid for something more than that.
And a holiday.
Good. Well, I'm glad to hear that. We've gone through a fair bit, and it's very unfair to hit you hard and hit
Why
you
not?
early. But I just, for the benefit of your own, John Jared's 1 to 5, and it was like pulling teeth to get the last one out of him. 1, Pearse Doherty, Sinn Féin.
I agree with that.
2, Charlie McConlogue, Fianna Fáil.
I might not agree with that.
No, well, I tell you, we'll give you theirs, and then you can give, because
Sure.
that quickly.
In sequence.
Padraig Mac Lochlainn, Sinn Féin, 3rd seat. Patrick Cope, Fianna Fáil in the 4th, and Joe McHugh, hesitant, but maybe bordering on not getting elected, and Pringle taking the 5th seat. And that's as much as he would say at 9:20. Niamh was much easier to deal with. Pearse Doherty 1, Joe McHugh 2. These are all predictions, by the way, from our guests here on panel. Padraig Mac Lochlainn, Fianna Fáil 3. Charlie McConlogue 3rd, Padraig Mac Lochlainn, Sinn Féin in 4th, and Thomas Pringle in 5th. And just as you were sitting down in the seat, in fairness to Niamh, and she doesn't mind me saying this, her Thomas Pringle selection was a bit in hope, a bit in wanting to have a TD from Southwest Donegal. Okay, so you've maybe seen some early tally figures. I know you spend half your life
Looking at figures.
looking at figures and all the rest of it. So where are you, I suppose, if we go a 1 to 5, and obviously we let you ramble a bit, but we do need 1 to 5 if we
Well,
can get it.
I'll give you 1 to 5 as I see it, and I have the benefit of having looked now at 36 boxes being tallied,
Right.
which is probably 13-14% of the boxes. Pearse Doherty certainly will romp home with a considerable surplus. Close on his heels will be Padraig Mac Lochlainn, who's taken 42 to 44% of the first prize in his own.
Yeah.
That's a massive turnaround for him. Now, bearing in mind, we haven't opened one box in West Donegal or South Donegal, hoping that Pat Cope would take the 3rd seat. There is always and always will be a Fine Gael seat in Donegal, so Joe has to take the 4th seat. There's enough Fine Gael people from Mallinhead to Mallinbeg.
Yeah.
They're going to take the 4th seat. The last seat is going to be a battle royal, and I'm basing this on the point that I have now seen nearly half of the boxes in the Nijon open, and Charlie McConlogue's vote is down by 40%.
Okay.
That's
huge.
The last seat will be a battle between, bearing in mind there's a health warning here, no box in South Donegal or no box in West Donegal is open, but there has to be a battle royal at this stage between Thomas Pringle, Charlie McConlogue, and not to be ruled out, John O'Donnell as an outside chance. That's the way I see it, based on 34 boxes open, predominantly from Inishowen. There was one box opened from Ballyrain in Letterkenny. Very bizarre box. Bearing in mind is in Charlie's area. Patrick Cope took 33 votes. Pearse Doherty took 71. Padraig Mac Lochlainn took 70. Joe McHugh took 70. And so if the vote continues to fragment there in Letterkenny to that scale, the last 2 seats could be wide open. So look at, I love making predictions in elections, usually more often than not get them right by fluke or otherwise. But one thing I'm not a madman, and I won't predict much here today, because this election, for the first time in a long time in Donegal, is wide open.
Well, it is and it isn't. But
Oh, it is.
No, in the sense of, no, I agree with you. I would be with you for the first 4, right?
Would you?
Doherty, Mac Lochlainn, because, and I just said that when you were busy doing the other work, it's just dawned on me, based even on the fact that Martin Kenny got 42% in
that's a
those
fair
9
point,
boxes. There's something that we knew was coming, but it's a bigger wave than maybe we weren't admit. And maybe it's a bigger wave in the Northwest than it might be down in Wicklow or somewhere. But there's a big Sinn Féin. The fact that Mac Lochlainn, as you said yourself, 42 to 44%.
The first preferences.
That's incredible.
It is.
I mean, that's
Well, and then,
someone hose, but
then his running mate is actually taking 10% of the first preferences in Inishowen. So going back to opinion polls, and we'll probably talk about them all day long, the Tyrconnell opinion poll, and we all scoffed at it, said that Sinn Féin combined were going to take 51% of Inishowen. It's on the button.
yeah. I'm just looking for that here to go down through.
There's a few other things we need to, I suppose, kind of direct the listeners to. Look, we've seen Inishowen, and there's a massive surge to Sinn Féin. That's agreed by all of us around here. The early indications are that Letterkenny's fragmenting. Now, if O'Donnell breaks the Fannet Peninsula with Joe McHugh, there is potential that Joe can be dragged into a contest for the 4th and 5th seat between him and 3 to 4 others. We have seen no test of Joe McHugh's mettle yet. In Inishowen the last time he got 9%. That's halved as well, albeit at a much lower base. Charlie's vote previously in Inishowen was 45%. It's probably down to 24, 25. It may stretch to 27, 28 when the totality of the boxers are done. But we haven't tested Joe McHugh's mettle. Now, bearing in mind that the Sinn Féin test against Charlie McConnell, who's a formidable candidate, poll topper the last time around, and they have made serious indent and damage to his vote, how is Joe McHugh going to stand up against the same surge and a strong independent in John O'Donnell?
Follows on from what you were saying, and I was kind of looking over here with dumbfounded. To be fair, at 20 past 9, he effectively said that Joe McHugh, and like it's mad stuff to be saying at 20 past 9, so I'm kind of prompting him as all
John
right.
Campbell is a veteran of 16 elections.
I know, and I mean, you know, that's the point. And when you think of the Fine Gael background in terms of, for him to be saying that at that stage, I kind of didn't buy it. But I'm beginning to wonder. But what I'm really beginning to wonder is, maybe John, you might take this and then everyone else follow on. John O'Donnell, did we all dismiss him? Did we think it was a Milford thing? Did we think it was sort of...
I think one of the first...
is it Letterkenny not having somebody strong running?
Well, I think there's two or three things about John O'Donnell. First of all, the one way to make a candidate in rural Ireland is get the candidate attacked by the national media in Dublin. That's worth a couple of thousand votes.
Right.
Not the local media, Michael.
Michael Lowry type stuff, is it?
Michael Lowry stuff. The more national media attacks any candidate, and even the next election, if you could convince the national media to have a go at you, that's you unite everybody behind it. The second thing that bit of an eye opener I got, I happened to be leaving one of our players' home about 2 weeks ago in a housing estate in Letterkenny where there's about 400 houses, and the best way to describe it, when I came to the bottom of the housing estate, there was about 30 people gathered, and I couldn't figure out for a while it was John O'Donnell's team going into that housing estate, and I thought, look at that's impressive.
That's serious stuff.
That's serious. This guy is not here to just go through the motions, and that was looking at the Inishowen one there. I think, and I'll go back to it again. The Joe McHugh, he doesn't have to lose votes anywhere. Like there's going to be other things that's going to happen in the course of this election or this count that's going to cause him a problem. For Charlie McConnell, that is bad news, because I think Charlie McConnell has really 1.5 bites at this. One is his own first preference, and secondly, whatever's coming from KC. He's not in a position like a lot of other candidates here where there's potentially 200 or 300 there, there's 500 there, and I think that's where what Brendan's saying, and those boxes open and he's shown, if McConnell is losing that, there's almost a fatal figure in your own area to lose, and Charlie McConnell is coming very, very close to it.
That's huge. So, right, we have a minister maybe in trouble, and we have possibly a sitting TD, Charlie McConnell, based on, it's early days yet, some of the figures that we're getting. Brendan, just this kind of national and local question, listen to some of the analysis from the RTE poll with UCD, and I just can't remember what's involved in that, but they were saying that in terms of issues, Brexit didn't feature. It was health and homelessness.
Absolutely.
And I would have thought from watching local and national that Sinn Féin really pushed on that. And I think they also had a winner in terms of being seen to be, as you said, the white knight on insurance, but the white knight in terms of the pension. And I wonder, would that have helped as well?
The same poll indicated that only 5% of the electorate were turned on or switched on by the issue of pensions. Whereas housing and homelessness and health issues, they were occupying 58% of the electorate's mind. Pensions about 5% and Brexit 1%. But the reality is, with Brexit, we've had it now for 3.5 years with bells and whistles on. There's complete Brexit exhaustion. And the upshot of Brexit is, at the end of the day, it's going to be determined by our EU partners. And we're not directly negotiating with the United Kingdom. But I think if I was to summarise and look back the entire campaign, there was a complete lack of issues, I thought. The first third of it was dealt probably with the fallout of the Black and Tans, bizarrely. The next third was probably dealt with, I suppose, to be fair, the credibility or otherwise of Sinn Féin, which is wrong.
Yeah.
They are a democratic party seeking the mandate of the people, so therefore that must be respected. And I think that was a mistake on the part of all parties, the mainstream parties, to call that into question. And I think that wasted a considerable section of the election when we could be talking about issues. And finally, the last third of the election dealt with the issues of housing, homelessness and health. But it was too late. A lot of the minds are made up at that stage. But
Tell me, Brendan, and this is kind of a more focused question on you in terms of your, and everybody else is making the point, and Fine Gael were trying to make hay in this in the last day before the moratorium, that there were lots of Fianna Fáil TDs, if you talk to them, who were saying, I have no problem with Sinn Féin. Mm-hmm. Pat the Cope doesn't have a problem with Sinn Féin?
No, never had. And he works closely with Sinn Féin, but Pat the Cope works closely with all public representatives. He is of a school of political opinion that says when you get a mandate, you must respect that.
We can talk about that, but does that leave him in a difficulty when this election is done and dusted in terms of his party leader clearly being of a very different view?
Look, that's an entirely different argument. There's currently about 8 or 9 of the Fianna Fáil party that are very pro Sinn Féin.
They've made it known.
They've made it known, and that has been no secret. But the majority of the party going into this election, possibly the majority currently, would say we're not going to have a government with Sinn Féin. But that's no longer their decision.
Do you believe that? What's your instinct?
Well, my instinct...
I know we're getting way ahead of ourselves here.
My instinct as someone that put my name on a ballot paper on 3 separate occasions, you have to respect the will of the people.
Yeah.
And if the people say on Monday morning that Sinn Féin has 32 or 33 seats, they are saying there's a message in that they want Sinn Féin to be part of responsibility and they want them to be part of a government. You can't ignore it.
Yeah, John Judd, Fine Gael would have no truck with them.
Well, look, at the end of the day, it's all about power, isn't it?
But is it?
It is.
No principles.
Politics is about power.
You don't run to lose an election. You don't run to
it's all about that. The strange thing I find about this, I think both the party leaders, Varadkar and Martin, have made a tactical mistake. I think initially when Mary Lou wasn't being allowed on TV and initially said we'll have no truck with her, I would go as far as say I think to an extent they annoyed the electorate and said where they were saying no we're not going to deal, we're not going to do this. I think Sinn Féin, what happened.
I agree. Niamh, on that point, Mary Lou won the first leaders debate and she wasn't even there. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair to say. Yeah, 100%.
And in a sense, when she was put in on the final one, the third one, struggled obviously on the criminal courts and other issues, but still the momentum had been built and the sense of being hard done by had been worked on by Sinn Féin. Is that a fair point, Brendan?
Look at it. I think the overarching theme of this election was change. And change is a lovely word. We use it all the time, but what does it mean? It can mean 2 different things to 2 different people. It can mean 3 different things to you and I in the 1 hour. So,
but we are in for change now, huge change.
The difficulty for the Fianna Fáil in this election was confidence and supply. For what few areas I canvassed, the electorate were not happy that on the last occasion Fianna Fáil got an electoral bounce. We doubled the number of seats, and all we could do with that is keep in place a very unpopular anti-rural government. That's not my view, that's the view I got on the doorstep. And for that, and having facilitated that for 4 years, we're paying a heavy price. And as I seen there in Inishowen with 34 boxes, the vote is decreasing rapidly. And I think we are paying a very high price for keeping an unpopular government in office.
So you're suffering the same fate as maybe the Greens and others have in the past for propping up government.
Even though it was not a coalition government, it was for the first time what's a European norm, confidence and supply. If you look Denmark and you look at the Netherlands, but for here it was the first time since
But
the
for a lot
transition
of
states.
for a lot of people, that argument is too finessed.
Absolutely.
They don't see it like that.
Black and white.
Yeah, even confidence and supply, it's just two awkward words.
I accept that.
Yeah, coalition is
Yeah.
it's there, and that's what you're doing.
And,
You're in there. You can say what you want in the plinth, but when
and
it
there
comes
was a
down to it,
perception that we had more influence than the actual fact we had. And some doorsteps they would nearly argue that the Fianna Fáil people were ministers.
I know.
There's a disconnect between how politics actually works and how it is.
Well,
reality.
Your personal view. I'm trying to read your mind here. you wish maybe Fianna Fáil hadn't.
I was never I spent my entire life. I entered politics to fight the Fine Gael party because it just stood for totally everything I'm against. The larger farmers, the more wealthy people. Fianna Fáil, to me, their core principles were rural development, rural values. And here we are after 90 years of history of Ireland, and what we were doing, we were keeping in power those that we fought to keep out of power for the previous 86 years.
I'm kind of going to switch this now and maybe catch you on the hop. In terms of
Apologies, John.
your own, look, just because you put something up on Facebook, well, I asked you the question, did you go out and canvass with Marion Harkin? I know you're a big fan.
I didn't, but I would have definitely. I think she's a great woman.
And did you get any sense in terms of the reason I'm asking this question, trying to link it up to what Brendan was saying in terms of what the issues were? Clearly, health and homelessness were the big ones, and maybe Fine Gael in particular wanted to avoid health. And Simon Harris, and on the first day of the campaign, they got off to a dreadful start with the incident with the tent in terms of homelessness. So they got off to a bad start. So I'm just wondering, and we're a long way away from a finish here, but has some of the shine gone off Leo Varadkar?
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, a lot of people don't like him, obviously, for their own reasons. But I thought he performed very well. I like the youthfulness of him, and I think he's fairly vibrant and he's got great expression. And I think that he's well tuned to that. And I think he's a more pleasant disposition, we'll say, than Micheál Martin, in my opinion. And I think that. But going back to what you were saying about the homelessness, it's it's something I suppose rurally here that we wouldn't maybe see as much
to the same extent.
To the same extent.
Yeah.
But I was in.
By God, health.
Yeah. Oh, serious, absolutely.
Yeah.
But we were in Dublin there for the Holiday World show, representing Donegal, and we went out for the night into the town and into the city centre, and it was incredible to see the site. I was absolutely dumbfounded.
Okay, listen, we'll cut across to Brendan. Sorry, Brendan, we know that you have figures from Inishowen there from your tally people. So in your own time, give them to us. Tell us what's breaking.
I will do. This is with 35 boxes open and 23 remaining to be opened in Inishowen. And the running totals are Peter Casey, Independent, 312. Pearse Doherty, Sinn Féin, 1,291. Patrick Gallagher, Fianna Fáil, 82. Martin Harley, Fine Gael, 77. Padraig Mac Lochlainn, Sinn Féin, 4,599. Charlie McConnell, Fianna Fáil, 2,837. Niall McConnell, Independent, 107. Arthur McGuinness, Independent, 11. Joe McHugh, Fine Gael, 897. John O'Donnell, Independent, 96. Thomas Pringle, Independent, 144. Mary T. Sweeney, Intu, 285. White, the Green Party, 271. That's 11,009 votes tallied.
And pick the obvious from that.
Well, the obvious from that, at a similar point on the last election, the figures between Charlie and McLaughlin would have been reversed, and you would have a situation where at this stage, with 35 boxes open in Inishowen, that Charlie would be in and around the 5,000 mark, I think, to recall the figures. That has now totally reversed, and he's down at 2,837. There is 35 of the boxes. This is his home base. This is where you have to score big. It's also the home base, admittedly, of Padraig Mac Lochlainn. He is polling 41.8% of the first preferences. Charlie McConnell is on 25.8% of the first preferences. And as I said when I came over here earlier, Pearse Doherty is on 11.7% of the first preferences. So between them, they have almost 53% of any shown in Sinn Féin.
How many boxes still to be counted?
23 more to be opened in the, and I'm looking at them, they're Moville, they're Mallinhead, they're Greencastle. Those would be the boxes that would be more favourable to Charlie if he is to get a bounce, because he's from Glengad, Carndonagh area.
Right.
But then when you look at the Carndonagh boxes, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Carndonagh boxes opened, it was breaking even in 2, and the other 2 McLaughlin won. So in actual fact, McLaughlin is penetrating north in Inishowen, which, if you were to give a homeland to Charlie.
I have figures here that I just want to give you in terms of Conalog's tally vote in Inishowen. Now, this is all the boxes. So bear in mind, there are how many boxes still to be counted?
23.
23. So this is not comparing like with like. But last time out in 2016, in Inishowen, McConnell had 7,998. So, you know, we have a while to go, whereas McLaughlin had in Inishowen 3,637. Now you're telling me, with boxes still to be counted, that McLaughlin at 4,599, and he still has those number of boxes to come.
Now, admittedly, the boxes are more north of him.
But having said that, he's ahead. If those boxes are never counted, he's way ahead. He's well ahead of that figure for Padraig McLaughlin last time around was 3,637. Charlie was 7,998. My figures are the full boxes. So basically, to bring in John Jared, Charlie in trouble?
I think just looking at that, you have 23 boxes to open. 23 boxes to open. Like, at the minute, McLaughlin is about within 1,200 votes of his total vote the last time. So obviously, there's a huge loss for him here. The problem for Charlie McConnell is once we leave in the show, and I think we talked about this a few times, there really isn't many more places that he's going to get the vote, because it's very obvious if McLaughlin is getting votes from Charlie McConnell there, other areas coming into the Letterkenny area, he's also going to take votes off him there. So he's not in trouble yet, but let's see.
I accept that, but Letterkenny, I'm just looking at the figure for McConnell was 3,478. You know, and I just know he's not going to get that there because of the O'Donnell factor and other things. No. So does that put him?
Well, when I sat down here initially, I said that he's in a battle royal between himself and 2 other independents for the last seat, and depending on, and let's be realistic about it, the early trend is that there's a massive surge in Donegal, what's counted off Donegal, to Sinn Féin at the cost of Fianna Fáil, yes, but at the cost also of Fine Gael to a lesser extent. But when we go into the heartland of the Minister for Education, if a similar situation were to happen and he were to lose votes to the Sinn Féin surge, he will be brought into a battle for the 4th and 5th seat with at least 4 to 5 other candidates. So the early trend is that Fianna Fáil are taking a hit in Inishowen. I've admitted that, and it's a big hit. It's one of the biggest swings I've seen in Donegal, bar 2011, of course. But if this were to be replicated in Fanet and Letterkenny Town, this game's wide open.
I think what the point you're making is good. If Sinn Féin are to lift votes across finish to this election, with a hell of a lot of candidates getting dragged in to this, and you know, it's very obvious now. There's the two candidates that have surged forward are Pearse and Padraig. Now, I suppose if you were looking at this with your Director of Elections hat on and you were Sinn Féin, you might be a little bit annoyed that Pearse Doherty had such a high vote in the Inishowen area.
Higher than the last time, actually.
You know, he has a good vote. But from looking at it here, if that is taken across, if that happens in the planet, the Downlands, Letterkenny, West Donegal,
Southwest, where
we are,
it's
then
going to be wide open.
it's a wide. It affects every candidate, and there will be absolutely one hell of a finish for this election tomorrow morning.
I think John's on to something there, and we focused on Minister McHugh's area, and I could equally have said the same thing about Thomas Pringle's area. That's the area that I know best because I live in the middle of it. I felt in the campaign, especially in the last 9 days or so, that there was a surge to Sinn Féin.
Yeah.
They certainly targeted it. They certainly canvassed it. I think Pearse Doherty was in the area no fewer than 2 to 3 times, spent 3 or 4 days there. And if you see any degree of surge there from Thomas or from Fianna Fáil, then that adds to what we're saying. We're setting a kind of a context here that what's happened in Inishowen can't be in isolation. It must be the same in Letterkenny. It could be the same in Fanet. And if it's the same in Western Donegal and down in Southwest Donegal, where I'm from myself, then the only predictions you can safely say is that you're going to have 2 of the massivest votes that Sinn Féin have got in this constituency, probably since the 1918 election, and that was a different context altogether.
It's like, it really is game changing. It's historic, and people have been saying this. Niamh, I'm just reading something off from my Democrat colleagues here. 10:25 a.m. tallies confirm Sinn Féin's Padraig Mac Lochlainn has already received 5,151 votes in general election 2020, and the headline they have on that is he's already exceeded. Now, when we say votes, these are tally votes, just rather than people misunderstand what we're doing. So everything you're saying, Brendan, and what I'm being told by other people feeding info to me is absolutely on the money in terms of Sinn Féin. They're home and hose basically for 2 seats.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's probably looking. Is it looking like 1 and 2?
Yes, certainly 1 and 2. I think in actual fact, now there's a health warning. I have only seen one box tallied. It's Ballyrain in Letterkenny. And the 3 main players that came out of there were remarkably Pearse Doherty, Padraig Mac Lochlainn and Charlie. Each of them came out with equal votes there. And so if that were to be replicated through the rest of the boxes in Letterkenny, then you're going to have a situation where both Pearse Doherty and potentially Padraig Mac Lochlainn will exceed the quota. Now, Pearse will exceed the quota without a shadow of a doubt by at least 3,000 to 4,000, but Padraig may not be far off it.
Would that also not be the Ballyrain box? You mentioned those 3. Would it not be slightly worrying for Joe McHugh, the fact that it would be more of a, how should I put it, in the part of the more affluent area of Letterkenny and the Ballyrain? So, it's interesting. We'll see more boxes from Letterkenny, but there's just one question I wanted to ask Brendan from earlier on.
John, you have a question to ask, but
when he talked about the supply arrangement. So I take it then if it's the other way around this time, he's totally against the supply arrangement. Different gamers to be the ones who do the supplying.
Hold on a second.
But you're going to get
No. You're John. You're in the wrong seat. You should be over here. That's the best question that we've had so far.
Are you auditioning for next week?
Brendan, basically, so if it's on the other foot, are you saying no to Fine Gael when they come knocking and saying, we'll take the abuse and you just go ahead and get all the headlines?
Well, the reality is, if what we are hearing from nationwide is true, it's going to be impossible to form a government. I wouldn't rule out the fact that we'll all have, and I have to compliment Margaret Carflin. She's wearing the most royal blue.
The second time she's got hit with that.
She'll have to have a similar outfit for 3 to 4 months' time.
I'm blending in with the microphone.
You are. You're camouflaged with it.
It's by default. By default.
Okay, you're listening to the Style Programme and we do everything here. And don't forget, obviously, that online later on we'll have the ladies' game and of course reports and updates from that, and from the pitch beside us here in O'Donnell Park we will have the football. I just noticed as well, obviously we have plenty of power here, but Shane and the guys were a bit anxious. But there are 2,500 homes in the Letterkenny area without power this morning. So be thankful for small mercies that we have power. But I do believe that Margaret Carfin had a generator in the boot of her car just in case.
Yeah,
She comes prepared.
Yeah, we were flagged yesterday evening of the possibility of a power cut. We came in this morning and our power was gone. But anyway, we got there.
Well, you have your own power, Margaret. Anyway, listen, Joe, I'm definitely not going to get asked back again. Niamh, I'm not sure if Brendan, if John Jarrett is going to hand you over his homework there, but just take a look at those figures.
Sure.
We'll not talk about McLaughlin and McConnell. Let's go elsewhere here. These are 35 boxes, as Brendan gave us. Is there anything else there? Forgive my scribble. Joe McHugh 897. That's not a bad figure for him, considering.
No.
He has so many strong localized candidates there, and I'm just looking at Joe McHugh's figure from Inishowen Total last time. It was 1859. I mean, I know 23 boxes, I think you said, to come, Brent.
Yeah.
So having said all that, nobody's doing as well, McConnell or Joe. So John Jarrett shocked me at 9:20 when he flagged up that Joe might be in trouble. We're now looking at the scenario where two sitting TDs could be in serious bother.
Yeah.
I mean, they talked about change and all the posters and all the sound bites. That is surprising.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. And the feedback that's coming from some of the tally guys there now.
And we're
is-
not being silly about that, sure we're not. You know, I know it's early in the morning. As man says, they used to say to me years ago, we're not trying to sell papers here.
Yeah.
This is the reality,
It is,
isn't it? Yeah.
They're saying O'Donnell seems to be coming out pretty regularly as well, from according to the lads here behind me.
Yeah.
So they're saying that
Not so much in that,
not
but you
in
would
this.
expect,
No, yeah,
96,
definitely.
yeah.
He seems to be doing pretty well. With a threat, obviously, to Charlie, as Brendan has said. So, yeah, it's quite interesting.
Right.
It'll become clearer very soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When we get the first 10 boxes of Letterkenny, you'll be able to do a trend on that. You'll see how much of a hit is Fine Gael taken, how much of a surge is O'Donnell taken. Now, we're talking about O'Donnell as a potential challenger for the 5th seat. We haven't tested him at all. The feedback we're getting is that he's a terrific campaign, that he's a terrific canvas, but that hasn't manifested itself into any evidence. He has to get 5,000 votes for himself to be in the shake-up here. So,
well, in that Tier Colin Tribune poll, he was at 6.8%, and he did well in the TG Car one, which I kind of disbelieved because I kind of felt that maybe that where they were
that was
polling
a
those
warning
people.
for us all. In actual fact.
Yeah. Now, for those who don't know, and I'm conscious of our franchise area in terms of Ocean FM, John O'Donnell, who is he? Briefly, Brendan.
Well, who better qualified than an independent councillor to tell us?
Yes,
Notwithstanding the issue had he with RTE and that program, Show Me the Money, as they call it. He's an independent councillor, living in and based in Kilmacrennan, I think.
I'm not 100% sure where he lives now, but he's kind of between two places, between Letterkenny and Kilmacrennan.
Right.
He's
So in an area that spans from, say, Letterkenny right back up into Fanad, he's the king in terms of you're the poll topper in Donegal. He was the poll topper in Milford as a councillor.
Yeah.
And he's the mayor of Letterkenny at the moment.
He's the mayor this year. That's correct. Yeah, he's a strong character. There's no doubt about it. And I heard Paddy McAteer speak about him the last day on radio, and Paddy had said that he was very good.
Is he related to my old friend who used to sell the sheep, Eddie O'Donnell? He was a former councillor.
Yes, son of.
A son. There you go.
Son of Anne O'Donnell, who was also a councillor.
Right.
Yeah.
There. Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Niamh.
No, that he had said that he performed brilliantly on the interviews on radio on Highland. That he had no notes at all, and he was fantastic in comparison to everybody else was taking their stats and their figures, and he was very, very passionate. And when John starts, he does not know when to stop. He just goes and goes and goes, and he's higher all the time.
In terms of his voice,
in his voice, and he definitely can pull people together. He's got a great following from the rally teams and all of that as well.
Motor
Between
rallying is
that
huge
and
up here.
farming and wool and all of that. So he's a controversial character, but he certainly he's making waves. Yeah. He had a great team actually. There was a busload landed into town there 2 weeks ago.
The town being Killybegs.
In Killybegs town.
Okay.
And indeed he was in, they were all over, but there's about 20
And
of
as
them.
John Jarrett said, he got sight of him with 30 people. Like, that's a fair
That's
change.
massive.
That's a fair candidacy.
Yeah.
I suppose what he also brings to the table, and this is Donegal politics we're talking about, he has a long legacy between his late father and his mother of association with the Blaney movement.
Ah.
His father was Blaney councillor for 20 years, his
That
mother
would-
for
that-
8 years.
That would never hurt.
That certainly won't hurt as you go in through Fannet and as you head for Filcara. And that's what I keep saying. We need to test the water in the Milford area that is now the Kilkenny municipal area. But there's a lot of factors to play out. The Blaney's amalgamated back into Fianna Fáil. They're back in Charlie McConnell Logue. Here you have someone that has a Blaney tradition since the foundation of the Blaney Party. Both parents served as councillors in that organisation, would have been very active. That's going to be a dynamic that's going to have consequences as we go on into Milford, as we've gone into Carrigart, and right up to Fanavochty and Fannet Head.
But John Judd, my sense is that when you go to places like, say, Dunlow, Letcher, Doherty, he'll not travel.
Well, it's hard to know. The strange thing is, I don't think he needs to travel because he's one of those candidates that's placed in an area where there's a huge volume of vote around. He's certainly doing very well. I think there's just another thought that struck me then when we're looking
Here
at
comes
now.
another grenade.
We had always assumed that Padraig Mac Lochlainn would need quite a number of votes from
Yes.
Pearse Doherty
Yeah.
to get him over the line. Now it certainly initially looks like that's not the case.
No,
That's a very fair point.
All of a sudden now,
That changes the
there is
whole
a number
dynamic.
that
Yeah.
changes the dynamics. There's a number of thousands
thought
of
of that.
votes now
Yeah.
going out there, and it'll be interesting. For example, if that follows through, where John O'Donnell, the percentage that John O'Donnell will take of those Doherty votes, because it would seem to be a natural home for them.
Gomay, okay, take 5. We're going to go for a wee commercial break. We'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes. You're listening to Ocean FM on 105. Join us again in the Oral Leisure Centre in a couple of minutes. We're taking a break.
The tallies.
Okay, and welcome back to the Aura Leisure Centre in Letterkenny. This is Michael Daly with the Ocean FM team, many of whom have slipped away to get some more tally figures. Just to let you know, our election coverage is with thanks to the Sandhouse Hotel and Marine Spa Rosnala. The special location for any occasion, do visit the Sandhouse on their website at sandhouse.ie, and I can tell you from personal experience, no better place to spend a day or an afternoon if you're lucky. So a short time ago we would have got tally figures from Inishowen, and I suppose the shorthand on those is that Charlie McConlogue, who would have done so well last time out, and in my eyes was a surprise poll topper at the time, but obviously Fianna Fáil people said maybe I should have done a bit more homework. This time he's in trouble, and clearly the Sinn Féin wave has taken a huge, as I mentioned, Martin Kenny is set to top the poll in Sligo Leitrim, and we're now basically looking at a situation where Pearse Doherty could give votes nearly to everybody and still romp home. But what's more interesting is that Padraig Mac Lochlainn, in some respects, may not need the help from Pearse Doherty. Certainly he'll need some transfers, but he's doing all right on my own, so to speak. As I said, those figures from the tally after 35 boxes, Charlie McConlogue 2837. Interestingly, double that figure, Padraig Mac Lochlainn on 4,599. And I since seen a headline where they were saying that at this stage, in fact, people who have seen more boxes are telling me that Padraig Mac Lochlainn has in fact exceeded the 5742 first preference transfer vote, which he picked up in 2016, which, as you know, wasn't enough to get him elected. I think Sinn Féin made a mistake that time running three candidates. Niamh Kennedy is back from the hustle. Niamh, any news?
Just not so much yet. I think there is obviously it's early days, but yeah, they're saying obviously Pearse is doing really well, and so is obviously Padraig, flying through the whole thing. Charlie is definitely struggling by all accounts. But again, it's early days. We'll just have to wait and see.
And there's a doubt in my mind now about Joe McHugh, started by John Gerard and then kind of confirmed by figures that. But you
know, there has to be one.
There has to be a Fine Gael seat
in Donegal. There has to be.
I keep saying that to myself. Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll be joined by Pearse Doherty shortly. I know he's in the room, but I know nationally he was saying that basically Sinn Féin are taking the view that they put in a very good campaign led by Mary Lou, who he describes as an excellent leader, and that they heard on the door and in communities that people want change, and that was reflected in the exit polls, and now with tally figures also reflected here. He's the National Director of Elections, and he said that they're now telling people that they listened, and to an extent, the votes that we have here, and they're only tally votes, would sort of corroborate that.
Would reflect that, absolutely. It's very interesting too to watch the whole carry on Facebook and everybody's campaign and what they're doing and how they're going about, and to see, if that's to go by the amount of likes that people get on Facebook, it's tremendous to see that.
Yeah, but that's a funny world, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. And I mean, you're talking maybe up on thousands for the Sinn Féin candidates, and then maybe 400 or something then for the next. It's quite interesting to watch how that all pans out, and then the less popular candidates might be lucky to get 20 likes. It's very, very interesting to see.
John Gerard is back with us. He's just done 3 laps of the Aura track. This is a direct quote from Pearse. When the seats are all counted today, we will be talking to the other political parties. Sinn Féin want to be in government. The best outcome is obviously a government without Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil. The worst outcome is we return to the situation where Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael share power and we get the status quo. I'm clearly a fool because I always take people at the word, and when they tell me before I vote that they're not going to talk to X and Y, is it your sense that everybody will talk to Sinn Féin if the truth be told?
Yeah, I believe that.
Including Fine Gael?
I think there's... I think I've always believed when you get to that stage, what you'll get is the good of the country speech from whatever politician has to make the first step. We have to put the country first, etc., etc. So I think when I hear that from any of the parties, I take it with a fair pinch of salt, because over the years I've learned that when the chips are down, they go that way. The only difficulty I see the way it's going, I think it's going to be very, very hard to put a government together, because that's really stacking anyway. I think Brendan's not here to defend himself, but I think you heard his views on what some of the Fianna Fáil TDs felt about the arrangement the last time.
Oh, well, look, he's not here. We can say whatever we like.
We can say whatever we like. Sure,
and
and
the truth is, like, I mean, reading between the lines, like, Brendan was completely against. I mean, he's the chairman of Fianna Fáil in this area, and clearly, I'd say.
Well, he's going to tell us when he comes back how he feels about the supply arrangement the other way. Seeing he didn't answer the first time.
I don't think
I haven't forgotten.
I don't think it has worked on the doorsteps for Fianna Fáil. You know, I think. No, and I mean that nationally as well.
I think nationally, I think that the campaigns for both the main parties, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, if I could use that way, I think there was a lot of flaws in them from just observing them. And I go back, I think the first mistake they had was the debates. They protested too much that they wouldn't talk to Sinn Féin.
Yeah.
And I genuinely think on that one, a lot of the voters, especially younger voters, really took exception. Say, listen, we'll vote on whatever comes up here. This is how it's going to be.
I know.
You're not going to tell us. They didn't like the message saying, we won't talk to A, B, or C when this election is over.
Yeah.
And I think that's a lesson that the two main parties need to get through. You cannot dictate that anymore.
Watch the, I think it was the Virgin Media one. I can't remember which one. I got mixed up. And then they went to young people in DCU or somewhere. And what they saw and what I saw in terms of, they were absolutely raving about the Sinn Féin performance in that. And I thought it was good, but I didn't think it was like, and I remember sitting thinking, I'm missing a trick here, because this is a younger generation of voters who see things completely differently than somebody, 35 years at this crack. And it is very much something that Sinn Féin have clearly tapped into. And the other thing I don't think we can underestimate is the way the message, and I'm putting this to you, the way them, because I know Thomas Pringle would have sort of used social media quite a bit, the way the message was put out, in terms of, it wasn't necessarily the traditional way, far from it, and particularly with Sinn Féin and with those sort of, I know everybody was at them, but those bespoke but very professional Facebook videos and all that sort of stuff. The world has changed, and maybe we all are guilty. You know, I suppose we had the polls to tell us they were going well, but in all truth, I didn't think we'd be sitting here saying that it's done and dusted in terms of the first two seats for Sinn Féin.
I have to say, they're so well organised, as a party. I've never experienced anything like it, to watch them in council, to see how well they...
What do you mean by that now?
They meet every week. They put their thoughts together. Every individual councillor within the Sinn Féin party in Donegal has a motion every month. There is no doubt about it. They're on the ground, they are listening to what people are saying, and they're feeding it back through. It's going back to Pearse, it's going back to Padraig, and it's going up the line.
Yeah.
And there's where they're on the ground, and they're heavy on the ground.
Yeah. John Jared, same thing?
I think in sort of some of the projects that I've been involved in sport, and that, one of the things that I've noticed hugely over the last number of years, that they're very well organised, and I think any event, that be it a pitch, a school or whatever, they're represented at every event that goes on. But I think another key thing for Sinn Féin this time, I would have to say that I think the Sinn Féin have changed their strategy style of canvassing. I think there was a time, and it was no secret, when there was an election here, they may have got quite a number of members from the north to come and help them in the canvass. That has stopped. I think they're a lot more organised. They're perceived and are a lot more local, and I think the Sinn Féin campaign now is a lot more professional than the Sinn Féin campaign of 10 years ago. And they've built incredible organisation units through the place.
I'll tell you a true story, and I'm going back a long time. I think I could be going back 30 years to Democrat newsroom before an election, and Mickey McMahon, who's now a councillor, who was out selling fruit and vegetables, and you'd see him in his work clothes. You know what I mean? Grand man's making a living. But I remember then one day, the door of the newsroom opened, and this man in a suit walked in with a folder under his arm. And he had an appointment made to see the editor, who was John Bromley at the time. And he went into John's office, and they had their conversation. This was about 4 or 5 weeks before the actual election. And I came back out and he wished us all well, and we talked about Railtonamara and Bundoran and Ballyshannon, and we slagged each other. And he left. And I said to John, what was that about? And he says, there's Mick McMahon, who we all know. He says he has handed me 3, I think they were compact discs or whatever, with 5 or 6 press releases on each of them. If it suited, use them if they work. You didn't have to do anything with them. You didn't have to type them up, right? Mm-hmm. He had all that stuff done. He had been to political school or Sinn Féin school or whatever you want, clearly. And he came in and he did it that way. And the reason I tell that story is another candidate who I won't name walked in a half an hour later, ploughed in to the editor's office and decried the fact that, I'm not going to say gender, they weren't getting enough coverage. No. Yeah. And that to me underlines, and that's my memory from about 30 years ago, that they were packaging and doing things differently a long time ago. And that's not to take away from agreeing or disagreeing, but they were way ahead of the posse. And they were way ahead of the posse in the north years and years ago. The DUP and others, they wouldn't see them in their wake in terms of the way they went about their business. So that's just a personal view.
I think, Michael, they're way ahead of the posse in other ways as well. They're actively out and they're a welcoming party for anybody who wants to get involved in politics. Like, it doesn't matter if somebody's coming from no party, from Gael, when you fall. Sinn Féin are a welcome party, which is totally probably the opposite to the 2 big parties. Sinn Féin are actively recruiting day in, day out, week in, week out. Anybody who is an interest, you will meet many Sinn people say, come along, we're having a meeting about A, B, C, and D. And I think that's something that they are way ahead of the other parties. Other parties, let's say somebody from Gael would do a Fianna Fáil meeting, like he bring the thing to a standstill, and vice versa. So, so Brendan's going to answer that question, seeing he's back here now, Michael. So
another grenade.
You must have both of them with you.
You have 2 sets of tallies.
I know, but before we get to that, we'll not take long with this answer because John Jarrett has been a bit of a buck here. What I would say to you is confidence and supply the other way around.
Yes.
And you guys in the driving seat, will you be as cranky?
As cranky as Finn Gael? Not at all.
No, as cranky as you were 10 minutes ago when you were
we're broad church. We're broad church.
As my mother would say, you had a fin on you when you were talking about that confidence and supply.
Confidence and supply is the worst possible option of any government. You can neither lead nor govern.
If your people are in the driving seat, will it not become a nice car to drive?
Well, look, you'll be in government, and that's about all you'll be. Be able to take decisions.
Is that a yes?
You're looking over your shoulder.
Is that a yes?
Well, we'll refuse no help along the way. Now, we have some significant developments, and as we see, I think I'll go through Inishowen's revised figures, and there's about 14 boxes to be finished in Inishowen, and they're geographically well spread, so we can factor that in. But the running total for Inishowen is as follows: Peter Casey, Independent, 436. Pearse Doherty, Sinn Féin, 1,768. Patrick Gallagher, Fianna Fáil, 105. Martin Harley, Fine Gael, 116. Padraig Mac Lochlainn, Sinn Féin, 5,615. McConnell Charlie, Fianna Fáil, 3,751. Niall McConnell, Independent, 139. McGuinness Arthur, Independent, 40. McHugh Joe, Fine Gael, 1,198. O'Donnell John, Independent, 101. Pringle Thomas, Independent, 191. Sweeney Mary T. Aintu, 332. White Michael, the Green Party, 386. That's with 14,178 votes tallied. Now, if I go straight into Letterkenny, I think we're going to get a flavour of what's to come. This is the Letterkenny electoral area taken in the Milford and Letterkenny. Peter Casey, Independent, 73. Doherty Pearse, Sinn Féin, 948. Patrick Gallagher, Fianna Fáil, 258. Harley Martin Fine Gael 56. McLaughlin Sinn Féin 1053. McConnell Charlie Fianna Fáil 543. Niall McConnell Independent 33. McGuinness Arthur 3. McHugh Joe Fine Gael 829. O'Donnell John Independent 509. Pringle Thomas 177. Sweeney Mary T. Aintu 299. White Michael the Green Party 210. That's with 4,991 votes tallied. The significant thing I would have to say, Michael, before you ask the question is the O'Donnell challenge at this early stage is petering out. He needs to be polling at least twice that to be in contention.
Yeah, 509 is, relatively speaking, is surprisingly poor. But sorry, Brendan, the geography of the box, like Letterkenny is a big area. There's no Milford in there or anything like that.
There's no Milford.
It's all Letterkenny and environs, is it?
But he needs Letterkenny.
He does.
He needs to get 18 to 20% in Letterkenny to top up with what he's going to get a phenomenal vote in Kilmacrennan and in Trent right throughout that area. He's going to.
What is a phenomenal vote in Trent and Kilmacrennan?
Well,
is it 600 votes?
Well, it possibly is, to be fair.
Yeah.
But you need to be scoring at least 18% in Letterkenny town, and he's not. I'm looking here at the public service box. He's taken about 9% there. There's 2 boxes in the public service. Okay, 10 to 9%, not enough, too light. And Ballyrain, he's down to 5% in the first Ballyrain box. He's up to 6% in the second one, and in the third one, he's back down to 6% again. If he's to mount a challenge and to be in that final shake-up as what we anticipated earlier on, it's not happening. So then the other factors we must look at is the Sinn Féin vote, and they have a combined vote there of 40%. But look at it, what's happening, and it's just as well McLaughlin came out of Inishowen strong. It's breaking pretty evenly between Pearse Doherty on 19% and Padraig Mac Lochlainn on 21%.
Yeah.
So were it not for their vote management or accidental or otherwise, McLaughlin would have been wise not to depend on Letterkenny because it's breaking evenly with his running mate, and that's not his area.
Am I right in saying when you combine those tally figures for Inishowen and Letterkenny that McLaughlin has 6,600
odd votes,
60, 6,660. So
that's right.
To say that he has 5,715 last time.
That's right. And Pearse Doherty is 2,800 votes before he goes into his home area or southwest, which is a phenomenal vote. Although it is slightly down on the last occasion because what happened in Sinn Féin the last time was Pearse Doherty got way and beyond what he should have done in the old northeast area. So he's still getting a significant vote. He's running there he's running at 14% in an area that's not allocated to him, is allocated to his running mate. But look at, he has name recognition and he's of the vote. Now the other thing, and this is a question I suppose for John, in Letterkenny, the Fine Gael candidates running with 15 boxes tallied, and just going through them there precursorily. Mainly Letterkenny, I suppose, to be fair, and he's running on 16%.
Joe McHugh.
It'd be interesting in what boxes and.
Well, if we look at, I suppose, we'll take the Public Services Centre. There was 447 people voted there. He got 77 in one and 31 in the other, as opposed to 4th place in the public service box, Joe McHugh. I'm just looking at that example. And then I look at Ballyrain, which was slightly better for him. He was in 2nd place. Remarkably, Pearse Doherty polled 87 number ones in Ballyrain to Joe McHugh's 79. Charlie McConnell got 54 and Padraig Mac Lochlainn got 59. So Ballyrain would be the stronger part of Letterkenny, where Fine Gael would need to be lifting a high vote. It's remarkable if you look in the context that Sinn Féin really got 140 votes out there. That's a high vote.
It's a high vote in that general area.
And just hopefully we don't confuse the listeners too much, but just to add to that, Joe McHugh's combined his vote now, tally vote in Inishawn, 1,198. And his tally vote in Inishawn last time,
1,800.
1859. That's way down. That's way down. And I know only 15 boxes open in Letterkenny, 829. Like, he had a huge vote from memory, just looking for the figure. How many boxes would there be in that Letterkenny area?
There's altogether 39.
And there's 15 open,
15.
so a long way to go there. But his vote the last time in Letterkenny was 3321. But like, I can't tell you after 15 boxes what his vote was the last time. I just have totals, but this time it's 829. So do we stop talking about Sinn Féin? I mean, it's a given, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, but can we drill down into what's going on everywhere else? And I know it's difficult because Thomas Pringle, to be fair, we get more animated when we start going down into southwest Donegal and places like that.
Yeah,
I
because
have
we
one
actually have a
piece of-
query. And sorry,
I have
go
one
ahead.
tally, and I don't have the full tally, but it's a significant development. It's in relation to, there's 2 boxes, as we know, in Duncanely, and the final tally figure, I don't have the in totality, but Thomas Pringle had 110 number ones in this box in Duncanely,
Yeah.
but surprisingly, Pearse Doherty had 98, and Pat the Cope had 38. Now, I looked at Pat the Cope's figure from the last time. Remarkably, he's up 1 vote in Duncanely.
Okay.
But Thomas Pringle is down on the basis of that by about 35%.
And that's actually our query that's in how is Thomas Pringle doing?
Well, as I say, look, it
Yeah.
might be an unfair analysis, but it is the only figure that I could get. It was Duncanely, and it showed there's 2 boxes in Duncanely. I'm not sure which side of the town the box was, but it was 110 to Thomas, but remarkable vote, 98 number ones for Pearse Doherty. Going back to what we focused on earlier on here, we said that Sinn Féin really did actively target that area. They had a fabulous canvass twice over, and it yielded the rewards for the Sinn Féin party.
It's amazing, like, when you say that kind of a figure in Duncanely for Thomas Pringle, they're just whatever, but nationally, locally, it's even better. And locally, as in Sligo Leiterman, Donegal, the Northwest, shall we say. Had you any sense that Thomas Pringle would get 98 votes in Duncanely?
Pearse
No,
Doherty, sorry.
Well,
Pearse Doherty, sorry.
Oh, Pearse, yeah. I mean, he is everywhere. He has been everywhere. As I say, he has been on fire for quite a while. So I think he was without a doubt the popular one. But Thomas, funny enough, to me, I didn't see his presence about the home ground as much, probably because he obviously has to spread himself thin, and he needed to get more votes elsewhere and couldn't just rely upon his own area. But I didn't see him as much on the ground as
I
others.
saw him in Inishawn on Facebook, if you know what I
Aye,
mean.
yeah.
I noticed that,
Yeah.
and the small enough vote there for him from Inishawn, but I suppose everything counts 191.
It's only early stages. That's the first indicator we had
In Letterkenny.
from Donegal. In Letterkenny, you would have enough there to say that O'Donnell is petering out, that the threat that O'Donnell could potentially have been can't be as strong because he's only 10%. He's half of what he needs to be coming out of Letterkenny to mount a challenge to take a seat.
Okay, well then help me now and help the listeners, because we've kind of been talking for a couple of hours now. Let's forget what you said earlier, and we'll start with you, Brendan.
Yes.
Where are we going, roughly speaking, whether 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 now at, say, 11, 17?
Well, before I give that, can I give the entire Inishawn result, which has just been handed to me by Councillor Michael Naughton?
Thanks,
Thank
Michael.
you, Michael.
Brilliant.
So this is the final Inishawn tally. Bearing in mind it's the biggest electoral area in the constituency. And here we go. Peter Casey, Independent, 546. Pearse Doherty, Sinn Féin, 2,288. Pat the Cope Gallagher, Fianna Fáil, 136. Martin Harley, Fine Gael, 139. Padraig Mac Lochlainn, Sinn Féin, 7,306. Charlie McConaughey, Fianna Fáil, 5,080. Niall McConnell, Independent, 179. Arthur McGuinness, Independent, 43. Joe McHugh, Fine Gael, 1,485. John O'Donnell, Independent, 125. Thomas Pringle, Independent, 227. Mary T. Sweeney, Intu, 421. Michael White, the Green Party, 463. That's 18,438 votes tallied.
Wow. Well, there you have it. There, Health Warren always. These are tally figures, but tally figures are so accurate. Councillor Micheál Naughton, if you just move in, share that mic with Niamh. Just your own reaction, because we've been over here talking, you've been there watching, and I know we're getting the figures, and we appreciate that. Sinn Féin flying high, Charlie McConlough struggling a little.
Good morning to your listeners, Michael. I mean, yes, but basically, I mean, if you're looking at any of a betting man, you'd still probably say it'd be 2-2 and 1 at this stage. I mean, John O'Donnell doesn't seem to be polling as high as in the Letterkenny area, and that. So, I mean, at the way looking at the moment, basically, Sinn Féin are probably going to get 2 maybe elected on the first count, and that. So then, basically, I suppose, basically, for us, maybe as a party, maybe it's better that Sinn Féin is polling so high that it has helped us and that.
Yeah.
But I mean, Charlie has come back. I mean, he has basically, we thought he'd lose maybe, 50% of his vote at one stage, but he's back over 5,000 now. I mean, he had about nearly 8,000 the last time, so he lost about 2,000 votes in his show.
Well, to be fair, Brendan, you made that point in terms of where the boxes that still had to be open, and at 5,000, hundreds and 80. Unfair to ask you this, Michael Naughton, but have you got any sense, because we're getting a lot of texts and calls in relation to how our man is doing, as in Thomas Pringle, bearing in mind where a lot of our listeners are tuning in, and Brendan has shared a tale from one box in Dunganely. Any feedback at all on the ground?
I haven't seen the box.
They're not there.
Not at the moment, and definitely, that will tell a tale when they are open.
Well, one of the Dunganely boxes it was finished, it showed 110 number ones for Thomas Pringle, but 90 ones for Pearse Doherty, and the Fianna Fáil vote was what it was the last time, but it showed a massive increase there for Sinn Féin. That's what initially I said wasn't a bad. It was a bad indicator for Thomas.
Just, Michael, a silly question, but I'm just looking around me here, and sometimes I don't do that now. What's actually happening here at the count now? Because the tally persons have all gone, and the council staff, the counters.
Yeah, basically, what they're giving the counting staff a break. So basically, the break taken, and now they will come back in and open. All the initial boxes are open.
Right.
So then basically they will finish the Letterkenny boxes next, let's say.
And what happens after that then? Because we weren't sure of the order. Inishon, Letterkenny.
Yes, and basically they have started open the south of the Donegal town boxes, or the south county boxes will be open next.
They're not open yet.
No.
Lahi is open and Dunganely is open.
Okay, sorry you said that, yeah. Okay, all right. Listen, thank you so much, Micheál. And I'm going to be really cheeky. Is there any chance you could get me a printed copy of those tally figures as well?
Yes.
And I promise I'll get you a cream egg.
and the front page of the Democrat next week.
Oh, but be careful. You get me in trouble. Right, listen, I'm always conscious because very often at elections, I spend the day working at home and kind of dipping into various radio stations and everything else. And I do know people are probably sitting somewhere saying, "Oh, Jesus, Brendan Byrne, will you slow down?" And in fairness, you were very good with those figures. So
when would you do it again?
I think so, possibly, because people who love this couldn't have enough of the figures. So Brendan is going to give us basically the tally figures on 18,438 tallied votes, and they're all from Inishowen. And he's literally going to run down the ballot paper, starting with Casey and finishing with White. So
this is the complete tally for the Inishowen electoral area. Peter Casey, Independent, 546. Pearse Doherty, Sinn Féin, 2,288. Padraig Gallagher, Fianna Fáil, 136. Martin Harley, Fine Gael, 139. Padraig Mac Lochlainn, Sinn Féin, 7,306. Charlie McConalogue, Fianna Fáil, 5,080. Niall McConnell, Independent, 179. Arthur McGuinness, Independent, 43. Joe McHugh, Fine Gael, 1,485. John O'Donnell, Independent, 125. Thomas Pringle, Independent, 227. Mary T. Sweeney, Aintu, 421. Michael White, the Green Party, 463. Total poll tallied 18,438 votes.
Mahu, Brendan, and also Shane and the gang here beside us keeping us right up just tweeted those tallies, and they're at Ocean FM Ireland. So if you're into twitting, as we used to say, at Ocean FM Ireland, they're on Twitter. So well done to Shane playing the blinder there. You know, not bad for a Bundoran man. Anyway, right. Let's put some meat on the bone, shall we say, in terms of those figures. Niamh, maybe we wrote him off too soon. Deputy McConnell, outgoing, has made a bit of a rally. It's nothing like the figure he had before. 5,000, no hundreds and 80, 5,080. Were we a bit quick to put the boot in?
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, it looks like it.
Do you agree?
Yeah, he's leaving and he's shown with 5,000 votes. Really, the Letterkenny vote will nearly decide his fate, to be honest. So we'll know very, very quickly where he's going from here.
Brendan, he had 8,000 coming out of his show the last time. He had 7,998. He's now on 5,080. Is that not enough?
You have to look at it the other way around, actually. If Charlie McConnell can gather together county-wide 8,500 votes, he'll win a seat. So he's currently, as he leaves in his own, he's currently on the 5,080.
Yeah.
We know he's 543 there, so that's 5.5. And he does bear in mind the area from St. Johnson right into Lifford, into Castlefin, even though it's the old Donegal Southwest. He tends to do quite well there with the farming vote. I expect he'll probably take 300 to 500 in that area alone, because it's East Donegal, even though it's part of Donegal Southwest. So I'd be a lot more confident that he's going to get to 8,500 first preference votes when this is complete, which means he's
a quota of 13-ish.
Yeah, 13 or thereabouts, or maybe a little over 12. So when we made our comment earlier today, we were basing that on the fact that he was losing 40% of his vote in some boxes, which he did, and more, and others, and less. And then as you went into North Inishowen, where he's from, Glengad and Carndonagh, so it leveled out that he's still down 2,700 votes. That's a big hit, but he can survive that because there's lesser threats now. One of the threats earlier on was John O'Donnell. John O'Donnell, we now know, is going to be eliminated from the race at some stage, which will help Pat the Cope, certainly, but it will also help Charlie to a degree.
Do you not think, looking at them figures, one of the difficulties
that's Charlie
may face is that Casey really has nothing coming out of any show that's of any use to anybody. He's got 546 votes. Everybody rejecting Casey for more. So there's a difficulty there for him. Secondly, the fact that O'Donnell is polling relatively poorly, those are two candidates I think McConnell would have reasonably expected to get a boost from. But on these figures, they really don't have a hell of a lot to offer any candidate. Is that potentially a danger that can jump on? I just see that Charlie McConnell doesn't go relatively high. I can't see where his number twos are going to come from. There is nobody else. And Sean's gone, Letterkenny, what he would be if he doesn't get it there.
But do we know McLaughlin votes for him? No, if McLaughlin's doing as well as we, in terms of Inishowen, looking after Inishowen.
If you look
at a long way from McLaughlin, though.
If you look at the other candidates that we know, quite honestly, will be eliminated, such as Peter Casey and Mary T. Sweeney and Michael White, they have between them 1,530 number ones in Inishowen. it's reasonable to suggest that Charlie will get a third of that in the general scheme of things, because at that stage, more likely or not, Padraig Mac Lochlainn will have exceeded the quota either on the first count or certainly on the second count, surplus distribution from Pearse Doherty.
Yeah.
So that is beginning to feed into the narrative that's going to help Charlie. Now, this is not going to be any glory run. This is going to be nightmare stuff right to the end. But he's in a stronger position than he was at the beginning when he hemorrhaged votes in the centre part of the Inishowen Peninsula around Buncrana, right on down to Calais, back through Muff and into Newton. He took a heavy hit in that area.
Talk to me about Joe McHugh. I mean, 1,405 out of Inishowen and another 829 out of those 5,000 votes that have been tallied in Letterkenny. He didn't do fantastically last time round in Inishowen. He had 1,859. He's 400 shy of that. Is that, does that not leave him okay-ish? Brendan's looking at John Jared, and I'm looking.
Director elections, you're leaving this one at me.
I noticed that, and it's not that I don't want Niamh to come in this, but
in fairness,
no, John Jared. In
Well,
fairness,
I think if I were the director of elections, thankfully I'm not, I would be concerned to see, as you say in Inishowen, that Joe had a relatively poor vote the last time. It's now dropped by another 400 votes. He's starting to get into the area at the minute. We'll see when Letterkenny is done, where you would have to have concern. I think this is a point I was making earlier on, Michael, when I was making predictions. I'm just unsure about where his vote's coming from, and this hasn't reassured me just at this minute. It's a little bit better, maybe, but we've got to see how this vote pans out as we go along. And I think it's, your 400 votes down here, your whatever down there. When you don't have a quota at the start, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
I just see now they're getting into the Donegal boxes, box 141. I don't have detail, but we might pick some up in process. Yeah, they've just opened that, so hopefully we might pick up figures on that, because we are keen. All politics is local, and I'm very conscious of where our listeners mainly are in that area.
That should show
John Jared.
a decent vote for Martin Harley, because Martin Harley is originally from Process, so the south of the county connection should be there.
Yeah.
I should know this. Is he Process or Mount Charles? Is it actually Process?
It's Process.
Process, okay. Just going back to you, Niamh, in terms of, I suppose, looking at those figures from Inishowen, I'm kind of reluctant to get too much into Letterkenny ones for a minute. Some of the independent candidates there, will they, even those votes there, looking at Mary White 271, or Michael White, Mary T. Sweeney 285, they're not going to make. They're not kingmakers. They're not. It's quite poor, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, you can see very clearly that it's the top four is there. Taken. That's very clear. The two Sinn Féin, two Fianna Fáil, and two Sinn Féin, one Fine Gael.
Yeah.
And who else have we got?
In terms of overall?
In terms of Macon Logue. Yeah, and Pat. Yeah.
Yes. We really need another 20 boxes to see where we are.
Yeah.
There's a lot to be played for here yet.
There is, certainly.
Niamh, talk to me about Peter Casey. I was here at the presidential election last, November, and Peter Casey was at 322,000 votes he got nationally, and he was, very bullish and very quickly said that I'm now going to run for a seat in the Dáil, and his first preference was Fianna Fáil, who said no thanks, and then he kind of suggested Fine Gael, and I think they said much the same, and he was very bullish in terms of where he was at that stage, and understandably so. But I remember talking to Pearse Doherty here, actually not very far from where I'm sitting now, and I said, I says, Peter Casey's going to be coming after you. And he says, let him come. He says, because he says, it's my view. And Pat the Cope said, Gallagher almost said the exact same thing to me. Both of them basically, I'm paraphrasing, said to me, the way we look at it, there wasn't enough time to examine what Peter was about for the presidential election. And he kind of came from nowhere late in the day. And it was almost this, well, we know Michael D's great, but we want something different.
Yeah.
And he was the difference, regardless of some of the comments he made, which were anyway. But he's blown out of the water here. He's on 5-4-6 in the show, and it's time maybe to.
I think we could see the writing on the wall a long time with that, to be honest with you. I think that Peter, where he should have quit. I think with the presidential thing, he should have stopped at that. The attempt to go to Europe and all of that as well, it was a bit of a disaster for him, really and truly. And I think the guy Peter, I would have met him a number of times.
Yeah.
Again, unreasonable suggestions comes to mind when I think of Peter. To be honest with you,
That's been very diplomatic. I hope they're picking this up in the webcam. Listen, Ballyshannon Drama Society is looking for people who are good on the stage. Jeez, Lee, that's the best expression. Yeah, I wouldn't like to fall out with you. John Jerd, Peter Casey, Dancing with the Stars material maybe now. Which I thought, which a really, I think that was probably the most damaging thing that was ever said, and by the Green Party candidate. From that point on, it was like things just took a tumble for the world.
I think when he did the presidential election, he should have quit when he was ahead. I think he had a confused message, to say the least. I think he just. I'm not exactly sure what his message was, to be honest with you. He just seemed to be saying, I'm available to run. I'll go with A. No, I'll go with B. If they ask me, I'll go C. And I think the electorate at that stage started saying, look, they switched off on him.
Yeah.
And you can see that now and he's shown 560 votes. And I think it's just I don't know, he went from where he was in the message, and he seemed to be getting traction around the presidential election. And it's just been down. And I think the real reason is people, when you say, well, I'll run for, I'd like to run for Fianna Fáil, I'd like to run for Fine Gael, well, maybe I'll run as an independent.
I know.
And there's no message, there was no substance in his message. And the part of it that he was getting out, I think people didn't like.
Yeah.
Well, I think
too, the fact that he decided he was going to run in Leo's constituency as well in Dublin.
Oh, that really annoyed people.
I think that really, where was, what were you thinking,
Like, I go back to elections, and I was covering elections for the Demo for years, and they were very predictable. And then this blessing came called Tom Gilday. Yeah. And he, in Donegal, Southwest, he just changed the world.
He did, yeah.
And ever since that time, because, people used to joke, actually, you have your copy written before it happens. It was very predictable.
Yeah.
No, it was a bit different in Donegal Northeast, where you had the plainies and all sorts of fun. But, having said that, Casey initially had this momentum.
Yeah.
And the presidential thing, people thought, oh, yeah. And it just didn't go anywhere. And I suppose, really, regardless of how good or bad he was, it was never going to happen, because we can now see that almost, not quite, but Padraig Mac Lochlainn doesn't need Pearse Doherty almost. He has a fantastic vote by all accounts on these figures that we have. So that leaves him in a very strong position. Just a little bit of info from Sligo Leitrim in terms of the South Donegal portion of Sligo Leitrim. Martin Kenny taking the lion's share of the vote there. At Bundoran St. McCartney's booth 1, Kenny secured 142 votes compared to Mark McSharry on 72, Marion Harkin at 27, and Senator Frank Feehan for Fine Gael at 24. And tallies from Ballyshan's Holy Family booth showed Kenny on 163 votes, McSharry on 36, Harkin on 39, and Feehan on 33, which bears out Ocean FM IT Sligo exit poll, where he was hitting, I think it was 42%. I just haven't the figure in front of me, but it was pretty huge. So, look, it's the same thing. We're hopefully going to be joined by Pearse Doherty very shortly, because I'm very keen to talk to him about, because he will have information that we just don't have at the minute in terms of how it's going nationally for Sinn Féin. And, the one question I'm going to ask him is, and maybe you might think of a few more there quickly, but last time around there ran 3 candidates in Donegal, and it caught them. Ironically enough, this time, had they 3? Would there be a third person in the mix? But is there a possibility?
I don't know.
No.
Would we go that far yet?
No.
Okay.
Not just yet. I don't
Not
think
just
that's.
yet. I don't think we're ready yet. But, and I think too with
Well, no, it's not so much that we're ready, but it's just that we didn't believe the opinion polls, and they were good,
yeah.
and this looks to be better.
Yeah.
the reality actually looks a bit better than the opinion
Well,
polls.
I think there's one thing we're starting to see from this. I think certainly Sinn Féin have got better at managing their vote.
Yeah,
And I think that
Absolutely.
Pearse himself, especially, he's a very professional, polished
Yes.
performer, politician, probably one of the best in Ireland, in fairness to him.
yeah.
And I think there's a confidence that comes from that. Would they get running through at the minute a very strong political base in Donegal for many, many years to come? Let there be no mistakes about that.
I think that third candidate that they ran as well the last time was his surname was also Doherty.
That's
It's
right.
Gary Doherty.
Gary.
So it may have tended to cause quite a bit of confusion within the Sinn Féin voters as well. I think that may have
6
did
first
very
preference
well.
votes,
Yeah,
which was the last thing in some ways you wanted him to do.
Yeah.
It was too strong, like in Padraig Mac Lochlainn at that time. Like he had a huge vote as well, but it just wasn't enough. What was it?
I-
5,742.
Michael, one of the things that may have happened actually on that one was that Brendan mentioned it in relation to Charlie McConnell, where you come down the east side of Donegal.
Yeah.
It has strong links with Inishowen. And I think the same will apply for the Sinn Féin candidate Gary Doherty. And I think actually accidentally he may have pushed up and eaten into the Padraig Mac Lochlainn votes.
yeah.
Yeah,
And I think that probably was when they reviewed that they said, hold on a minute, that's an area that Padraig Mac Lochlainn needs to have to run down on into Lifford and down into Castlefin area. And I think tactically, I think they've got a spot on.
but Pearse's vote won't be any less, even though he has sort of been the bigger man. I mean, he's heading for
He's
mad
But
figures.
again, I think there's two things in Pearse's vote. It'd be interesting to see, does he believe this himself? I think there's a Sinn Féin vote in it, but I think it's something he personally totally connected with. Well,
Okay, and Noel Jordan, councillor from Donegal electoral area, colleague of Niamh Kennedy's, has joined us. Just to bring you up to speed, Noel, as if you don't know, Sinn Féin basically romping home in the northwest in terms of Martin Kenny in Sligo Leitrim, flying it. That may be information you don't have. Serious figures in boxes in Ballyshannon and places like that. And then we've gone through the figures here, tally figures, the complete tally for Inishowen and a partial tally for Letterkenny. And it looks, now, I'm kind of here. It looks like Padraig Mac Lochlainn nearly doesn't need the Star Man, and the Star Man could have 17 or 18,000 votes, as in Pearse Doherty. In your wildest dreams, would you have thought that when you go back maybe to elections like 2007 and, where Sinn Féin was beginning to come into thing, that now nationally and locally they have changed the dynamic in that we used to look at it as Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil and maybe a bit of this and a bit of that, but now it's like politics with this election is changing in that the more than that poll suggested, that exit poll, they are as big, maybe not in numbers in the Dáil when it finishes. Are you surprised, or did you see it on the doors?
Yeah, well,
Noel
after having probably not a good local election, it's we sat down and we regrouped, and the vote that's coming out today is a reflection of what we were hearing on the doors. There was a different feel out there this time. People were engaging with us on the door, and they were telling us they weren't just taking our manifesto and just saying, but they were engaging with us on the door, and they wanted change, and they see Sinn Féin as that change. They've moved away from the so-called establishment parties because they see they've very little to offer them. I think as far as Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, regardless what the outcome in Donegal is today, is that they have lost touch, especially with the younger group of people, the 18s to 24s, and then from even if you look at the young married couples, the middle income earners, we've touched a note with them. And look, we're very grateful to have a candidate of Pearse's stature. He has touched a note with. He's probably touched the nerve with everybody throughout the country, not alone throughout the county. So, yeah, no. What we're seeing today is what we were hearing on the doors, and we're not shocked about it. We ain't shocked. But if you'd asked me, of course, after the local elections, but at that stage, we knew we had a lot of work to do, and collectively throughout Ireland, we sat down and we said, how can we put this right?
Yeah.
And it just came out with the right message. Yeah. So
Forget about Sinn Féin now for a second. I'm asking you a question. Pretend that nobody's listening. Is Thomas Pringle in trouble?
no, Thomas Pringle. Thomas could. There are a lot of scenarios to play out here yet. The last seat, I would say Thomas.
We don't know now. I'm not saying he is or he isn't. We don't.
Who it's going to be with. It looks as it's going to be one of the Fianna Fáilers that he's going to. That it's either going to be Charlie or Pat the Cope.
Anecdotally, people are telling me that there was an awful lot of Sinn Féin shoe leather in and around Killybegs, more so than ever. Did you go after Thomas Pringle?
No, we didn't. We didn't specifically go after. We were going after every vote we could get.
Well, as is your right. I'm just,
no, we didn't specifically. We went into the areas. It's an area that, and of course, Niamh would know. It's an area that I would work a lot with Niamh in there, and we could see that reflecting on the doors. Even for the first time we went in this time, Pearse Doherty was. He was actually saying it to me, that he could find a bit of a change in there, So, look at
explain that. What's that? What do you mean by that? A bit of a change?
A bit of a change because, like you're going into an area where you have a sitting TV, and sometimes you don't get a great reception. But
it was warmer, right?
We got a very good reception in Killybegs this time,
The big question. What's going to happen nationally, do you think? I mean, it's very early. It's a bit unfair. It's 11:45 on a Sunday morning. When the dust settles, do you feel, regardless of what you wish, the Sinn Féin might be in a week or two time?
Well, it's very early. Look, our leadership has said from the get-go that we'd wait till all the votes were counted.
Yeah.
We'll see how many seats we've won. And then...
That's wise, no, but that's not good to me.
But then, what I'm saying is that we have our own manifesto where progressive policies that we have needs to be carried out in government. So, look, it's all to play for, as you know, and what we're hearing there from our organisers, there's
it is better than any of the polls.
Yeah. Well, I know you were already talking about Martin Kenny.
Yeah,
a huge vote again. You're looking Dublin centre there. We could pick up. Chris Andrews looks to be coming in, Mark Ward and Ona Byrne, and the big one probably from us, and I was actually speaking to him last week, would be Johnny Cork and Meath. It's the same constituency as Padraig Mac Lochlainn, and
is that Meath East or West?
Yeah, Meath West.
West, yeah.
He looks as if it looks if Johnny Cork's going to take a seat, and probably didn't see this coming because we actually lost a number of councillors, and I was speaking to them last year, and we've lost a number of councillors in that area in the local elections.
Okay. Listen, thanks for joining us, and do come back later on when the pictures follow. That's Councillor Noel Jordan. We're going to take a break. Join us in a couple of minutes live from the Aura Centre. Michael Daly, Margaret Carr Flynn, John Judd Campbell and Councillor Niamh Kennedy, and looking at the Frost's box very intently. He's left his seat as Brendan Byrne, so he may have info when he comes back. He's a great man. He's the best reporter I never had. Back in a while. Thanks very much and welcome back. You're listening to Ocean FM live from the Aura Centre in Letterkenny. 6 minutes to 12 on this Sunday morning. Our panel here from my right to left, Councillor Niamh Kennedy, John Gerard Campbell, and a very busy Brendan Byrne, who I think has tally figures for the remaining boxes in Letterkenny. We brought you early boxes about 20 minutes ago. Brendan?
These are the final figures for all the Letterkenny town boxes out as far as Ballyrain, Lustrum and Glenswilly. So the totals are as follows. Peter Casey, Independent, 177. Pearse Doherty, Sinn Féin, 2,425. Pat the Cope Gallagher, Fianna Fáil, 600. Martin Harley, Fine Gael, 147. Padraig Mac Lochlainn, Sinn Féin, 3,030. Charlie McConnell, Fianna Fáil, 1,383. Niall McConnell, Independent, 87. Arthur McGuinness, Independent, 8. Joe McHugh, Fine Gael, 2,041. John O'Donnell, Independent, 1,415. Thomas Pringle, Independent, 430. Mary T. Sweeney, Aintu, 756. Michael White, the Green Party, 472. Total votes tallied 12,971.
Straight away, go back through those figures, Brendan, and I again, sorry for harping on about this. It's not so much anymore McLaughlin's figure that's intriguing me. It's McConnell's at 1,383, and he needs a lot of votes, and he would have got a lot of votes from Letterkenny.
Previously, he would have got over 3,000 there, so he's well down. Having said that, it's a matter now of containing yourself, and he's holding on sufficient vote there. He's the 1,383, along with the 5,080 in Inishowen. He's over the 6,000 mark. He's at 6,400. He still has the Fanet area. It'll be less powerful to him, but it should be good for 500 or 600 votes. But the running totals are very significant. The Sinn Féin combined vote in the Letterkenny area is 41%. The combined Fianna Fáil vote is 15.6%, and the combined Fine Gael vote is 16.8%. So the phenomenon that started in Inishowen with half the vote in Inishowen, more than half the vote in Inishowen going to Sinn Féin, pretty much is continuing in Letterkenny. They're getting 41%. That's a phenomenal vote for Sinn Féin in Letterkenny. And bearing in mind, going back to the Meg, Pearse Doherty got 2,288 votes in Inishowen. Yeah. He's now 2,425 votes out of Letterkenny. He has almost 4,800, and he hasn't even gone into his own electoral area yet.
So home and hosed.
Home and hosed, as is Padraig Mac Lochlainn. Padraig Mac Lochlainn has a running total now of 10,300 votes.
Okay.
At least.
John Gerard and Niamh, bear with me now. We've been joined by one of the candidates, Niall McConnell. Niall, welcome to Ocean FM. For many people, your name would not have been out there. And I would have to say, honestly, the most common comment that I heard about you, and I don't know if it was a tactic or not, was, who's the guy with the dog? And you had a dog featured on all or most of the posters that I would have seen. So don't take that as a judgment or anything else, but it was most unusual. You're a controversial candidate, a farmer from Castlefin. You ran on an anti-immigration, anti-abortion ticket, and I believe you're one of the first candidates to arrive here this morning. Look, based on these tally figures, you're not going to get elected, but was there a bigger reason for running rather than getting elected?
Well, thanks for having me. I'm just delighted that I can actually inject the topic of immigration into the discussion, into the debates. Without me, immigration would not have been brought up. There's a plan to double the population of every town in Donegal with migrants, and it's not been talked about. And I'm the only one standing up for the indigenous people of Donegal and Ireland. You're seeing the population of Letterkenny is doubling, and the locals have never been asked about it. And we've seen a homeless crisis in this country with 10 to 15,000 ethnic Irish people on the street, but we're able to bring in migrants and house them. So my message is, from Padraig Pearse, is Ireland belongs to the Irish. We should be coming first. My loyalty lies with Ireland and the Irish people.
Most of my uncles emigrated in the 50s to work in England and America. I don't want to rerun the issues of the election with you, but many people listening would say, well, we were allowed to make a living. Many of these people that you're referring to, what is your issue with them coming into Donegal and Ireland? Are they not entitled to much the same, I suppose, benefit and welcome that my forebears received in the UK and elsewhere?
Well, 90% of quote-unquote asylum seekers fail their application. They have deportation orders. So it's not you can't have a same comparison here. 90% of them fail the asylum process. So they have deportation orders. They should be deported, in my opinion. We should follow the Irish law. If they're not here illegally, if they're here illegally, they should be deported. You made the point there that we left to America, England. Well, the first thing, during the 1845 genocide, during the food removal, we were forced out of the country, and we didn't go on social welfare. We didn't get free housing. We didn't get a free medical card. We didn't get everything handed into us. We worked hard for it, and we weren't welcomed in America. We were literally slaves, and people sell to me like you're selling me a used car. How does it benefit the Irish people flooding the country with migrants? It drives down the wages. It doesn't help the hospitals. It doesn't help us at all. Can you give me a reason or a benefit to the Irish people of flooding migrants? It doesn't help us at all. It only brings in crime.
I personally wouldn't agree with the use of the word flooding, but what I would say to you is, whatever else about them being illegal or anything else, I suppose maybe I'm being naive. To my mind, they're people, and there are people who are coming from desperate situations, and if we're in a position as a wealthy economy, I know we have our issues, don't get me wrong, have you no sense that they merit or deserve to be helped if we can help them?
I want to just debunk what you said there. They're coming from war-torn countries. They're not. The government have released the statistics, the countries where these people are coming from. Top 4 countries: Albania, Georgia, Nigeria, Zimbabwe. There's no wars in these countries. They're not fleeing any wars. So they're not refugees, they're economic migrants. They're coming here because we have a very generous welfare system. And I'll say again, Irish people should be put first. We have 10,000 ethnic Irish on the street. We have the longest hospital waiting lists in Europe. Why can't we put our people first? If we house our homeless, look after our children, then maybe we can think about bringing in some migrants. But until we house every homeless man, woman and child, then we can look about helping others. As my mother always says, charity begins at home.
Many people completely disagree with you, but I suppose the one thing I would say is, people are entitled to their view and their opinion. Based on these figures, very few people agree with you.
Well, as I said already, my first time out, I don't have a political machine behind me. This country is like a banana republic. They give us 3 weeks to get ready for a general election. I'm an independent. I actually had to make my own posters. I couldn't afford the unrecyclable cardboard posters that everyone else was using. I actually had to make my own posters on my sheep shade. So they didn't give me any time. Facebook wouldn't allow me to advertise, so they were completely biased against me in that regards. But I promise you, in five years' time, when this county is flooded with migrants, people will be looking for a strong leader like myself. And Donegal hasn't seen it yet, but I can guarantee you, people will be flooding over to me in 5 years' time.
Okay, well, listen, they're your views in terms of your own policies. I would disagree with all of them. what I would ask is on a more general comment in terms of Sinn Féin in Donegal, and as far as I can make out elsewhere nationally and particularly in Sligo Leitrim as well, where Martin Kenny is pulling, you would have no truck with them, I would assume, based on your own views in relation to the pro-life and abortion.
Absolutely. How can Sinn Féin call themselves Irish Republicans, Irish nationalists? They're supposed to be protectors of the Irish people, yet they support the butchering of our unborn Irish children. 13,000 unborn babies are butchered every single year. I questioned Pearse Doherty about this on Highland Radio, and he had the audacity to say that he was pro-life, but yet he voted for abortion. And let's not forget here, I want to remind the public that Sinn Féin ran to Westminster begging the British government to bring in abortion to Northern Ireland and kill Irish babies. It's an absolute disgrace. Bobby Sands said, "Our revenge will be the laughter of our children." Well, dead babies don't laugh.
Just on a more general point in terms of your own future, I mean, you've come from nowhere. You've got a lot of airtime and publicity, fine, and all the rest of it. You say that you were not allowed to go on Facebook and other platforms. Do you get any sense that there's, bar these 300 or 400 people so far, according to tally figures, who have voted for you, that there is much support for your view?
Well, as I said already, Donegal people haven't seen it yet. They haven't seen the influx of migrants that's coming down the line. As I said already, the Donegal County Development Plan has planned to double the population of every single town. And there's no one speaking up against immigration and speaking for the indigenous Irish people. Ireland is our homeland. We don't have anywhere else to go to. And 35% of the population under 15 years old is foreign. I don't want to become a minority in my own homeland.
There's some suggestion that there might be another general election in 3 months, depending on the way things go or whatever. Would it be your intention to run again?
Absolutely. I was going to give them 3 weeks and I was able to run. So if they give me 3 months, I'm sure I can pull it out of the bag too.
Okay. That's independent candidate Niall McConnell. Thank you very much for joining us. A long day ahead. You've been here, I think, since 8:30. I suspect we'll all be here till 3 in the morning. Niall, thank you.
God bless.
Brendan, you have figures.
I have, for the listeners, bearing in mind this is Ocean, so South Donegal is coming into play. I see Kilcar is being tallied as I speak. I have the Frosses figures. This is the Frosses polling station, complete tally. They are as follows. Peter Casey, 1 vote. Pearse Doherty, Sinn Féin, 120 votes. Patrick Gallagher, Fianna Fáil, 41. Martin Harley, Fine Gael, 123. Padraig Mac Lochlainn, Sinn Féin, 3. Charlie McConnell, Fianna Fáil, 11. Niall McConnell, Independent, 0. Arthur McGuinness, Independent, 0. Joe McHugh, Fine Gael, 10. John O'Donnell, Independent, 3. Thomas Pringle, Independent, 88. Mary T. Sweeney, Aintu, 7. Michael White, the Green Party, 4. Now, there's a few significant things there. If I look at my own figures from past, I think Thomas's vote is down about 25% there. The Fianna Fáil vote is down 20%, albeit on a much lower base. The last time we had a combined vote of 70. This time we have a combined vote of 52.
And remind listeners again why Harley's vote is so strong in Frosses.
Well, Harley is local, born and bred in Frosses,
Yeah.
and then moved to Ballyfeister in order. A good, strong vote at 1, 2, 3, but the thing that sticks out to me is the phenomenal vote of Pearse Doherty in Frosses. He has increased his vote by 50, and Thomas Pringle has lost about 57 votes there, I think, on the last figure. So this is a kind of a trend. I spoke about Duncan Ailey earlier, the loss of 47 votes there from Thomas Pringle straight to Pearse Doherty. Up the road in Frosses, the same thing is happening. So I think there's a trend there.
I think I agree with you.
John Jarrett, yeah.
We've had 2 here at the minute. We've had Frosses and then down the road in Duncanelli. And, they're tallying to Carr at the minute. What we're seeing certainly is Pearse's vote increasing substantially there.
Sorry, do we have Duncanelli figures, or did I miss them?
We had
one-
we
one-
three sets of them, and the first figure that stood out in my mind was Thomas Pringle got 110 votes.
Yes.
But Pearse Doherty got 98.
98. That's right. Which is
It's a big hit that close to your Duncanelli's 5-6 miles from Thomas's base. That can't be
to the
happening.
mother load, so to speak. Yeah, where he'd be hoping to get a lot of votes.
So if when we see, I think the car one that's been tallied there, it's going to show it's that trend moving along the Donegal district area. It certainly, that would be a very worrying trend for Thomas Pringle if that were to continue, because I say it starts in Frosses, it's moved to Duncanelli, and when we get the Glencara one, if it continues there, that's his core base vote.
Yeah.
In his area, and if like in politics, if you're losing your base, you really have a problem there. So it'll be interesting when we get the next one or two out of Donegal here.
I suppose
think we get a very clear picture.
to use words that you and I be both familiar with. Thomas needs to win his home games, and this one, while it is.
He's 2-0 down at the minute on the votes. And
He's 2-0 down, is right, in Dunganelli and Frosses, so that's not good.
And I think what we're talking about, sorry, Mike,
Yeah.
we're talking about an area where there's been a significant loss of the vote to the Sligo-Leitrim constituency, so it's a very retracted vote anyway.
Yeah.
So you cannot afford any slippage in that area.
I kind of, this is an election later, this is happening. I thought that was going to happen last time.
Yeah.
I kind of wondered about that last time. I remember asking Thomas about that, and he disagreed with me, and he was proven right last time. But this time, and I know Councillor Jordan didn't take my bait in terms of Killybags and that, but it's obvious to me that there's more than Pearse being the poster boy here, that there's been a lot of work done in Frosses and Dunganelli by Sinn Féin.
We have breaking news.
Go ahead, Ben.
Councillor Jordan, his home booth is now in here.
Yeah.
Keelogs in Inver. And the result is Peter Casey 5, Pearse Doherty Sinn Féin 145, Pat the Cope Gallagher Fianna Fáil 77, Martin Harley Fine Gael 56, Padraig Mac Lochlainn Sinn Féin 31, Charlie McConnell Ogue Fianna Fáil 24, Niall O'Connell Independent 0, Arthur McGuinness 0, Joe McHugh Fine Gael 16, John O'Donnell Independent 7, Thomas Pringle Independent 106, Mary T. Sweeney Intu 9, Michael White the Green Party 3. That's Keelogs.
Same thing. Pearse Doherty 145, and you look at Thomas Pringle 106. Niamh, it sounds repetitive now, but well, that's a trend, and that's not a good trend if you're in Thomas Pringle's shoes.
It's not. Well, hopefully the transfers from Pearse Doherty might help boost Thomas a bit more.
Well,
It's hard to see.
John, that could or should be the case, because I mean, of old, Thomas Pringle was seen from the Sinn Féin gene pool, and then he went out as an independent. He's been an independent a long time, and is quite worthy of that. But and geography and being local.
Yeah, I think that's true.
might mean there are
But
twos
it
there.
depends on where you are when the
Bear
transfers
in
kick
mind, bear in mind, it went to 13 counts, and he
know.
got in by 184 the last
It
time.
depends on where you are. Like if you're the figures that we're being given here would show Thomas's base figure being a lot lower this time than the last time on the figures that we're getting in the Donegal area. So for transfers to be of any use to you from any other candidate, you need to be at a certain
Yes.
point
Yeah.
before they're going to help you.
Yeah.
They're not going to take you over the line. You need to be 2/3
Yeah.
of the way
Yeah.
towards that. So, as I say, it's quite interesting. The figures are starting to come out through Donegal.
You can't catch the ball if your hands are behind your back, and
That's
his hands are
exactly it.
beginning to go behind his back.
Just
Sorry,
something
Brendan.
significant there. If we just focus on Keelogs, admittedly there is a sitting Sinn Féin councillor in Keelogs, but Thomas Pringle has lost 66 number ones in that box since the last election. And the Sinn Féin vote has gone up by 87 number ones since the last election. That's a seismic shift.
That's huge.
Yes.
Yeah, and this is Keelogs roughly how many people voting?
Or something. We'll see. Hold
Sorry,
on.
I'll throw that to you.
Get kilos in a minute.
Looks like about 300.
400. I think.
400, is
Yeah.
it? Right. So 400, it's a snapshot.
Well,
It's
two snapshots.
It's Thomas Pringle countries too.
There's also, I know Martin Harney is in there, but there's also kind of a worrying one for Minister McHugh in the Donegal area. That's that entire area, and there's 26 votes for them.
Out of those two boxes, that's a good
Out of those
point.
two boxes,
That's a
which
very good point, actually.
would be, it certainly would be
I have
raising
to
your
say-
eyebrows, you know.
As you know, Michael, I left to go and look at the transfers.
Yeah.
Harley's transfers are going everywhere. I've never seen transfers like it. They're going from Fine Gael to Sinn Féin. They're going from Fine Gael to Aontú. They're going from Fine Gael to Fine Gael, admittedly, but not in the percentage that they should. Expect an intra-party transfer 40%.
Yeah.
In the general election, no for near it.
I think if there's a 30% transfer there, it'll be
You'll be
quite-
very lucky
it'll
to
be
get
very
it.
lucky.
Mm.
So
Any other figures stand out? Just looking at the two boxes and processing kilos.
Well, from my own party point of view, our vote is down a little, but it's down a manageable amount in relation to Pat the Cope. Bear in mind, Pat the Cope's based in Dunlow, but covers the entire
Yeah.
constituency. He's not hemorrhaging the degree of votes in the face of the Sinn Féin storm that is there.
Well, you had the figures for the others, so you probably has his. Pearse Doherty is plus 87. Pringle is minus 66.
Yes. So Pat in Frosses is down 28 votes, and in Keelogs he is just bear in mind. Yes, Keelogs. He's down also there 30. So
Okay. Right, so he's down 58. That's a lot too.
you can survive it.
Yeah.
I think the trend here from the very outset is the Fianna Fáil candidates are losing votes,
Yeah.
and the Fine Gael candidates are losing votes. Everyone in Sinn Féin is gaining votes, and it's a matter now of how little or how less you can lose to survive.
yeah, that's it's
Yeah.
And
the least-
Thomas Pringle is losing 25 to 30% of his vote in his home base.
So you've got to look at then at the candidates.
That's equal to Charlie's actually.
I think what you've got to look at is the candidates who can least afford to lose
Yeah.
Yes,
any significant votes, and I think that's where it gets
Yeah.
very interesting. Some of them can afford 1,000, 1,500, others absolutely not.
It's very focused, isn't it? It's very much like Sinn Féin, obviously Thomas Pringle in this case because of where we are. Harley, okay, we understand the Frost is 1, 2, 3, and then Keelogs 56. That's not really. That's because of where he's from,
Yeah.
rather than anything else.
That's
So
a local fact.
that's not going to work down, say, in Fintra, or it's not going to work in Kilcar or Glen.
I'm beginning to wonder what works anywhere.
Well, there's two of us in it. Fair point. But what strikes me is when you take 2 or 3 candidates out of there, the numbers for the rest, McConnell, who we just spoke to, 0-0,
Yeah.
and Albert McGuinness, who's very much a local candidate, up at 0-0 again. And then Joe's vote at just in total from the 226. And John O'Donnell, I'm not surprised by that 10 votes. It's kind of, again, it's the big two. It's Thomas. On his poster saying, stay local,
Yeah.
vote local,
Yeah.
keep a TD in your area.
Yeah.
And,
I'm
know,
very
it's-
interested in the part
Yeah.
of our area which Brendan and I would know quite well, Clark, Carrick, Glen. I think that'll could tell a tale because if
If he
Pearse
hemorrhages
is
there,
able
yeah.
to take the votes out of that significantly, I think it's
well,
We see, before we go to Kilcar,
what about Killybegs? Never mind Kilcar and Glen.
well, I think there's a very significant thing John's touched on it. Let's preempt where we're going with Kilcar. The last time around in Kilcar, Pearse Doherty took 52 votes out of the 700 odd. That's the benchmark.
Right.
52 the last time. What will it be this time, John?
I think it'll be
160?
well over 100. 100.
Could be 160.
Right.
And that's a prediction. Let's see how right or
close
wrong
we
we were.
150?
Certainly
Would you say
will be.
150?
It's going to be
Oh, okay.
150, I think.
Right.
It has to be, unless there's a different dynamic in Kilcar, and I don't think there is.
We are slightly different.
Well, it was you said it, I didn't. I didn't
Okay.
disagree.
Let's bring in Margaret. You have been running around and walking around talking to people. it's all very calm and almost. I don't remember elections being this civilized and quiet.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. Actually, that's very surreal this morning.
It's strange.
Like it's just, yeah, it is strange. There's a strange atmosphere in here today. There's normally a greater buzz or something. I don't know what.
Yeah.
If you take the tally people out of it, is there anybody else in here, or are you allowed to come in here if you don't have a pass?
I don't think you're allowed in without a pass.
All right. Okay.
And as we say, like there's none of the candidates. I think apart from Pearse, who is busy doing interviews, and hopefully he'll be with us in a few minutes. And now I think that's it all. I think
So we've only had two
we've
candidates.
only had two. That's it.
Yeah.
There are no other candidates here at the minute. So
Okay.
that's it. Apart from the tally people and the people who are counting, that's it.
I know you live in Sligo, Margaret, but like you're from Donegal town, and I'm just wondering, did you get any sense through all your election coverage with Niall that Pringle wasn't bothered? You know, did you even get it locally, or did you hear it around Donegal town? Or I got that feeling.
Yeah, you would have. We would have certainly got that feeling that But then you on the other side with people saying, well, if we want a TD in South Donegal, then that was the other side. I think really the main thing that we got out of our coverage during the election and from programs and from messages from our listeners into the show, into Northwest Today, was the fact that Donegal, the Donegal constituency is part of it in Sligo Leitrim, and a lot of people didn't actually know who they were voting for. And I know even driving up and down home, there was candidates, posters who should have been in the Donegal constituency in the Sligo Leitrim and vice versa. And you had the odd person saying, like, who am I supposed to vote for?
And I live outside Ballyshannon, and maybe we had others and we weren't there, but we only had two callers. And we did not see a candidate at all.
Yeah, and funny enough, I received a call in the show actually the other morning, a lady who lives in Lahi, and she said she'd only one of the candidates called to her door.
Yeah.
They got lots of literature sent to their door, but she said we didn't know the candidates. We hadn't a clue who they were. And she said maybe if they'd come to my door and I could have got chatting them, then I would have maybe considered voting for them. And then she talked about how part of her family were going to be voting in the Sligo Leitrim constituency because of where they lived, and she was voting in the Donegal constituency, and there was a lot of mixed, very mixed views.
Well, I feel very strongly in that. I mean, I know people say, well, it's only Sligo and Leitrim is down the road, but I mean, I'm being unfair to Frankie Feehan, who I don't know. But Frankie Feehan's from Roscommon. And I just, I just feel, and he was in Ballyshannon, he canvassed twice, Barry Sweeney was around him. I just felt he had no resonance with me at all. And that's just a personal view on that. We've seen a bit of Mark McSharry around Ballyshannon, and occasionally Martin Kenny. But I remember Martin Kenny was at a meeting in Dorrians that I was at. It was about issues about the Shield Hospital. I think it was Martin Kenny. A lot of people didn't know who he was, and that's not their fault. We have been, when I say we, the people of those 9 electoral ballot box areas in South Donegal have been lumped in for the sake of being counters. Anyway,
we have some breaking
figures.
news, and I think John and I's prediction has been correct in relation to Kilcar. Kilcar box 144. There's 2 boxes in Kilcar. The result is as follows: Peter Casey 0, Pearse Doherty 81, Patrick Gallagher Fianna Fáil 53, Martin Harley Fine Gael, Padraig Mac Lochlainn Sinn Féin 5, Charlie McConnell Logue Fianna Fáil 3, Niall O'Connell 0, Arthur McGuinness 0, Joe McHugh Fine Gael 64, John O'Donnell Independent 3, Thomas Pringle Independent 150, Mary T. Sweeney Aintu 6, Michael White Green Party 0. We'll go straight into box number 2, Kilcar. The second box for Kilcar is as follows: Peter Casey 2, Pearse Doherty Sinn Féin 95, Patrick Gallagher Fianna Fáil 48. Martin Harley, Fine Gael, 17. Padraig Mac Lochlainn, Sinn Féin, 3. Charlie McConnell, Fianna Fáil, 2. Niall McConnell, Independent, 4. Arthur McGuinness, Independent, 0. Joe McHugh, Fine Gael, 59. John O'Donnell, Independent, 2. Thomas Pringle, Independent, 128. Mary T. Sweeney, Aintle, 2. Michael White, the Green Party, 3. Now, bearing in mind what we said moments ago, that the combined Sinn Féin vote the last time was 52 votes in Kilcar.
176.
It's now gone up to 176. We said between 150 and 180. We should have put a bet on. We should have put a bet on Paddy Power on that one.
176.
Yeah. Now, but there is significant there. Thomas Pringle's vote is held up more rigidly there.
Yeah.
He's down 9 in one box and he's down 19 in the other.
Yes.
So it's not as heavy a fall as he had in Frosses or in Keelogs, but nevertheless, it is a decline in vote. And he had a strong campaign to vote local.
He did.
And if you look at that, he's probably running about maybe a third of the total votes cast. It didn't resonate with the people.
No, and the question I'd ask you, and we'll get the answer eventually through the votes, is that's not enough, Brendan. That's that by any.
You see, the starting point for this election, to be fair,
that's not enough for Thomas. Sorry, just to be.
The starting point for this election is who was the most vulnerable the last time. And Thomas Pringle won his seat the last time by 186 votes odd.
Yeah.
He's now between Frosses, Keelogs, and Kilcar and Duncanelli lost a running total maybe of 30% of his vote. He couldn't afford to lose anything. In actual fact, if you were his director of elections, you would insist that he increase his vote by 20%. That's failed. And he hasn't got the broader appeal that I thought he had, because he took a pro-choice stance in the referendum on abortion. I thought that would help him in Letterkenny and elsewhere, because he was the only sitting TD that took a pro-choice stance. That hasn't resonated either. So you have to ask yourself, independent of what political belief I have or anyone else has, what's the avenues for him here? He certainly would put forward the point that he's going to get a chunk of the Sinn Féin surplus. I accept that. But that chunk of the Sinn Féin surplus may only be equal to what he's already lost. So it's not a matter of increasing or improving, you're standing still.
I suppose I'd ask you the question as well. It seems from those figures, maybe I'm wrong, that Pat the Cope is sort of tipping away nicely. But he's taken in water, but not that much.
No, I think in fairness to Pat the Cope, and I work with Pat the Cope and I'm his director of elections, we knew from the last 6 days in the election that we were going to lose votes, and we were prepared to lose up to 1,500, 1,600, and that we would still survive.
Yeah.
On the basis of the figures in Frosses and Keelogs, he is going to survive quite comfortably.
Okay. Listen, we've been joined by Pearse Doherty, who's been very, very busy, Director of Elections for Sinn Féin. Pearse, we'll go very local because you probably know these figures as well, but these are literally boxes that are fascinating us, for like Keelogs and Kilcar, box 1 and 2. The figures for you on those tally figures, for example, in Keelogs, you're plus 87 at 154, where Thomas Pringle is down 66 at 106. And the narrative continues, maybe not to the same extent, but you're polling very, very strongly. Box 1, box 2, 81 and 95 votes. Places like that. We'll stay local and then we'll ask the bigger questions. That to me looks like Sinn Féin have picked up votes everywhere. And you got over 2,000 votes in his own.
Yeah, look, it's going very well for us. I think very clearly the message that we had, and the people wanted change, and to see Sinn Féin as the vehicle to deliver that change, here in Donegal, and it's happening right across the state as well. I think some of the figures, I've only seen some of them, Michael, so I seen an update there about 40% of the boxes open, and Sinn Féin were taking 47% of the vote. That's a huge endorsement of what we're talking about. the platform we're putting forward. It's a massive endorsement, and I was looking at Padraig Mac Lochlainn's vote there, and it's an amazing achievement by Padraig. We're taking, I think, 52% of the voting, and it's shown, and it shows the work ethic, the leadership that he's provided in that area as well. The South Donegal boxes, I'm just starting to see them now, and like we expected a good vote coming out of that area. We've been down canvassing, we've been engaging with people. Our offices have done a lot of representation, but Noel Jordan has been a major factor in this as well, and Michael McMahon. We had a very good local election in Donegal. We had a strong team there with electing two councillors in that area, and they've been working their backsides off in terms of representation, and I got that on the door. The work that both have been doing for constituents, and that's reflected in the vote that I'm getting as well.
We were thinking here in the early morning that Padraig Mac Lochlainn would get elected, but that basically you would be passing the ball to him a lot. But it now looks like you'll not have to give him that too many passes, because in his own right, he's back in terms of, and he's done very well in places like Lifford and down the corridor as well, not just in Inishowen.
Yeah.
And then and I use this term in a nice way. Your vote's mad. I mean, you could end up with, we think, 17,000 votes.
I don't think so, and I would argue that
mad in a good way.
They're the most sensible people in Donegal. The people who came out and voted for me, they're far from mad.
Mad as fantastic.
I'm only messing with you. I'm only messing with you, Michael. But look, I do want to thank everybody who came out and voted for us. Look, our job was, we left this town centre 4 years ago. And we left a seat behind us. We had enough votes in this county at 27% of the vote that if that was properly split between myself and Padraig, we wouldn't even needed a transfer to
Gary had 4.5 and Padraig he lost about 184, and that was a mistake. And so you weren't going to do that twice.
We made sure we weren't going to do that. So we changed the carve up of the constituency a bit. There was a bit of Lifford that went into Padraig's area. We also ensured that all Sinn Féin members and their families in the southwest, the old southwest constituency, are voting for Padraig. So Padraig had you'll see that in some of the tallies, and Padraig's picking up his own vote as well, just because of the type of person he is and the leadership he's provided and the type of candidate he is. So, we've seen a number of polls. Obviously, the polls were wrong in terms of Donegal. Maybe that they were just capturing something at a very early stage in the campaign.
In what sense were they wrong? Because one poll, the TG Karen one had you at 27%. The other one, John McAteer's, as I call it, was 32.
Well, if you look at Padraig's vote, so Padraig, I think the last time I seen it, Padraig said about 11,700 votes.
Yeah.
Be about 13,000 or somewhere in that order.
They got that wrong.
So Padraig's probably going to come in either on quota, above quota, or very close to the quota. So and that was completely wrong. Now, when I say that, and to be fair to John McAteer and TG Carr, they did their poll at the start of the campaign. What they didn't factor in was the vote management strategy that Sinn Féin had, and the fact that we were very clearly while people as the canvassers were going out, as Padraig was going out himself, that vote was always going to be a bit better managed.
John McAteer's to Colin Tribune was, I think, around January 24th. The election was called, was it on the 18th? So it was early days, and the other one was even earlier than that. But I suppose looking, and we'll talk a bit more about Sinn Féin in a second, but looking at the other candidates, and I know it's probably the last thing you want to say or do, but in your sense, just for the benefit of the listeners who would know that you're hugely switched on to this, where do you see, let's say the first two seats are Sinn Féin, we think there's a Fine Gael seat, maybe we're wrong, Joe's stumbling along to an extent based on these tally figures, but is it likely or unlikely that Fine Gael could lose that seat?
Look, I haven't seen the figures in any great detail. I've always of the view that Pat was going to retain his seat. I think that's clear. He's well positioned geographically to take up transfers. Joe, unless he polls very strong, would have it difficult because of the fact that Fine Gael don't represent change, and a lot of the candidates may not transfer into them. And Charlie isn't in a good position geographically to pick up transfers because Padraig isn't. Yeah. However, for that to have any effect, you need to have a strong contender chasing their seat. And the figures at this point in time don't show that strong contender at this point in time. So, again, I haven't really looked at the figures at this point in time, but I don't see either Thomas Pringle, although we are getting the South Donegal boxes now, which might changing as we go into the West. But you need either a strong performance by Thomas Pringle or John O'Donnell to actually put either of those seats in danger. But if there were to be seats in danger, it would be Joe McHugh's and Charlie McConaughey's as opposed to Pat the Cope Gallagher.
We'll come in a minute. You're friendly, apart from politics. I know you're very close friends with Martin Kenny. That's obvious from whatever, watching different things. He's flying in Sligo Leitrim. It looks like he's going to top the poll. And for our listeners, again, what I'm thinking here is in the 9 boxes in the part of Donegal that has been abandoned into Sligo Leitrim. And I say that as somebody who lives there and doesn't want to be voting in Sligo Leitrim, no harm to them. But Martin Kenny is 40% according to that IT Sligo Ocean FM poll.
Yeah.
That is that the Sinn Féin bounce? We heard people talking about the Green Wave, but
We always had a good vote in South Donegal.
which Thomas Pringle might be suffering because there was a time when he would have got votes from that.
Yeah, it would have, but Sinn Féin would have. I think, if we look back in old tallies, back in Donegal Southwest, we would have done the best out of Bundoran and Ballyshannon. Sometimes it depends if Barry Neal was running, but we were the strongest party down there. So we were, there was always a good Sinn Féin vote. Mickey McMahon has worked that ground hard, over the last while, and Martin Kenny's in and out of there all the time as well. So no, look, there is a Sinn Féin surge, obviously across the state, and that's playing in as well. And I'm personally delighted for Martin Kenny. He had challenges last year in terms of his car and his family and all that, and that's a huge political endorsement, for him and his track record. And Martin Kenny is one of these all-rounders. You can put him up on agriculture, on fisheries, on health and education. He's just a solid representative.
I hope somebody reminds me to come back to you before you go and ask you about Peter Casey, but I want to get to the big story. I'm just looking here. Michael McDowell saying Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael must talk to Sinn Féin. Padraig Mac, same thing, and that's just 2 that I have seen. I'm sure there are many more. These 2 gentlemen sitting to your right, John Gerard Carmel and Brendan Byrne, both in your absence have said they would have no issue with that. They don't understand that, if you want to form government, you talk to people. They can speak for themselves in a minute. But where do you see it going nationally in terms of Sinn Féin? People say you didn't run enough candidates now to benefit from this upsurge. But you will, politics has changed here. It was the big 2, now there's 3.
Yeah, and look, and that's what we wanted. The 2.5 system party is gone, and not only is the 2.5 system party gone, but you've seen in this election Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil losing ground. They have, they didn't have great elections in the last election, even though for Fianna Fáil it was up on their 2011, but from a historic low, and now they're slipping back again in terms of first preference votes. So it's not a good election for them. I think Leo and Michal got it completely wrong in terms of Sinn Féin. They were, throwing everything at us, including some of the people you mentioned, the likes of Michael McDowell and Padraig Mac Lochlainn and all the rest, and they missed exactly what was going on in the community. They didn't get it. They didn't understand what people were talking about. They thought that this Sinn Féin, we're seeing the support that's coming out today. Our job, and we've said this, the best outcome in this election is a government without Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael. The worst position is we go back to where we were in the last 4 years, which is Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil carving up government. So today, Mary Lou has started to reach out to the other political parties, and there is an we need to now do what we said before the election, to talk to the other parties to see if we can form a government, and can there be a government formed without Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil, and that's what will only become clear as the votes are counted and TDs start to become elected.
Okay, well, look, the next question, take it whatever way you want, but do you see Mary Lou and Sinn Féin in a situation where they might end up in government with one or other of those 2 main parties?
Look, we've said very clearly, Michael, that we'll talk to everybody. We'll talk to everybody, but the best outcome is to have a government without either of those parties, because people have seen what they have done in government for the last year. I think people send a clear message that they want change, and change is best represented without those parties. But yes, of course, this is big grown-up politics, and it's not kind of I'm not going to play with you or she's not going to play with her. This is the people have cast their vote now. There's an obligation on every TD that's elected to form a government, but not just form a government, to form a government and deliver on the change that people need. So yes, we will talk to all the parties, as we said beforehand. If Micheál and Fine Gael want to continue on their lines that they've gone on, which is completely at odds with where the public are, if we see from the exit poll, and I know completely at odds with the likes of Padraig Cope and indeed many others. And I would say
8 or 9 Fianna Fáil. Brendan said that earlier.
The reality
8 or 9
is
Fianna Fáil
8 or
TDs.
9, and you could add plenty more if people gave their own personal view. Micheál Martin nailed his view to the cross in relation to that, and he doesn't have the support of his political party in there. And like I'm looking at Donegal here, his performance down in Micheál Martin's constituency where he's topping the poll, and that's in the backdrop of Micheál for Taoiseach. I'm looking at Paul Donnelly topping the poll in Leo Varadkar's own constituency, well outpolling him. People are sending a message to these political parties and to their political leaders that they're getting this wrong.
Because of what I do for a living, this is a question, and I'm being a bit self-indulgent here, but was one of the best things that happened for Sinn Féin, notwithstanding your policies and everything else, that Mary Lou wasn't in that first debate, because she actually won it. And I know I'm being kind of cheeky while I'm saying that, but if you looked at social media and Twitter and everything else, like a day later, it was neither of the two leaders.
I would argue not, but I do accept that point that Mary Lou not been there. She won the debate even though she wasn't there.
Yeah.
But Mary Lou, when she went up against the other leaders, she won those debates as well. So you're always wanting the opportunity to actually get your message across, and we're not talking to, the establishment. We're not talking to those that are Stevens Collins of this world who are writing articles in the Irish Times or whatever. We're talking to the ordinary people. And while some people will say that, Mary Lou didn't do well there, you go out to ordinary people. The day after the vote, I was out with the childcare workers here in Letterkenny. To a person, they were telling me that Mary Lou was fantastic on the debate. So, and that's, again, what was missing. There was a narrative going on within certain sections of the media that was completely at odds with what the public were talking about, completely out of touch. And it happened probably back in 2007 as well with Fianna Fáil, where there was a huge focus and concentration in relation to the tribunal and Bertie Ahern at that time. And we've seen that the public went and endorsed Fianna Fáil in huge numbers at the time. So that you can get a media bubble. And obviously there are also newspapers that have an agenda and so on and so forth. And people seen through some of that.
Nationally, and I know it's unfair, it's early in the day, 1:45. What's your sense of how well Sinn Féin might do, bearing in mind some of the people you've been mentioning there in Cork and elsewhere?
Look, I think we're going to have a very, very good election. That's the reality of it.
That's a given.
Yeah. It's a huge turnaround from where we were, in May, and people were.
In terms of seats?
In terms of seats, it's too early to call, because a lot of these seats are coming down to twists and turns and all the rest. Look, I said earlier on this morning on RT, what's the bellwether for me? I says, look at Roscommon and Galway. Look at Claire Curran. Claire Curran is a fantastic candidate. She's a PA in Leinster House, a personal assistant, one of our policy advisors. She is just fantastic. We've been, the party's out supporting her. Luke McFlanagan has been out endorsing her because he knows the type of calibre. She's doing very, very well in that constituency. She's not in local authority. Look at Mairead Farrell, who lost her seat in the council election by 12 votes the last time. Looking very, very good in Galway West. So there's a lot of places that were that people weren't factoring Sinn Féin in as potentially holding a seat, including the TG Carr poll, which put Mairead the way down. And sometimes these polls can work for you and work against you.
Could you be our next Taoiseach?
Less than 50 votes.
I have we have to wait and see until the votes are counted. We have to wait and see how many TDs are elected, and we have to then see if we can create a programme for government that delivers on the big issue. But I've made it clear that I want to be the Minister for Finance, because I know that if you are the Minister for Finance, that we can deliver on the housing issues, that we can deliver on health, that we can deliver on childcare, and that we can make sure that this is a far better, fair and fairer country than it was yesterday.
Were people out of touch when they were pushing Brexit, when it seems that health and homelessness nationally were the issues?
Look, Brexit is a major, major issue, and we understand that more so in Donegal than anywhere else, obviously, in relation to the fact of partition. And that was a huge thing in this campaign.
people are actually talking about Irish unity. And that was a big thing that was coming up on the doors. Again, the establishment didn't get it, didn't want to hear about it, but it's there, it's evident. And I think some of the polls actually reflect that in terms of the granular detail that's there. But Brexit is an issue. The key thing about Brexit and what really sets us apart with what's happening in Britain is there has been all-party consensus in relation to how we deal with Brexit. That you have to leave your party politics outside the door. We need to work as in relation to the issue of Brexit, protecting the Good Friday Agreement, protecting our borders, and now as the trade negotiations go on, making sure that we have a free trade agreement with Britain. So people didn't see that there was any difference between the different political parties. So if it was Sinn Féin on the issue of Brexit, if it was Sinn Féin, if it was Labour, if it was the Greens, if it was Fianna Fáil government, we were all going to take the same approach. So it wasn't a positive for Fine Gael. Indeed, we put the issue of special status of the North on the agenda. We've worked and, we've been acknowledged by the government, the work we've done in Europe, the work we've done in Capitol Hill, the work Michelle O'Neill has done in relation to Brexit. So Fine Gael thought that this was their trump card. The public knew that this wasn't a Fine Gael issue, that this was, the Parliament in its totality were working together on this.
I've not been glib about this, so don't get annoyed me when I ask you this, but let's say things go, the ball bounces the way you want it to. Is it a stupid question to ask you that a referendum on a United Ireland may well be on the bucket list going into negotiations at some stage? Or everyone else, things I have read by people who know more than me, would be saying that's inevitable, that be something that Sinn Féin would be pushing.
Yeah, well, look, a referendum on a unity referendum, I believe, is inevitable, and we can see the changes that are taking place in the North. We can see opinion polls that have started to show for the first time a majority in support of Irish unity. But that is at the discretion under the Good Friday Agreement of the British Secretary of State. So it's important, but that the key thing for us is that the government starts to lead discussions on preparation of what a new Ireland will look like. And that is the key thing. And that's not a huge jump. Remember when Simon Coveney was going forward as for leadership of the Fine Gael party, as part of his manifesto within the Fine Gael was to set up a committee on Irish unity. The problem is that 3 years on, nothing has happened. People are talking about it. Academics are talking about it. Unionists are talking about it. And the problem is the only people who aren't talking about it and aren't preparing for it is the Irish government. So obviously we need to set up that type of structure, whether it's a New Ireland Forum or an all-party committee that is inclusive of as many people as possible to start to discuss what would a new Ireland look like.
Help me out here. I'm having a blank. The former leader of the DUP at McGill, was it a McGill he raised United Ireland?
He did. He made the point, and the former leader of the UUP has also made the same point. I think unionism knows that there's major changes there. We've now had 4 elections where the majority has been lost for unionism, something that's unheard of. Remember, probably the only reason that Donegal isn't part of, partitioned at this stage is because there was an inbuilt majority of unionism of 2/3. It's gone. Demographics are changing, political views are changing. Brexit has been a major catalyst, and people see the writing on the wall that they need to be part of that discussion. Obviously, as part of that discussion, you expect unionism to argue against the creation of a new Ireland, and that's a respectful and completely valid and legitimate position to have. But there's others that are saying that this is something that's going to happen. So the questions that we all need to ask ourselves is, in a new Ireland, how is the identity of 1 million people who see themselves as British? How is that respected? How is that acknowledged? How is that cherished? And dealing with all of those structures that would need to be looked at in terms of that type of new Ireland, those rights. And it's a huge opportunity. It's a very exciting time for me as an Irish Republican that we are going into this new phase of where Irish unity is very much achievable.
My children range in age from 11 to 30. Your own kids are quite young. I think they're less than 10, if not a lot younger than that. Do you think in their lifetime they'll see United Ireland?
Oh, absolutely. Like our view is there should be a referendum on Irish unity within 5 years. Key to that is having the preparations done, having a clear idea of what a United Ireland looks like. And that's not the preserve of Sinn Féin. There's many people in this room who don't share my politics, but who Irish unity. So therefore, we need to have those conversations, and not just romantic conversations about 4 green fields, real difficult conversations about how is everybody on the island of Ireland respected, acknowledged, acknowledging their traditions, identities, and all of the rest. How do we create a universal health system? How do we deal with the structures that we have? Does the assembly still exist, and so on and so forth? There's serious questions that need to happen. But I believe that yes, this can be delivered within 5 years. There's no doubt about it. The Berlin Wall came down, and within a year, Germany was reunified. Nelson Mandela said to us many, many years ago that change happens really, really slow, and then all of a sudden it happens so quickly.
The wall comes down.
Yeah.
Couple of questions from me, and maybe John, Jared, and Margaret want to ask you a few as well. And I don't want to monopolise your time. You've been very good, but kind of a funny question. What's the rest of the day? Do you get to see the match? Do you get home, or do you have to go off to Dublin and be in front of cameras because you are the director of elections? What happens? What kind of a day have you had?
We're tying in with obviously our national team and getting the tallies and the results from different areas. Where obviously here in Donegal, I know I do something different from what other candidates do. I start out this campaign with my own team.
Yeah.
They have, tramped the grounds, they've done the highways and byways, and I always come into the town centre at 9 o'clock and stand with them, whether I win or lose. We go down together or we celebrate together. So I'm going to be here until that point. There's a chance then that I'm probably going to head off down the country, and visit some of my colleagues who may be in a position either to win a seat or come very close.
I have two more questions. I'm going to ask you the first one, but I'm going to give you time to think while you're answering the second. The first question is, because it might take you time to think about this. What's the funniest thing that somebody said to you on the doorstep, that really made you laugh? And the second question might be easier to answer for, but sort of think about that while you're answering this, because I know this will be easier to answer. You and I were stood here for, was it the presidential election, Peter Casey, and he got all those votes. And I remember when over there and I was doing my stuff for the paper, and I says, Pearse, Mr. Casey's coming. He says now he's going to run for the Dáil in Donegal. And you just looked at me and says, let him.
Yeah.
And Patrick Mac Lochlainn actually said much the same thing. But the one thing you said to me that struck with me was that you felt he had a very short run in to that presidential campaign, and there wasn't time to examine what he was, what he wanted.
Yeah.
And it looks, based on these figures from Inishowen or elsewhere, that is the case. For want of a better expression, people have gone off him.
Yeah. Look, we kind of called that out 4 years ago, and you're never sure what. Not 4 years ago; it was only last year.
Yeah.
We're never sure what's going to happen in an election. But the key thing that you learn in elections is no two elections are ever the same, and you can't compare a general election to a presidential election or even to a local election. There's all different sort of dynamics, and you need to understand those dynamics. Peter Casey obviously thrived on the media agenda, the oxygen he got from that at the time. That was never going to be available to him in a local election where you don't have those nationalised televised debates, where you have the local media, but you don't have the same type of ability to set the agenda on your issue. And it's a general election, and people are electing TDs, and they know the importance of the laws that TDs can pass and how they can either support them or hurt them. Yeah. And they look at it different from a presidential and the role that they may have, or how they may feel that they may be disconnected from that office for right or wrong. Yeah. So I didn't think that Peter Casey was going to do anyway well in this campaign, and I don't think I would say honestly he probably didn't think he was going to do that well either.
Had time, because I know you.
I didn't even think of that question. Look, I think Brian Carr was along with me. In Glenties. Yeah. Brian ran in the council elections. He did phenomenal in Glenties, and
forgetting about that as a community person. The Christmas lights, everything. He's some boy.
He's amazing. Yeah, he's amazing. He's Mr. Glenties, and fair play to him, and he's back stuck in there and all. Was travelling around with me and up and down to Dublin at the meetings and some of the TV things, and we're meeting groups and all the rest. And I remember out with the childcare workers, and everybody was kind of shaking his hand thinking he was Thomas Pringle. And so I was telling him, don't be too friendly.
Should Thomas Pringle be offended?
As I said, Thomas Pringle's a very good friend of mine as well. Yeah. And we work together in Sinn Féin, and we have called on people to vote for change and to transfer for change. Yeah. So I know it's maybe not going as well as he hoped at this stage, but we've yet to see the full results of Donegal and West.
Well, listen, I'd like Margaret and John Jared maybe to put a couple of things to you quickly. I know we've taken an awful lot of your time, but I don't want to monopolise it.
I'm just curious actually about the team that you have around you. Like, I know some of them are councillors, some of them team to go out and canvass for you and go to the doors on your behalf.
Look, that was crucial. I think because of the time of year that was in February and late January, it was difficult to get to all the doors. As a candidate, no candidate can get to all the doors, so you are relying on that team. And we've a very big organisation here in Donegal. I think that was clear in terms of the rally that we had in Letterkenny. There was 700-800 people there, but what we did in Donegal is Mary-Trace Gallagher was my director of elections, but crucially our councillors were all the directors of their own electoral area, and they have their own teams as well, and they've responded fantastically. So, there was a huge buy-in, and like I was saying to a lot of them last night that, they went beyond the call of duty. One of the great things that happened during this campaign, I didn't see the figures, but I didn't see the latest figures, but something like 1,000 people applied to join Sinn Féin in the last couple of days of this campaign. And that they're from Donegal as well. And what was really uplifting for me is there was people there were actually 18, they were casting their first vote, but they were coming in from school and into our office, and they were doing the get out the vote operation, and they were doing, the leafleting, and very much stuck in. And, I was just looking at them thinking, well, that was me 23 years ago or so on. So it's fantastic to have that as well. But we also had people, Margaret, we had people out canvassing for us, and they were out canvassing in different areas every single day, right up until the Sunday. And on Monday, they were going in for their chemo in Letterkenny Hospital. And to see that type of commitment is just fantastic. And really, it just makes your heart, it's fantastic. And then there's other people, I'm thinking the likes of Eamon Monaghan there, down in Mount Charles. Yeah. Eamon Monaghan has beat this path for so many, many years. And, and in very difficult times when Sinn Féin didn't have that support, somebody was saying to me, putting up on Twitter yesterday, I can remember the days that in Annagray, Sinn Féin had 2 votes and I could never find out who the second vote was. Now there's hundreds of votes, but like for people like that who were always there and all the rest, it's a great day for them to see the huge support that we've got across the county. Mm-hmm.
Would you like to have seen more female candidates run in this constituency? One out of, 13?
Yeah, absolutely. It is an issue. It's an issue in the council as well. And I know this because Mary-Trace was my director of elections, and I know the work that she did and the skills that she has. So it is a big challenge, obviously, for myself and Padraig. We've been running at this from 2001. We came together a number of years ago when the party was very, very small. We were, a handful of us came together and we said, look, we'll make a commitment to stick with this for 10 years to try and take the seats in Donegal and build the party, and that's what we've done. But there's always space there, and I think particularly at local government level, I think that was a disappointment for us in the last election that we weren't able to get more female candidates. But anybody will tell you whether they're male or female, especially at local government, it is the most challenging job that you can do, and they're not properly supported, they're not properly remunerated in terms of wages and all that, and it's very, very difficult, and it's hard to entice anybody to come into that level of politics. You also have, in some cases, and we've seen it in Donegal, there can be quite a bit of testosterone flying around the council chamber. There can be a bit of a lot of I wouldn't use the word.
That's rich from a good old man.
No, they
can
be
football against
and I'm not saying that. I'm not saying but I've spoken to other people before, and some of the stuff that's leveled at certain people is just not acceptable. So I think there is a role. I think we need to make politics far more family friendly. When you go out to your community groups, whether it's childcare, whether it's health, whether it's issues in the community, it's women who are leading those campaigns all the time, and we need to make space for them.
Pearse, I don't want to lose you, but we have to go for that break. But I want to give John Jared and Dave a chance to speak to you, if not ask a question.
Just one question, Pearse. I was just looking at my own area to car, and your vote has gone from 54 to 176, which is an absolutely colossal vote. One of the things I was wondering about, I worked with a fair bit of work with young people. A huge issue that you raised, I think that gelled a lot of us together, was the whole issue of insurance. Yeah. I think that was an
You've taken on the insurance industry and produced another piece of legislation. Definitely it resonated with people right across the board. And it's not just motorists, it's business people and all the rest. And, for the first time, so that was a big issue. It came up on the ground all the time. Look, in fairness, the South Donegal vote, I mentioned Noel and the work he was doing and all the rest, but Niamh did run in the last election the last time, so there was there was space for us to pick up votes. Obviously, if Niamh was standing there, a lot of those votes that Niamh would have taken as well. So we're very thankful, Niamh, that you weren't running this time, and I'm sure that if you were, that our vote wouldn't be anywhere near where it is.
Sort of the second question, Pearse. Like, you're going to have a huge surplus. It looks at the minute like Padraig Mac Lochainn's not going to need any of your surplus. Where do you believe your surplus will find its? Where in the main do you think?
Well, I haven't seen the figures in terms of a surplus there at this point in time, so I'm not going to count my chickens before they hatch or anything like that there. The only thing I'll say is that the vote that we're getting so far is geographically spread. Like, there's 2,000 votes in Inishowen, so people would think, well, my vote may go to Thomas Pringle, but is the Inishowen 2,000? Are they transferring to Thomas Pringle? Is the 2,200 in Letterkenny? So there's geographic factors there. We've asked people to vote for change and transfer for change, so I do hope it goes to the likes of Thomas Pringle and the Green Party and all the rest, but there's a lot of different factors there, and there's geographic factors, and there's other issues, and a lot of people have switched from Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil here, and they may be switching for the first vote, go back to the second
boss is saying we have to let you go, but maybe just a quick word with Niamh, and then we let, just out of respect to Niamh.
I'm just thinking to myself, God, it's great that I'm going to actually be taking Pearse Doherty's seat in a minute.
There's the funniest thing you heard on
This is one of the shadowy figures that they keep on talking about. Mary Trace Gallagher, the boss. In case your listeners don't know who.
I know who she is. Don't you worry. Listen,
I know that.
Best of luck, and thank you for giving us so much of your time. It's a historic change in terms of, people come up with these cliches, but this really is. It's like since 1918, this does change the dynamic nationally, locally. Obviously, we've been there.
Two things just finally, maybe one is Saturday elections work. We can see that in the turnout, and we can see that even despite Storm Ciara, that it's, people went to the polling station, so it works. It facilitated people in Donegal who were in college and all the rest, so I hope we stay at that.
So they had it right in 1918.
They had it right in 1918, and they have it right now. It was the only two Saturday elections, and Sinn Féin surged in both.
Yeah.
And the last thing, I want to just thank all of the people who voted for us or who gave us a preference. Is a huge amount of trust they've placed in me, and thank Ocean FM as well. You're doing a great public service, because I know a lot of people can't get here and they want to know what's happening, and they're hanging on to everything that's been said, so fair play to you all.
Okay, well done, and thanks for so much of your time. Okay, that was the voice of Pearse Doherty, Director of Elections for Sinn Féin, who's going to be in big demand. Just to let you know, our election coverage is with thanks to the Sandhouse Hotel and Marine Spa Rosnallet. The special location for any occasion, visit the Sandhouse on their website, sandhouse.ie. It's just 1:01. We'll be back in a few minutes. We're going to take...
And Niamh has just
Okay, thank you very much, and welcome back to the Oral Leisure Centre in Letterkenny. My name is Michael Daly, and this is the Ocean FM Donegal 105 coverage from the general election here in Letterkenny. Just if you've come in from a walk or whatever it is and you want an update, we're at tally figure stage. We've been down through the boxes in Inishowen, in Letterkenny and Milford, and I suppose, if I'm honest, for a lot of our listeners in South Donegal, we're now into the bread and butter of Donegal and in through, so to speak. But just in case you missed it, it looks like a big day here in Donegal for Sinn Féin, with Pearse Doherty flying, for want of a better expression, exceeding some of the most positive expectations of those in the Sinn Féin party. But I think probably of more interest to many people is the fact that Padraig Mac Lochlainn, who lost the seat last time round, looks to be very much fighting his own fight and doing very well. He has performed exceptionally well in Inishowen, to the point where he may have Charlie Mac Lochlainn in a little bit of difficulty. But we have been hemming and hawing and talking a lot about the prospects for Thomas Pringle, the only TD south of the gap, so to speak, and of particular interest to us in our area. So it's perfect that we have his Director of Elections here, John Campbell, who I know is under pressure for all sorts of things. John, we've just been handed the figures for the Donegal tally area, but before we get into the meat and drink of those, what's your sense in terms of where Thomas is at? It's hardly news that he was going to be in a battle. This has been predicted all along for a seat, but bearing in mind, I think it was 184 in the 13 count last time round. We'll get into the figures in a minute, and you can explain them because you're more au fait with them than I am. But where do you think he is?
I think where we had predicted he'd be in a fight for the final seat. And while I suppose your listeners are listening to a lot of updates, I think the health warning is, as we're so early on in this. His vote is broadly similar, as I said, to what the tally here for the Donegal electoral area is broadly similar to what he got, about 31% in the last election. Obviously, I said that's against the wave for Sinn Féin, where their vote is up massively in our area, and I think that's the same across all areas. And while I suppose the way I would read it or see it maybe playing out is that while at the moment he may look like he's struggling and doesn't have a hope, you've got to remember that it looks likely now that both Pearse Doherty and Padraig Mac Lochlainn will be over the quota, which means that votes that perhaps would have gone from Doherty and on to Mac Lochlainn are now going to continue to their third preference and fourth preference. And our reading of that is that we'll do very well out of that, along with others. I said there's a lot of them in the Ross's Gidor area that will go on to Pat the Cope. A lot of them in the Inishowen area that will go to Charlie Mac Lochlainn. So I said I think until we see the distribution of the Sinn Féin surpluses, which at this stage are looking like they could be upwards of 10,000 votes to continue on, I don't think we'll get a fair reflection of where really anyone is, apart from maybe the top three. I said, looking at again the figure now, I don't.
And who do you see as the third?
At the moment, it looks like Charlie Mac Lochlainn. And looking at if he's pulled over 8,000 votes, it would be very hard to see Charlie not taking a seat. He also has, as I said, he'll benefit from both Padraig Mac Lochlainn's surplus and one or two candidates geographically closer to him to go out at some stage. The Green candidate. Etc. So, as I said, there's a lot of potential for Charlie to continue climbing, and that's where I would think that he'll be safely in third. Whether he makes the quota or not is a different story. But that also, I suppose, affects whether Pat the Cope, I suppose, is looking for Fianna Fáil type seconds and thirds, and Charlie is still hoovering some of them up. Pat would prefer to see Charlie a lot closer to the line in order to enhance his chances. But as I said, I know for ourselves and for the listeners, I suppose, from our area that are listening, that maybe are thinking that it looks like there's no hope for Thomas at the moment. I said I would be far more optimistic. And I said until the is done of the Sinn Féin surplus, I don't think we'll have a full picture of where people really stand, because we know on the doors we were hit with that wave of Sinn Féin, and especially, as I said, it was specifically Pearse Doherty, but we've seen it's also held through for Charlie McCon or for Padraig Mac Lochlainn in the northeast of the county.
Just to pick up on what you said, sort of 10 or 15 seconds into when you started, you talked about his performance, Thomas Pringle's performance in Donegal. 2016, he was 35.7% in the Donegal area.
In the tally, he was.
Yeah,
in the final figure, he was 31%. So I think we've a far better job done on this tally today.
And where do you see him in this tally?
Well, he's sitting in the Donegal electoral area on 31.2%,
right.
And that's the full tally. Now, you'd have seen, Michael has said, we all the parties and independents and candidates met last Friday to agree a common tally, and it's worked extremely well. I'm sure you've noticed that.
There's huge confidence in it as well. I mean, don't see much room for error here in this one.
No, I think it's going to be extremely accurate. I said there's no hustle and bustle. There's no fighting for space at the barrier. Everyone's cooperating. It's all going back into a central system where, again, everybody's working together to produce it. And there's been a really, as somebody trying to get hold of the results and hold of the figures as it goes along, it's been really good for us.
Did you get a sense that Sinn Féin went for the man rather than the ball down your way in terms of, there seemed to be, from what I hear, a lot of Sinn Féin leather on the ground, walking through Killybegs and really going at it, as is their right. Now, don't get me wrong on that, but
no,
did they put in a concerted campaign in Thomas's backyard?
I think, look, they've two local councillors. Well, I know like he's in the other side on the Sligo constituency. They have a strong local councillor in Noel Jordan with a strong team there, so you'd expect a big campaign from them. I didn't feel that there was anything untoward with their campaign. Look, they went out and they knocked doors.
Oh no, they were very busy there.
Yeah,
maybe more so than the last time.
And look, they've all worked on issues, common issues. You've heard that across the debates that the likes of Pearse and Pat and Thomas have all worked on the fishing issue very hard and highlighted it quite a lot. So you'd expect, I mean, that's a focal point. Killybegs is a focal point for that. So you'd expect, the campaign videos and that's those shows to be done in the likes of Killybegs or Burton Port or places like that. So
who in your view, and I know it's tricky to answer this question at 1:30 on a Sunday when we've got some tally figures and they are only, who do you see Thomas fighting for that last seat with? Possibly with Pat the Cope? I
think it's becoming clear now. As I said, both Padraig and Pearse are going to have or be over the quota. Charlie, I think, if I get the final figure, if he's over 8,000, he will slowly creep towards it and probably safely take the third spot. Looking at, I haven't seen an updated figure for Joe McHugh. I know the vote might be down, but he also has his running mate Martin Harley, who, as I said, looking again, won't be ahead of Joe and will eventually, I said, go out. So I said, Joe gets a boost from that. He gets a boost when John O'Donnell goes out. So I said, it's very obviously it's a fight between ourselves and Pat the Cope for the last seat.
Let's go through some of these figures and maybe fairly or unfairly. You might pick up some of the highlights in terms of, and we'll just concentrate on Pearse Doherty's figures juxtaposed to those of Thomas Pringle in the Donegal. I mean, you would expect Thomas to do very well in places like Commons National School. I thought from the figures we had, from fragmented figures from places like Keelogs and that Pearse Doherty had done exceptionally well as opposed to Thomas.
Yeah, Pearse's figures across the whole across our electoral area are phenomenal, and phenomenal across the board. I mean, the man's going to take 24,000 votes, give or take. He's going to have two quotas or the guts of two quotas. So when you do that, you take great figures across the place. Look, we would have hoped, and we worked hard in the last week in trying to convince people to give us the number one to ensure that we had the base to stay in the race. And while, as I said, I think at the moment that the raw figures would make you doubt that we will have that. Said with both candidates, I mean, we expected that Padraig might be a couple of thousand short of the quota, and therefore he would take the first couple of thousand of Pearse Doherty's surplus. Now, if they both are over the quota, you're looking at maybe 10,000 to 12,000 votes that are in play, that are looking at third preferences and fourth preferences. And we're fairly confident that we'll do well out of those. But again, the health warning that we expect Pat the Cope to do well out of the Rosses Gidor, Cloughanili vote. We expect Charlie McConnell to do well out of the Anishone surplus. And I suppose to a lesser extent Joe McHugh maybe to do well out of the Sinn Féin surplus through Letterkenny Milford area.
Okay, I know I'm anchoring this, but I'm kind of keen to have the voices of others. Niamh, maybe you want something that you want to put to John in terms of Thomas's.
No, I mean, look, we're just waiting in anticipation to see. I mean, it's quite a worrying situation to be in, I think, and we're obviously rooting in this part of the county.
In terms of you being from Killybegs,
oh yeah, absolutely.
All politics is local. Yeah. John Jared, same thing. And just bring that mic in closer.
What I'm looking at here is that I think that the key to it, possibly, John, is Pearse Doherty has 2,800 votes in the Donegal area, and so obviously he's going to have a huge surplus. Padraig Mac Lochlainn is very unlikely to need them. So how those 2,860 pan out at that stage will have a huge bearing on that seat, and indeed how it works out with Tom. What realistically, given that Padraig Mac Lochlainn is over the top at that stage, what proportion would you realistically expect to get?
How long's a piece of string? That's the most difficult question. And I suppose this was one of the things
we don't do easy questions
that we faced around. Again, you're into this territory where you have to put the nerd hat on. We're into surplus territory, and what's a surplus vote worth? If Pearse has 2 quotas, then his surplus votes are worth about half. So those 2.8 that he has will transfer as 1-4. And this is where, again, I suppose we would have worked hard and tried to show people how leaving somebody over the line with a massive surplus, while it boosts their confidence and looks good, it may not deliver what you want overall. I said, and I think people very clearly spoke that they wanted an alternative government and a government without Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael. If they don't have Pringle as a third TD in the county, I said, if we return 3 right-wingers and 2 left-wingers, then we won't get that alternative. So, as I said, this is where those votes will only have half their power when they become transferable. And I said, I'm hoping, again, that enough. But again, we're the smallest electoral area in the county because they've cut off our legs. Which again comes up in the door, comes up around Lahi and our side of it. I was
going to say, from the benefit of listeners, you mean up our way?
Yes, up our way.
Ballantrae,
Aye, the Trumman area, and that. And again, I think it was evident with the vote on the far side from Ballantrae through to Bundoran that people are really angry about that. Again, you have people that ringing you up on the day before going, "We can't vote for you. We're on the other side." I mean, there's heading towards Mullinsoul from Lahi. I said, you go down along a road, and one side of the road is voting one constituency, one side's voting another. Even to canvass the bloody things, Michael,
it's very tricky. No, we were trying to focus on that in the paper as well, like where you have people literally both sides of the road, families living in, the way very often.
The Constitution allows for 3 2-seaters according to the numbers. It's the Electoral Commission that the present government set up that wouldn't allow for it. They weren't allowed to consider it. So it's not true to say that we couldn't have 2 3-seaters. Could constitutionally fall within the 20 to 30,000 per representative. But if you set up a commission that won't look at the thing, then it won't happen.
Yeah, I do get a sense, though, that people are a bit more animated about this time. It was almost until the last election was done, and it was really only afterwards, but now coming into this one, people are saying, no, we really want, like Mark McSharry had posters up saying, I will reunite Donegal, and that sort of, it was kind of unusual. There's vote for me now, and then you'll not be able to vote for me. But you know what I mean by that? But that's literally, and that was kind of a clever enough thing for him to do. But just looking at some of these boxes, Killybegs, and we will go through all these because we haven't, but we'll do that after you go, John, because I don't want to keep you. But if you look at Killybegs in terms of Thomas's numbers there, there's 3 boxes there, 146, 147, 2 boxes, sorry. I'm making a 266 and 254. To be expected that he would poll strongly there. But can you, because I don't have the comparative figures, can you tell me, is that less or more than last time round? Is there a dip there? Because it does seem very substantial.
Just trying to piece this together here.
So 146 Killybegs and 147 Killybegs. I see 62 in 146 box for Pearse Doherty, and I see 73 in the other box in Killybegs. That's just specifically those town boxes.
Going on the tallies, we're actually slightly above. 258 and 220 has gone to 266 and 254. The Pearse Doherty vote, obviously, I think will be, I mean, Pearse has moved up, I said, from 22 to what did you say there, Michael?
Pearse in
70.
Killybegs, he has 73 in one, and he has 62 in the other.
Yeah, so we went from 22 and 29 up to 62 and 73. And I suppose I feel we've held it quite well against that surge and that wave to Sinn Féin, and I think we've explained ourselves quite well. Obviously, I'd like to have explained ourselves a good bit more and taken upwards of 40% of the vote. That was our target for the electoral area, to be in with a shout. Seeing the wave, as I said, if you'd asked me yesterday and told me we got 30% in the Donegal electoral area, I said, right, we haven't the hope of holding the seat. And again, I understand that the listeners probably are looking at the raw figures thinking that. Yeah. But with the extent of the surplus here, I don't think anyone will be able to give you a definitive answer, apart from the fact I said I think it's going to be a fight between ourselves and Pat the Cope. Now, when they shake out that surplus, I said if we're trailing the 5th place candidate by over 1,000 votes, that in my mind is game over, barring some anomaly. But I said outside of that, I said I can see both candidates or maybe 3 candidates being in or around and filling 4, 5, and 6 in some order. So I said that would be Joe McHugh, although I do think he'll pull away when Martin Harley is eliminated. But it'll be Joe McHugh, Pat the Cope, Thomas Pringle in a 3-way battle for the last 2 seats. And it could.
And we can't
flip anyway.
We can't see Fine Gael not getting a seat.
No, I don't. I said, but until
so
we
it
see
is
what
Pat the Cope
Martin,
and Thomas Pringle.
Yeah, looks like it.
One question I want to ask you. I said this, and I kind of said it in a way this morning that kind of people were looking at me. But am I kind of losing my memory? But Thomas Pringle of old would be seen as kind of in another life have been sort of close to or part of Sinn Féin. So that might do him no harm in terms of transfer.
Michael, all the time. Thomas has been involved in politics for 21 years and was in Sinn Féin for 3. He's a Republican, but he was elected first as an independent and has been subsequently elected many times as an independent.
I know,
but I know what you're saying. Yeah, how does it affect?
It's like Niamh. Like people would say, well, sure, wasn't she really Fine Gael? You know,
they say all sorts of things. They always say these things.
I know, but look,
they're afraid of strong independence from Killybegs. That's what seems to be the common thread here.
But I kind of tread carefully on that ground. But you know the point I'm trying to make.
Well,
it mightn't do any harm.
Yeah, I do think it
might do Thomas any harm.
I mean, again, that's been a message across the whole country, and especially, as I said in Donegal, from ourselves, from Pearse Doherty, from Padraig Mac Lochlainn, from the Greens, is vote left and transfer left, vote left and keep it left. And I think that it does favour us. The surplus of the transfer of the surplus will favour us. I think the Green candidate, barring again the geographical closeness to Charlie McConalogue, I said again, I think the transfer from Green will favour us. Again, when I said when the second Fine Gael, Martin Harley goes comes. I said again, he's taken a good vote out of our.
What was that?
I don't think Martin is going to transfer that well to Joe. I think they're all over the place now by all accounts.
Well, look, Martin's taken a good vote out of our area, out of Frost's, Drummerone beside myself and that. And I do think that again, I think people will have given their party vote and then maybe kept it local after that. So I said like that. I see us.
Yeah, no, just give me 5 seconds. This is the political football, but the real football, just to let people know, Donegal women's Gaelic footballers have lost to Galway in Letterkenny. Final score just literally in shouting distance of here. Donegal 4-5, Galway 3-12. Thanks, Margaret. I was thinking there, John, when you were talking to Niamh, I suppose in terms of, let's say, worst case scenario, Thomas doesn't get elected. Could we have a scenario where if you're living, and I'm being terribly parochial here, but if you're living in Ballyshannon, your nearest TD might be in Sligo or Gweedore?
Yeah, that's the reality.
And will that not kind of impact on all those voters in that area? And I know people give out to me about that, but I mean, geography is geography, and it'd be logical that if you had an issue, you'll go to the nearest TD or the nearest councillor. And it's no reflection on any of those TDs, whether they get elected or not. But it's a long way from home, So South Donegal, which has and an old drum of mine, lost Bundoran Town Council, Ballyshannon Town Council, no TD. You know,
Yeah, I think
that's is that not a kind of an indictment on the people of South Donegal in terms of they're not watching their back door?
Yeah.
There's a bit of that, I suppose.
That's me being
the
kind of biased.
the qualifying factor in it is, look, they split our constituency, and this is the second election we've suffered through that, which is a major thing for any candidate now from the south of the county. I mean, against 8,000 votes, potentially maybe 4,000 to 5,000 voters, that for any of us that would be running a general election would pick up 30 to 40% of them.
Come in, John. Yeah.
But I said it is, the other factor is that, again, you look at over the years, and the Rosses Gidor, whether it was cross-party or anything else, they've voted to keep 2 TDs in their area beyond the capabilities of the voter. You know, the votes aren't there for them, but they've always had them.
Yeah.
And our side, Donegal, and we only ever had 1 TD and probably more votes there. So I said, I think, again, it was another focus of our election campaign was to keep a TD in South and South Donegal. And I think people need to reflect on that is it the best option to vote for candidates far out or far away from home? Will they provide the service? Do they know? Look, I mean, when somebody phones and or talks to me, or I say to Niamh, you know, your man from up Crochlin was on to me.
Yeah.
You know, your man from Drummerone, your man from Drumnaherk. You know, Niamh knows where it is. Noel Jordan knows where it is. I know where it is. And in fairness, it takes, the others don't. And that's no slight on them, but they don't know the area.
No, I know. It's like a fellow one time, and I was in the radio, Marcus shoot me for this long time ago, but he was doing the deaths, and somebody was from Ardara.
That's right,
you know,
Ardara.
and there is that, you know. John,
I think, Michael, the reality of this is that any of the old Southwest candidates are starting at a terrible disadvantage in the elections going forward now. Be it Bengale, be it Fianna Fáil, be it an independent. The votes, I mean, for example, out in Petticoat, there was always a good vote for Thomas, etc. And I think the reality here, this possibly is the election. The chickens are coming home to roost for as regards of the party of our constituency. It's in every single one of them.
Left out.
Yeah, they're totally out. And even taking it from Pat the Cup in Dunlow back, it's affecting down that far. It has an effect on the candidate in Ballafest and Orler. Obviously, a huge effect on the candidate in the Donegal area.
Yeah.
So I think this election raises a whole number of questions on that. It's putting the old Southwest constituency at a massive, massive disadvantage when anybody is trying to get elected. And potentially it can cost somebody their seat in this one, and the nearest seat, one seat in Gidor, Donegal, and Valley area. That's potentially what the changes that have been made can do this time.
John, completely different thing now. Different but not different. I'll watch you for time now. We'll let you go. I was looking at Facebook, and I know it was a couple of days ago, and my Facebook is strange the way things come up, and then you try to find them again.
I don't know what he's trying to say there. What are you telling us, Michael?
Well, I'm going to tell you something that's probably going to take you by surprise. There was a post on Facebook by Ultim Pringle.
Yes.
And I thought it was the most magnificent post. I wish I had it. Maybe if there's somebody handy there, they can find it. But it was basically a son talking about his father. And for 20 of his 21 years, my father was involved in politics. And he talked about as a young fella being with him. And it was, obviously he was pitching for people to vote for his father, but on a whole load of different levels. And sometimes, you know, when you get to where I'm at and you've seen a lot of this stuff, you get cynical and you forget the impact. The long nights away from home, you know, he was in the door and he was away to a meeting, and I'm paraphrasing him here. And I thought, regardless of it being a picture or anything, it was one of the most powerful things. And I'm just thinking about him. And I don't know Alton other than he's involved in drama and bits and bobs and that sort of stuff. And I met him once or twice, and he seems to be like, I don't know, but it really struck me as very powerful. And I have probably taken you by surprise. The reason I'm asking about that is the other side of all this is people don't see the road travelled. They don't see the sacrifices, the things that dads do, that mums do, that you have to do, Niamh. I mean, it's like politics is a rough game.
Yeah, funny that, Michael, that post did go fairly viral on both Facebook and Twitter. And the reason why is because it's not party political.
No, that's
you
why,
know,
and that's why I raised
Pearse
it.
Doherty's wife knows that feeling.
Yes.
Pat the Cope's wife knows that feeling.
Yeah.
Every candidate, Jonathan Kennedy knows, can relate to that. And everyone that's been in politics sees their loved one going out the door.
Yeah.
So I said it has a resonance, you know, and it had a national resonance, because if you're a candidate in Cork, or if you're Micheál Martin, his family are sitting there going, yeah, I know what that's about. I've seen him. I've seen my loved one go out and spend those hours. And again, you sit and question the sanity of what they're doing,
like
as we all do. Neve,
I
over
think it's
and
not
over
even
again.
the candidates, Michael. I think it's the many people that are around the candidates, the price they pay that people don't realise. The people like John there, Thomas, and many of all parties, the commitment that they put into it. I know that you have the perceptions that people are in this for that or the other, but it's the hundreds, thousands of hours that go into it for, you know, and all families of people involved in politics, they do pay a heavy price for it.
Yeah, that's for sure.
You
know, it's definitely one that I've seen, you know, over the years. And I mean, like that, been involved behind the scenes with Thomas before I was ever on the kind of the front lines of it. You know, I saw the amount of times we just walked into his house, waltzed in to get something done, waltzed back out again, disturbed their dinner, disturbed whatever they were doing, the homework, anything like that, because to me, what I had going on was more important than his family life. I said, and that's the selfishness of politics.
It's all consuming, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And you do it because you're passionate
Now,
about
you're
it.
his director of elections. I'm going to ask you a funny question now, and maybe this will backfire. What time did you get to bed at last night?
The election, the actual polling day itself was a funny day, because you've done it all.
Yeah.
The night before, even you can't sleep.
Let's go back.
I was in bed before 12 last night.
Yeah, I couldn't sleep.
I was in bed at 5 and 6
and I'm
a
not
lot
even
of mornings.
running. I couldn't sleep. I was all over the place thinking about
7,000 kilometers driven in the car over the time.
Yeah.
But no, that night is actually it's done. Then there's nothing you can do or more you can do at that stage. Some actually went out and started taking down the posters and stuff just to get ahead. But in general, I said, you've done that. Now, look, I didn't sleep much, but I went away to bed at 12 o'clock and got up about 6:45.
Well, we'll go back a couple of days. What were you averaging? 16-hour days? More?
Yeah, I would say going to bed maybe about 3:30, 4, up again at 7:30, 8.
Yeah.
And heading back to Killybegs, getting whatever people. We had a great team with us, I said, and they were a great relief to both myself and Thomas that were trying to coordinate a lot of the campaign. There was so much work done behind the scenes and organising the canvas, and doing the media, doing the social media, things like that, which, as I said, took an awful lot of pressure compared to other years. But again, I said, look, I'd just like to thank all them that have worked for us. It's a long day to go, Michael. I said, I know that some of the figures may not look that promising at the moment, but I think you guys will be here well into the night before we have 5 DTs selected in Donegal.
My memory is Thomas was always good in the second half.
But this time it could be a penalty shootout, but we'll have to wait and see.
Talking about the second half, starting soon on oceanfm.ie, Donegal's National Football League Division 1 game against Galway is live from 2 o'clock with commentary from Charlie Collins and Mark McHugh. So oceanfm.ie, Donegal v Galway, live from 2 o'clock, and our commentary team for you are Charlie Collins and Mark McHugh.
Right, we're going to let you go, John, but just look, I'll be honest about this, and we'll take a genius to work it out. What happens with Thomas Pringle will be very much of interest to the people that are listening to us. So maybe later in the day, I know you literally have to get people sorted for dinners and all sorts of stuff now, because that's all part of the bailiwick of somebody who's doing what you do. But do come back to us, because we're very, very interested. We're very interested in everything, but really for so many of our listeners, what happens with Thomas Pringle is of huge importance to them. And you can go if you wish, but Shane Smith has handed me, he's found the post from Ulton Pringle. If you need to go. I'm just going to read this.
And I'll join you again later on.
Thanks,
you.
Guys.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Right. I can read this now because the votes are cast. It's not the kind of thing I could have read a day or two ago, if you know what I mean. But this to me I thought it was one of the most magnificent pieces that I've seen. Ulton Pringle, Thursday, 14 minutes past midnight. My dad has been in politics for 21 years of the 22 that I've been alive. I remember growing up how to be home at 5 from work in the waterworks and then be gone again at 6 to a meeting. Thomas worked in the council waterworks, people know that. And if we were lucky, he was home to say goodnight. When he was elected to the Dáil, he had to leave us for half the week. And then when he became a single parent, it got even harder. But Dad had to do it. And I know firsthand how hard it was at times, but he did it. And he did it brilliantly. I don't know why anyone would want to do it really, but I know my dad does it because he believes that the job of a politician is to actually try and make people's lives better. And he's done that. For 21 long years, he has done that. I believe in him. I believe that he's an honourable politician, and honestly, we all know that's hard to come by. He has and always will do everything he can for the people of Donegal. I think because he loves it. He really genuinely loves it. He goes on then, there's quite a bit in this, so I'll kind of cut it a bit. Elections are a funny time to be a child of someone in politics, a scary and difficult time that every 5 years, your whole family's way of life goes on the line. People forget about that. Yeah. You know, I mean, it's literally you're up for auction. I know that's a terrible way to put it, but it's tough. Anyway, this is Ultan again. You want to scream out loud that you know exactly how much work and time and dedication your parent gives to the work. And you're anxious to because you don't want to see them lose out. And I know putting this on Facebook is screaming into the void a little, but indulge me. I've spent 21 years watching my dad give his all to that job. And basically, he goes on then, you know, effectively to ask people to support his dad. I said here on Facebook, I scream loud into the void of social media that my dad's a brilliant, fantastic, incredible politician. Grand, and I'm not dismissing that, but it was the stuff that you miss that struck me there about the likes of John Campbell, who, if I'm not mistaken, kind of gave up, in inverted commas, being a councillor in the hope that he could maybe help 3, 4 or 5 independents. That's the way I had it in my head to get elected. You know, am I right in saying that?
That was the understanding.
That was the way I understood it. So he kind of did the self-sacrifice thing as well. And I suppose you can sit here and be smart, and sometimes I get accused of that, of being a bit glib about things. But there's real lives and there's real stuff going on with people that, like, I wouldn't do it for love or money. Yeah. You know, I would not be able to put myself up for that. It would be just so tough. Sorry, Andrew.
No, I think over the years, the one thing I personally have always felt the greatest respect for anybody of any party who involves himself in politics. And that's on one side. The other side that has annoyed me is the people who knock politicians, political parties, the people involved, because they're not prepared to get involved. It's very, very easy to attack anybody from any political party from a sitting position. And I think that anybody that goes out there, puts themselves before the electorate and the people who surround themselves to put them out, they deserve credit. I would always have respect for people who are prepared to put your name on a ballot paper and say, that, right, what do you think of me? You may get 100 votes, you may get 10,000. And the people that are out there, the families, the friends who are out day, night for 6 weeks on an election and that, I have nothing but admiration for them, and they are people I respect totally.
Well, just kind of to make that point, I'm looking here, and we need to go through these figures, by the way, because we haven't given them to the listeners for the Donegal tallies. But if you look at Arthur McGuinness, and that's a full sheet from Barnesmore to Lettercran, and according to the tallies, Arthur McGuinness, who would be well known, I think it's up in Moville, he hasn't got one vote in that entire Donegal area. Well, that doesn't matter.
No, I think you respect the guy because
that's my point. He said, "Well, I believe in X, Y, and Z,"
and he put himself. He put himself up there. I think the figures the Donegal figures, maybe Michael, if we give them overall.
Well, I was going. Do you go through them slowly? Just there because
the Donegal area.
Yeah, just literally, and there's quite a lot of boxes.
This is the total for the Donegal area.
Yeah.
The total is Casey 104. Right, Doherty 2,860, Gallagher Patrick 1493, Harley 811, McLaughlin 259, McConnell 235, McConnell 88. McGuinness, sorry, 1, McHugh 715, O'Donnell 64, Pringle 3183,
Anne Sweeney, Mary T. Sweeney,
Mary T. Sweeney, sorry, my apologies, 283, and White 143. And there was a total of 10,183 votes cast in the Donegal district.
Okay. All right, listeners, you can compare our voices. I'm going to go through them again because I know people. This is what they note. No, seriously, they love this stuff. This is why they're listening. So, Peter Casey, 104. Pearse Doherty, 2860. Pat the Cope Gallagher, 1492. Martin Harley, 811. Padraig Mac Lochlainn, 259.
Stick them up on Facebook.
McConnell 235. Charlie McConnell 235. McConnell 56. Arthur McGuinness 1. Joe McHugh 753. O'Donnell, that's John O'Donnell 64. Thomas Pringle 3182. Sweeney 203. White 163. And as you said, a total poll of 10183. And looking through some of the boxes, we'll take the Killybegs boxes, bonding boxes for Thomas Pringle. 266 in box 146 in Killybegs and 254 in box 147 in Killybegs. Let's look at a place like Carrick. Pearse Doherty in Carrick, 101. Thomas Pringle in Carrick, 124. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 boxes here, numbered from 132 to 136. By the way, these tallies are all up on the website. Yeah, for Donegal town, shall we say? Pearse Doherty, 109. Actually, I'll go through all of these figures for the candidates. Donegal, the first box, 132. Peter Casey, 8. Doherty, 109. Gallagher, Pat the Cope, 72. Martin Harley, 40. Padraig Mac Lochlainn, 10. Charlie McConnell, 8. McConnell and McGuinness, 0 in both cases. McHugh, 32. O'Donnell, 2. Pringle, 71. Sweeney, 12. White, 12. That's just one box in Donegal town. We'll pick another box from Donegal town, 136. Again, a better performance here slightly from Pearse Doherty, 114 as opposed to 109. Other names that are standing out, Pat the Cope Gallagher, 54 in this box. Joe McHugh, 39 in this box in Donegal town. And Thomas Pringle, 65. In Drumroan, 110 for Thomas Pringle. And you flick it back to Doherty, who were kind of watching, 60. Fintra, Killybegs. So Thomas Pringle, we're assuming here, will be doing well. 129, Thomas Pringle. And 120 for Pearse Doherty. Niamh, look, people might be getting bored with this, but like Pearse Doherty is just getting votes for fun there. Well, tally votes, but these are very accurate.
Yeah, he's just wiping the floor everywhere, every box.
Anywhere else catch your eye?
Let me see. Kilcar. We talked about the 2 boxes in Kilcar earlier. Again, Thomas, 150 and 128. That's 278.
Yeah.
There. What's Pearse? 80 and 90. Yeah. 200. Yeah, it's really interesting to see how it's all transpiring. It really is.
And those 2 candidates, everybody else is kind of almost in kind of struggling, shall we say, by comparison.
Drumroan there, that 110, that would be John Campbell's stronghold there too. So that would have reflected in that. So it's pretty good. Yeah.
We talked about people in Ballantrae having a vote in Sligo Leitrim, but these Lahey boxes are interesting. Again, in the 2 Lahey boxes, 150 and 151, Pearse Doherty has 96. in one and 106 in the other. So what's that, 202? And again, I suppose looking locally, 47 for Thomas Pringle and 53.
90.
Yeah, and 2s and 6s and 4s. So basically, when you distill it down in those figures, sorry, I'll take another one outside Donegal town. Legany, 43 for Pearse Doherty, 22 for Pat the Cope, 23 for Martin Harley. Others, 16 McLaughlin. Any other significant figures? Charlie McConnell getting 10 votes in Legany. That's interesting. Pat the Cope getting 22. You move it along. Joe McHugh 16 and Thomas Pringle 25. And they're kind of the standouts.
Yeah.
And every other figure there is, in the case of McGuinness, it's 0. And the rest, it's kind of between 1 and 10 at best.
Looking at the Pettigo, 157 there at the end. Thomas didn't do so good there on 17, but when you see Doherty on 157, that's very large.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Although I've heard from people in the past that there would be a strong Sinn Féin vote there, but I've also known, and I'm kind of going to go back a right while here, that Declan McHugh, when he ran as a county councillor, I'm not sure what the years were, but it was a good while ago now, would have picked up a serious vote in Pettigo. Now, there might have been, as far as I remember, a family connection there as well, but he went in there and monopolised a very strong vote. And I remember at the time afterwards, it was actually his brother Barry, who now lives in France. I think Barry was given Pettigo and he did a great job of it in terms of, but I'm just saying, but yeah, the point's well made there if you look at the Sinn Féin vote, 157. Other boxes as well, you laugh at me here, but it was just when you said it, I turned the page. I didn't realise I had missed these couple of boxes. Mean and Erie, Peter Casey 1, Doherty 44, Gallagher 29, Harley 3, Padraig Mac Lochlainn 0, McConnell Oak 3, McConnell 1, McGuinness 0, McHugh 15, O'Donnell 3, Pringle 63. So he's outfoxing Doherty there on 63. Sweeney 0, White 2, and then you take the two-man Charles 155 and 156. We go through them. You go through those for me, Niamh, and I'll have a look at them as well.
See,
the two-man Charles boxes there.
The back of your.
They're just on the back of it, yeah. Casey on 13 there.
Yeah. So we've got Casey Independent on 13 and Doherty, Sinn Féin 134, Pat the Cope Gallagher 61, Martin Harley 59, Padraig Mac Lochlainn on 31, Charlie McConnell on 14, Niall McConnell on 3, nothing for McGuinness, 32 for Joe McHugh, and O'Donnell on 0, and Thomas Pringle on 96, Sweeney on 11, and White on 6. That's 460 there in that box. Then on the other one, the second box in Mount Charles, Peter Casey's on 2, Doherty 148, Pat the Cope 70, Martin Harley 47, McLaughlin 18, McConnell Oak 13, McConnell 3, McGuinness 0, Joe McHugh 41, O'Donnell 1, Pringle 137, Sweeney 10, and White 13. There's 503 in that.
So would I be right in saying as well with John Campbell's connection that Pringle's vote, regardless of his own appeal, John Campbell wouldn't have done him any harm either in a place like Mount Charles?
No, that'd be right.
Because of the link up there.
And I think that's where Thomas's mother's in that area as well, so you can get the connection there, all right.
So based on what we've heard from John Campbell, who I was kind of talking to off air before we talked to him in general, do you see the point he's making there in terms of Pat the Cope being in the struggle for the last seat with Thomas Pringle? That kind of would have surprised me maybe 2 days ago.
Yeah.
But basically, when you start seeing these figures here, there'd be no reason to be surprised, shall we say?
No reason at all. Although I'm looking at Joe McHugh, and I'm starting to worry here. When you see 753 of a total in that Donegal, I would have expected Joe McHugh to do far better in the Carrick, this area, to be honest with you.
Well, what was his total?
What do we see? 753.
Okay, well, I can tell you in the last election, Joe McHugh in Donegal, 959. Yeah, that was in the Donegal electoral area,
Yeah.
959. And what's his figure now?
753.
Right, it's a serious slippage. I'll give you a couple other figures here, and then you can come back in 2016. And this time round, tally figure is putting Pat the Cope at.
But 1492.
Steady enough, a drop obviously, but nothing sort of
Mm.
that might sink him. And then you do the same thing for Pearse Doherty. Last time out, 1272. And we're
2860.
man. Yeah.
Yeah.
They really did go for Pearse Doherty in a big
Yeah.
way. I kind of think a lot of it was Pearse Doherty as well as being Sinn Féin.
I think so.
You
I
know,
think that's
he
the
was very
message I'm
visual.
getting. Yeah.
And I mean, look, I don't know whether these things matter, but Miriam Lord, who can be very sharp in her observations,
Yeah.
said he was politician of the year in
Yeah.
her eyes. And she really cited the whole thing, as John Jared said there, about the champion the issue in relation to insurance.
Mm-hmm.
And like the one thing I noticed about Pearse now, as opposed to Pearse maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago, he's still very forthright and very strong when he's talking. I mean, it's a physical thing. He's got a very strong voice.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember saying to him one time, and he'd probably not thank me for saying this, I said, there's this sense that you shout a bit, and he says, what do you mean? I says, well, look, the points are well made, but I said, just bear that in mind, because sometimes it's all about the impression you make. And I'm not suggesting he listened or anything like that, but some people had said that to me, that, he comes across as very powerful and
Yes.
very strong.
Very statesmanly, like.
Yeah, but like he has, like, look, the debate that they had with the deputy leaders,
Mhm.
and I'm not being biased about this, and my own view and the view of people who reacted to it was he won that hands down, and it was everybody else against Pearse.
Mhm.
So, John George, you're back, and you look like a man that has info.
This is the Glenties area. It's just over 80% complete. So the totals are there in the
Brilliant.
individual boxes.
Okay, these are tally figures again, folks. I know you know that, but like these aren't actual votes. Just before Niamh gets into that, give her a chance to get it right. Bar ourselves and some people in the middle who are sorting votes, it looks to me that people everywhere else has either gone to the match or they've gone for lunch
and the beer.
So, Glenties, as you have it.
Yeah, I'm looking at this here, and it says Casey Sinn Féin. I think we're certainly going a bit skewy here, but anyway, Peter Casey on 71, Pearse Doherty on 6284.
Wow.
Yeah, Pat the Cope on 3557, Harley 199, McLaughlin 465, McConlogue 131, McConnell 62, McGuinness 2, McHugh 1217, O'Donnell 553, Pringle 1057, Sweeney 410, and White 213, which brings the total poll to 14,221.
Okay, John, you have the figures in front of you there. Give me a little bit of analysis there. What
Years
Yeah.
we've been having already, like he's
Yeah.
well over the
Well
quota.
over the quota,
Even at this point, and we haven't even touched on early yet.
What
So
was the figure that John Campbell said he thought he'd finish with? It seemed, did he?
John thought in excess of 20,000, didn't he?
Yeah. Heading that way?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember what our other figures were.
To be right.
For, I mean, I think he had 2,800 in Donegal, wasn't it, or something like that. So, over 9,000 in those two areas alone. 1,000 in
2,288 in the showing for this is Pearse Doherty.
Yeah,
I'm just looking at
2,000.
288.
Yeah.
And in Letterkenny, 1,022.
3,000.
So that's 3,000 there. And
3,000 in Donegal. You could
Yeah.
say 6,000. 6,000 here is not it. So 12 piece. And like the Finn Valley, there would be a significant. He's at a quota without the Finn Valley.
Without it, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's certainly going to make it interesting. Interesting to hear the Cope at 3,000. Where do we see the Cope at 3,500? And I think what had he in Donegal area there?
Cope and Donegal. You got it there?
3,000.
I'm just looking for the figures here. I have Letterkenny in his own, and I'm searching frantically here for.
Sorry, here we are.
Yeah.
Pat. Oh, Cook Gallagher. 1492.
So 1,4, so 4 is about 5,300 in those two boxes. And what was our is Letterkenny figure for the Coke? 5354.
Letterkenny for Patrick Cook Gallagher was
600.
well, I have a figure here, could be right, of 265. I think there's more to it than that.
No.
That was it. Yeah, that was an incomplete tally. Yeah, there's a lot of blanks to that. So I don't have the up to date on that.
And the Coke was all traditionally been quite strong in the Finn Valley.
Yeah.
So that would nearly suggest he's about, we go very close to about 8,000 anyway. Yeah.
Okay. I've just been handed figures here by Margaret, and a bit of magic here because it actually gives us those combined figures that you are working so hard to do. I'm
We'll
sorry.
relax now.
I'm so
We'll
sorry.
relax.
Thanks, Margaret. Right, let's go through the candidates in terms of the figures we have for them. Peter Casey Inishowen. 9. No, we'll not do Inishowen. We'll just take his total for now, and we do all the totals, right? Peter Casey 948. Pearse Doherty 14819. 14,819. 23.13% of the vote. Gallagher 6,001. 9.36% of the vote. Harley 1347. That's 2.10% of the vote. That's Martin Harley 1347. Pearse Mac Lochlainn, where do you hear this? 12,635. 19.72% of the vote. Not great at maths, but that's 44% of the vote for Sinn Féin.
Yeah.
Wow. McConnell Fianna Fáil 7846. 12.24% of the vote. It's Charlie McConnell on 7846. McConnell, he's an independent, 438. McGuinness, 56. Joe McHugh, 6956. 10.85%, 10.8% of the vote. That's Joe McHugh, 6956. John O'Donnell, independent, 4478. Thomas Pringle, 5033. Sweeney, 2031. 2031. White, 1494. And that's a total tally of 64,082. Wow.
Sorry, the Casey one there again, Michael.
Casey 948. Sorry, John. And then we've really interesting stats here at the bottom overall. Fianna Fáil 2020, 22% of the vote. In 2016, they had 31%. Fine Gael 2020, 13% of the vote. In 2016, they had 15%. Sinn Féin, as we said, 43% of the vote in 2020. 2016, 27%. Thomas Pringle, this is really interesting. Percentage of the vote, 8% this time. Percentage of the vote last time, 8%.
8%, yeah.
Wow. And when you boil that down into actual figures, then he's dropped -1,137, but he's still on 8%. Bear in mind, there's less candidates.
Yeah.
And then you have independents and others. 2020, they had 15% of the vote, and in 2016, they had 18%. And again, there were, I think, obviously more independents that time, and they've dropped in numerative number in numbers -3,505. So I'll do that again. in terms of those overall figures. And again, these will all be up online as well. Fianna Fáil, we give you the actual figures and then we give you the percentages in 2020. 13,847, that's 22%. Fine Gael, 8,303, 13%. Sinn Féin, 27,454, that's 43% of the vote. And Thomas Pringle, 5,033, 8% of the vote. Independents and others, a total of 9,445, that's 15% of the vote. So, as I said, give you the comparative figures. Nothing terribly new in terms of, let's say, 1 and 2, and maybe to an extent 3. But it's pretty tricky thereafter, and this is where I need your help. Where's it going, John?
Well, I think it's very interesting. Like, we've got the Finn Valley to come in here now. There's always a very strong Sinn Féin vote in the Finn Valley, so it's very reasonable to assume that Doherty and McLaughlin will get a very decent vote.
Yeah. Gary Doherty at 4,500, hadn't he, the last time?
Yeah. So I mean, I would regard that in the main as there would be a huge party, but Patrick Cope, all elections through, has always had a very strong, as usually always taking a strong Fianna Fáil vote in the Finn Valley. So I think that's a reasonable one there. McConnell will get the east part of it around Lifford down in there, so he will increase. Harley 1347 has got to go into the Finn Valley, so I think it's reasonable to assume he'll get a number of thousands there being a local candidate.
Which is great news for Joe McHugh, obviously.
Well, it isn't. It all depends where it goes at that stage. Like, it's a Finn Valley vote, and there's a lot of people in play yet. For example, I mean, it's unlikely it'll happen, but could Martin Harley, if he gets a big vote in the Finn Valley, overtake Thomas Pringle?
No, could he? You tell me.
I don't know. It all depends.
Maybe.
If he were to get 3,500 votes less. The problem Thomas Pringle faces there, like everywhere else, there's a lot of candidates to go, but there's nobody within 30 miles of him that's going to go. Martin Harley has all those little, I mean, he's got
pockets.
what he called the guy in Castlefin, etc. So this will come down to very, very small numbers as we go on into evening. McConnell, Joe McHugh will get little or nothing initially in the Finn Valley, because an even Gael vote there is going to go to Harley and go back as proportion Pringle. Will he catch him? I don't know. There's only 600 votes between them, and there's a lot of people to go there. And there's, as you go through this, we need to see the Finn Valley, because how people are eliminated here is going to affect this. The surplus are going to go, but the sequence that they go out.
But that's the joys, isn't it, for proportional representation?
Like,
I mean, John O'Donnell is there on 4478.
Yeah.
Thomas beside him on the ballot paper at 5033. Where's John's transfers going to go? Or could it be a case that next time round, when you get into the second and third count, and maybe it'll be the other way about? That's very hard to work out.
If he goes, in fairness, Leader will say this, it's very hard to see Letterkenny, Milford votes transferring across to Killybegs. I think that's just been realistic. Like, in the same way that I would suspect that the votes from the Finn Valley will transfer up the way, for want of a better word, to the north of the county. I can't see many of them coming back through the gap, and that's where I think that Thomas has a bit of a problem here. There's a lot of votes floating around in the Stirnorler, Milford, Letterkenny, East Donegal area. Now, strongly the odds are that they're going to stay there in one form or another. Even when we get down to the very, very small candidates, the way this is set up, they will have a bearing on the eliminations, and the eliminations is going to have a bearing on where these seats go.
Tell me and tell the listeners, where are we now? Obviously, room is still fairly empty, but the constable staff are very busy. We just have those Finn Valley
we're just waiting for the Finn Valley.
Are we very close to a complete tally?
Oh, I think we are. Yeah.
Half an hour?
The Finn Valley tally would be a very, very quick one. It's a small. There's I can't remember off the top of my head the number of boxes in it, but it would be that to be something that we've done relatively quickly. So that then will give us. I think the key things in the Finn Valley will decide how much of a surplus Doherty and Lochlainn have, where the cup stands, and as I say, I would expect the cup traditionally in that area to outpull McConnell substantially in that area. So that would, but like as everybody has said so far, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 people here. And it depends on how the cards are going to fall for them.
Well, look, to be honest with you, this is kind of like the first act, and it's almost been disrespectful to the people like Pearse Doherty, who they're incredible numbers, but it's really when we get down to seat 3, seat 4, seat 5 that I imagine that this thing gets really interesting. And just for those of you who want to know, and I know you can listen to the game online, Donegal are leading 1-1 to 2 points after 23 minutes in the first half. The game has actually been played next door, and as with the game in Meath, Michael Murphy has scored from a penalty. Well, he missed the first one in Meath, he got the other one, but this time he's got the first one. So Donegal leading 4 points to 2, if you like, 1-1 to 2 points, and my two midfielders here are playing an absolute blinder. Niamh, just thinking in the longer term, what kind of do you do? I tell you what, we'll ask you that question. I've been told to have manners and go for a break. We'll have a commercial break and we'll be back.
That could be a relief.
Hello. Okay, welcome back. This is the Ocean FM results and commentary coming to you live from an unusually quiet Aura Leisure Centre here in Letterkenny. John Jared Campbell has just given us a rendition of the Bard of Armagh, and later on, I think we're going to have something from Niamh, something about the 4 green fields. I'm not too sure. Anyway, only joking. I jest. We're going to hear from Padraig Mac Lochlainn, I think, soon enough. I got a nod there from Margaret. Very important to mention that this coverage is with thanks to the Sandhouse Hotel and Marine Spa in Rosnala, which is a very special location for any occasion. Visit the sandhouse.ie, and hello to everybody there, and a very special hello to Paul Diver and everybody who works so hard at the Sandhouse. It's a great place. Anyway, thinking of you, Paul. Okay, as I said, John Jared Campbell is with me. Niamh Kennedy, Councillor, is also with me. Kind of the big news, obviously, is that we're nearly there in terms of tally figures. John Jared, sorry, I should be listening when I'm talking. How many boxes left to be in Finn Valley?
I think there's about 4 there, just around 40 boxes.
So bear in mind the speed that they've been getting through these. We get tally figures for the Finn Valley. Basically, we have the whole kit and caboodle at that stage then, in terms of knowing where we're going. And kind of, it's a blessing in a way for us doing radio here, because the first 2 seats are very clear. The third seat is a wee bit misty, and after that it's clear as mud. And the great joy of that is that we can't preempt. We'll have to stick with it, and that's sort of, it's like going into extra time in a game, see how you do, because and then bear in mind what I'm saying might sound a bit unfair to people whose livelihoods and their lives have been invested in this, but there is that element to it. For those of you who are interested in the game, the last time I checked, it was 1-2 to Donegal, and it was 3 points to Galway. That was Jamie Brennan scored a point for Donegal. Prior to that, Damien Comer, the big bustling full forward for Galway. Anyway, that's the different football to this. John Jared, I don't know if we're going to see anything major happening with those Finn Valley boxes, other than they'll save Joe McHugh. Not that he needs saving, because Martin Harley hasn't done well enough. He's the other Fine Gael candidate anywhere else, but he will do extremely well in the Finn Valley. What kind of numbers do you think he'll actually draw in there when the dust settles? You're talking about a couple of thousand votes or more? I'm not exactly sure.
Martin's a very popular person there in the Finn Valley, very popular businessman. I think Martin will get a couple of thousand votes there in the Finn Valley. When you look at it, the last time Joe McHugh got someone around 900 votes in the Finn Valley. Instead of that vote, though, the Fine Gael vote there is the vote would be to Harley. I think it'll be a very personal vote. Now, it's like every person that runs, there's a fair degree of that into it. What strength it'll transfer will be very, very interesting. I think the Finn Valley, there's 4 ways the Finn Valley. Obviously, both Sinn Féin candidates will pick up. If we look at what we're talking about here, they're picking up approximately in the 40% of every area that they're competing in at the minute. So it's reasonable to assume it'll be probably not a lot less than the Finn Valley. The Cope is a strong candidate in the Finn Valley. Harley is a local candidate. It clear up. So I would expect them 4 to take the vast amount. Maybe McConnell, some of it.
I suppose to give it its correct name, Stranraer electoral area, but what I would say about that is I'm looking here at the 2016 figures, and the 2 Sinn Féin candidates between them at that time, Gary Doherty, 2659, and Pearse Doherty, 1609. I didn't realise he did that well in that area, and there's no surprise here that it would have been intended that Mac Lochlainn wouldn't do well there if they're running Gary Doherty, and they would have made sure as such. I think he got something like a couple of hundred votes. I'm just looking here at my notes.
I think this time, though, Michael, it'll depend
135.
very much on, and I noticed Pearse was said there when he was there that they tried to manage their vote, change certain areas around to improve their chances.
Yeah.
So it'll be very interesting. For example, does McLaughlin, where McLaughlin is in relation to the vote from Castlefin up through Lifford that way, have they deliberately tried to manage that vote to go to McLaughlin as opposed to Pearse? There's no doubt Pearse is strong in the Finn Valley there, but I suspect that when you see that you will see that Sinn Féin, because everything they've done today, they have managed their vote superbly, they've maximised their vote, and they'll be surprised if they haven't looked at the Finn Valley and said, look, there's a few thousand votes Gary had the last time.
Yeah.
They're not, I don't think they're just going to say, well, we'll let them fall as they will. I think they would have, Sinn Féin would deliberately try to manage that vote, to split that vote if humanly possible, because it would make a lot more sense for them to try and manage the vote in the Finn Valley and try and get, that way they had votes to Pearse, but also if it were a case that Patrick McLoughlin weren't doing that well, and obviously he is, but I think they will try and push votes his way, because they would have been pretty certain from the start that Pearse was going to be the lead candidate, if I could put it that way.
Yeah.
And I think therefore what Pearse said about managing the vote, I expect to see in the Finn Valley a fair bit of vote management by Sinn Féin in splitting it down the middle towards their two candidates.
I accept all that, but I kind of, and again, I'm being slightly disrespectful, but let's say the code is 13,000.
Yeah.
13,1, 13,2. I mean, McLaughlin's on 12,6.
Yeah.
You know, he's 2 more points and he has the game
He's
won.
over, yeah,
He's
yes.
over the line, like, and like Pearse is, you know, and this is, bear in mind, this isn't in
nearly 15,000.
15,000.
Yeah.
Like, that's phenomenal in terms of that. And in some ways, you could nearly forget about them. So what I'm trying to, and because sometimes as the day goes on, you get different sets of listeners. So talk to me now, because I'm not fully clear, and I want to be the listener rather than the presenter. Talk to me about 3, 4, and 5. Go through it as best you can. Nobody's going to say you say that.
Yeah,
you know.
I think
where's seat 3?
At the minute, it's not easy predicting seat 3, to be very honest with you. Seat 3 will be dictated, I think. Nobody is really within a mile of the quota after the 2 Sinn Féin candidates.
Yeah.
Right? So, obviously, their distribution will be the first thing. It hasn't got enough to take anybody over the line. It's as simple as that. So, the only thing the surface distribution is going to do for us, it's going to line up who's going to go, who's going to be first, second, third, and fourth to go. And that's where we need the Finn Valley to see who's going to go out of this. For example, we have Harley without the Finn Valley 1347. We have less than 600 votes between O'Donnell and Pringle. So these votes are going to tell us in what sequence those guys are going to be eliminated, if they're eliminated. And that's where I think this is going to start to get really, really interesting. It's geographically where they come from, but it's also how they're eliminated is going to have a huge, huge bearing on that. I think when you look at the Doherty vote, I think it would be reasonable to assume that the Cope is probably going to be the maximum, the guy that benefits most from that, given that a huge chunk of that vote, what do we say for Pearse in the Glenties area? You know, what's approximately
2860, is it?
No, it was 6.
Oh, 6284. Sorry,
62.
the figure below.
So I mean, let's look at that
6284.
part of there's 35% of the of Pearse's vote in that area. So obviously, I think it's reasonable to assume the Cup would be expecting geographically a fair return from that. So I think the first thing is to see how, when we get the final tallies, how they are. And let's see then the next step, I think after that for everybody, is to see what surplus that they'll have. I think it's reasonable to assume that Pearse Doherty will have the greater surplus, so his will be distributed.
Yeah.
Then I think obviously Mac Lochlainn possibly have a surplus, so that's distributed. So I think the interesting part of the selection will come when we see then this from 1 to 10 or whatever it is. This is how they're lined up, because then it's going to be there's going to be very little between some of these candidates when we start the eliminations. And really there's 1, 2, 3, 4 people there at the minute just must be having a bit of a long, hard think about what sequence is going to take, because
and again, just and I'm deliberately doing it this way so is that the listeners at home are very clear what you're saying. Who are those 3 to 4 people?
Well, we've got to look at. I mean, there's 3 seats left here. That's clear. We've got to look at the Copes at the minute. Less the Finn Valley is on 6,000. McConnell Finn Valley is on 7,000. Joe McHugh is on 6,900. You have O'Donnell. You have Pringle on 5,000. You have O'Donnell on 4,500. So it's how these are going to line up. It's how these, when Casey goes, for example, when he's eliminated, I think it's nearly impossible to predict what's going to happen. Do we see the quotas distributed? And then it's going to be the sequence. It's going down to the sequence even to when the lowest candidate here. McConnell, I can't remember what McConnell has at the minute.
I'll tell you, just 1 second. He has
438.
438.
438.
Yeah.
Even has an effect there on where that's going. Like, that's how tight we are. Like, it's a Finn Valley vote, it's a Castle Finn vote. So it would be reasonable to assume, for example, Harley gets some votes, or that Castle Finn traditionally would be a strong Sinn Féin area. So, like, what happens there? It really is, at this particular thing, it's impossible. We've got 2 seats filled. They've got a huge surplus. We've got 3 seats after that. And really, those 3-4 guys have to be sweating at this particular minute. There's no guarantees for, with the exception, even we take McConnell, he's got 7-8 with the Finn Valley coming in. After that, he doesn't know many places he can get votes from, bar Casey, maybe a transfer from Mac Lochlainn.
Yeah.
It's really, really hard, Michael, to see where this is going over the next, as we get the full tally here. It'll be very, very interesting. And even, I don't think we're going to get to the real business end of this, to the distributions are distributed. But it's just, we talked about this morning, I think we've got 2 of the 5 right after that.
Yeah,
it's all to play for.
It's up in the air.
It's probably one of the closest, most intriguing general elections in Donegal, certainly since the time I've been involved.
And it's kind of, we're almost working up to it because we're in a bit of a vacuum. It's a funny time of the day.
It is.
You're waiting for those figures, those tally figures. You can make certain assumptions and assertions then, and I accept that. But like, you look at those figures, Patrick Cope, 6,000, McConnell 7-8, Joe McHugh 6-1, 6,956, sorry, and Thomas on 5,000, and then John O'Donnell on 4,500. Like, it is so tight.
It is.
And what you got to add in then is the transfers from Pearse, and then Pearse will bring Padraig over if Padraig is short. But Padraig looks like he's going to hit a quota here.
Oh, he is. There's no doubt about it. He's going to hit a quota. I think.
Oh yes, he just needs. If the quota's 1,300, he needs another 400 votes in the Finn Valley.
We're looking at something intriguing here. Well, geography of the candidates trump loyalty. I know how Pearse said earlier on today they were urging candidates to vote for candidates who were looking for change, but I still suspect that the geographical factors will play a bigger.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, Donegal being Donegal, I still think that it is, and that takes us even back to what we said earlier: the fact that we have lost a huge chunk of the Donegal electorate. That's where this starts to feed into it. We don't have the fallback that some of these have. It'll be the Casey vote will stay in and is shown. I think that's a reasonable assumption. The O'Donnell vote, whenever it comes out, will go Cope, potentially McConnell Lowe, potentially Joe McHugh. The Finn Valley vote, again, it's very, very interesting. The Finn Valley vote, as I say, will be a personal vote. A lot of that will be a personal vote to Martin Hardy. Where it goes after that, I'm not sure. You know, I heard some people saying there that are looking at things that they're predicting that the region, the Harley transfers to McHugh could be in the region of 30%. If that were the case, that's grand. Where is the other 60-odd% going? Because that affects everything. So there are dozens of questions, and the only good thing, your listeners are going to have a great night, morning's entertainment if they stick with us.
Okay, and just I know people are sticking with us. It's half time in O'Donnell Park. Donegal 1-3, all with 4 points. Another point from the free there by Michael Murphy. So Donegal leading by 2. I'm not giving exact figures here, but I'm rounding them up. So you've got McConlogan 7-8, and then McHugh on 6-9, Pat Cope Gallagher on 6,000, Thomas Pringle on 5, and John O'Donnell on 4,478 to give him the exact figure. I mean, did you think John O'Donnell was going to get 4,478 votes with Finn Valley, Stranraer or electoral area still to come? That's some going. Like, I mean, that's an impressive.
Yeah. I had heard, people that would be closer to him saying that they would have expected him to get between 5,000 and 6,000. So that is massive. I didn't personally expect him to do as well. I really didn't. No. But he's a trier and he's a goer. And
tally figures, or not tally figures, those polls, which I doubted, they kind of put him there in terms of that.
I think we have to say one thing. I think just from looking at the corporation, I think these tally figures are going to be very, very close to the mark today. I think the information we're giving out in these tally sheets, because there has been so much cooperation between the parties, I think these tally figures are as good as you're going to get. And I think there's not going to be a major. We're not seriously overestimating or underestimating.
I know Pearse Doherty said, he pointed out that the tallies got it badly wrong in terms of Padraig. But other than that, as far as I can make out, not the tallies, sorry, the polls. The two polls that were done by T.G. Cahir and the Tyrconnell Tribune. It looks to me, in terms of John O'Donnell's vote, they're spot on. They were saying 6.2%, and he's there with Stranraer to come on 6%. So that's accurate. But again, it's probably not enough to get him elected.
No, it's doubtful if it is enough to get him elected. But
Mary T. Sweeney's votes might transfer to John. With the geographical.
That's the other, and she's got a very decent vote. So
it's 2031.
If you were to get 40% of that, almost another 1,000 votes by that stage, that would be huge,
massive.
Again, another 1,000 votes to him puts him way above two of the other candidates. And
there's a Letterkenny thing going on there as well, isn't there?
There is, there is. There's a Letterkenny thing, and it's
Okay.
When you look at it, obviously, I think Pat on 6,000, I think he'll be expecting to go very close to 8,000 with that. McConnell Lowe, he has to be slightly worried. McConnell Lowe is slightly worried. Joe, the minister, has to be. I know you thought I was mad this morning when I was predicting this was going to happen, but the vibes were coming in there. That was.
You really took me by surprise with that one. Yeah. Don't know if I thought you were mad.
It was tough, but it's just it's looking from those 4 guys, /5, depending on how the transfers go, the streets and Pringle hasn't gone. If John Campbell's prediction that they're expecting a decent vote from Sinn Féin, Pearse, and because Pearse is 2,800 in our area, 2,800. So it's going to be very, very, very interesting over the next couple of hours here. But we do need to get the final tallies, and then I think we get into the Not
Yeah.
saying it will solve the
Yeah.
mystery for us, but we'll
The real deal in terms of where
maybe be a bit more adventurous than some of the predictions. But I think with the closeness of some of the candidates, it's going to be quite hard.
Yeah.
I think you're just going to have to watch it as it develops.
Okay.
Like.
I'm just having a wee look around here to see what else is going on. Sinn Féin TD Martin Kenny looks set to reach the quota on the first count in Sligo Leitrim. He has 2,005 votes in South Donegal according to tallies, and he's been the front runner since the box is open, basically to come in first, so to speak. And then they're saying Mark McSharry has 688 votes in that target Donegal, and Marion Harkin 448 votes, and Frank Feehan on 376. Okay, you're listening to the Count Special on Ocean FM from the Ora Leisure Centre in Letterkenny. We'll be back in a few minutes, but we're going to break for a commercial break. Jesus. Okay, thanks. Welcome back to Ocean FM live from a rather quiet Oral Leisure Centre. I wonder, are they all away at the match, Shane? Shane Smith has been having a ramble around and basically has a fairly good idea what's going on. Over to you, Shane.
Well, now, Michael, that's quite the statement there.
No pressure.
Okay, so
where are we at, basically?
Where we're at now. So basically, all of the votes, all of the boxes have been opened, and all of the votes have been tallied. And I think we're just waiting on the Stranorder electoral area votes and the tallies to come in on that one, which I think a little bit earlier on we would have seen here beside us. There was all of the stewards, or I don't know what they're called, the counters. They were going around with piles of votes, and I guess that if they have a pile of votes, then it's generally attributed to a particular box or a particular area. So what they want to do is to mix all of those up as best they can, so that there's no kind of concentration. And so they have done that, and that meant literally with about 10, 15 large bins. They walked around them and just dropped each vote separately into them, so that mixes them up slightly. So now what they're doing is they're sorting the votes into pigeonholes, and this is where I'm not sure if there's 19 different pigeonholes for the 19 different candidates, or how they're doing that, but they're being sorted presumably into their 1s, 2s, and 3s. And they'll get the ones, no doubt, first, and then we'll be able to get the electorate. Well, we have the electorate. We'll be able to get the quota, the total valid poll, all of that vital information, and then the quota, which of course is the main number and the magic number that the candidate will need to get to surpass. And I don't know, probably could be another couple of hours, I'd say, before we get, because I know they'll want to do it. They want to do it right.
Oh, absolutely. But I mean, it's just turned 3 o'clock now. But my sense of it is that we will have a final tally figure very, very shortly.
Hopefully, yeah.
And that's key in terms of kind of, to a point, it's key, because this is probably one of the trickiest elections I've ever covered. In that,
really,
normally you would be able. Well, look, before Thomas Gilday ran, you could literally cover a Donegal election pretty much in Donegal Southwest anyway. Right. There used to be 2 constituencies, but you almost knew before it started how it was going to end. Yeah. And then Thomas Gilday ran as an independent. It was MMDS, deflector aerials and all that stuff, and that kind of changed things, and things stayed changed, which isn't very good English, but if you know what I mean, from that point on. And elections became a real variable. Then when we moved into the 5-seater constituency and part of South Donegal moved into Sligo Leitrim, again, 2016, it was a bit of a game changer, not hugely, but I suppose the surprise there was that Padraig Mac Lochlainn lost this seat.
Yes.
And that was really because Sinn Féin basically got it wrong, running Gary Doherty. And after that, since then to now, this election now, where we have a situation like, where you have somebody like Patrick O'Connor who has contested 16 elections, and there is a very real possibility that he may not be returned here. When you have a Minister for Education possibly
with the possibility not
struggling,
return,
that is really unusual. And when you have people like John Gerard and Niamh and Brendan Byrne really kind of running away from the 3, 4 and 5 at the minute, and I don't blame them, because it's you want to be a clairvoyant, very, very tricky. So that's what's made it different. So
good. We're going to have a guest, I think.
We do. We're going to be joined very, very, very shortly by an old pal of mine, Padraig Mac Lochlainn. Jirich. How would I put it? There's these people saying, God, Mac Lochlainn, he'll need Pearse Doherty to look after him. But turns out you've 2 fairly big shoulders yourself, so it looks like you're about 400 off a quota. We reckon if the quota's 1,300. Look, you can give me a political answer. Are you surprised that you're sitting so pretty?
I'm delighted. It's an understatement. And when you look through the boxes, I mean, I'm from Inishowen, obviously from Buncrana. So we started with those boxes were opened first today. Yeah. And, I know every one of those parishes and communities, and, it's just overwhelmed by it. But it's happening all over across Ireland. And we now have a massive mandate across this country for real change, real positive change. And that's the responsibility that's on our shoulders.
Well, I don't have full tally figures here, but I mean, you're in an incredibly strong position. Last time I looked was somewhere in the region of 12,500 votes. And Pearse is kind of out of and it's kind of a glib thing to say, but if Gary Doherty was running this time, there's sort of a possibility, maybe not, that the three would have gone in. You have spent, I'd say, a fair few long nights wondering about that 2016 election, because, you know, even, and we're waiting the figures for Finn Valley, between Pearse and Gary Doherty, like, there was an outrageously strong Sinn Féin vote in that area, and you obviously stayed out of it. That's something like 135. So, you know that the votes were there. Many more people nationally and locally have basically said, yeah, we like what we're hearing here, and we want more of this. You know, you can call it a vote for change, you can call it whatever you want, but that has really worked for you and for Sinn Féin, and that's probably no surprise. Maybe you were a little bit surprised by the numbers, or did you know you were in that strong a place?
You know, you hope. I mean, there was, you know, obviously there've been a number of polls that suggested that we could get around 40% of the vote combined across the county. But for me, I mean, if you look at the last election, you know, ultimately we just didn't have enough votes for 2 seats. We missed out by 184 votes, but we had over 20,000. You know, it was a great vote, just not enough. But this time, you take North Donegal, or the old Donegal North East constituency, in the last 2 elections, 2011 to 2016, we have been taking over 9,000 votes. Now, it's a very good vote. We're very happy with it. I think we've taken something like 17,000 votes in that area today. It's phenomenal, you know. So the difference this time is we just had enough votes to take 2 seats comfortably, whereas the last time we just did enough. And that's what's reflected across the country, is there's just upsurge, an extra third, or in some cases we're doubling our vote. And as I say, it's a huge responsibility now.
What's the strategy in terms of the Stranraer electoral area of Finn Valley? Did Pearse canvass it, or was that your ground?
St Johnson and Port Hall was allocated to myself, and then we would have had Sinn Féin members, and Donegal Southwest would have been asked to vote for me too. So we had a very good plan. We were determined to win 2 seats this time.
I'll put it another way. Were you knocking doors in Balbuffet?
No, absolutely not. No.
Who was?
Oh, Pearse Doherty.
Pearse, yeah. Okay. So the reason I'm asking that question is, bearing in mind you need another 600 votes, do you think, well, tally votes, do you think they're there in terms of getting you, that you'll get elected in the first count?
I would be, well, you know, to be honest with you, it'd be nice to be elected on the first count, but I'm just overjoyed that I'm where I am, you know. I mean, we're very close. Apparently, we may have enough for both of us to be elected on the first count. That's fantastic, but at this stage,
you're being very diplomatic, if not political. What do you really think?
No, I'm genuinely blown away.
No. In terms of
the levels,
if it's 13,000, you're there. You're bar shout.
Yeah, you know me, Michael, a long time, and I'm 18 years a public representative. Yeah. I've always worked hard. You know, always. Our team's always worked hard, and I am genuinely, you know, blown away, humbled by, like, you know, we're both proud Donegal men, right? We love this county, we love the people of this county, and to have that type of endorsement from the people of Donegal, it's incredible, but it's also a huge responsibility. Massive. And our minds are going to have to go into, you know, today we'll enjoy today, but tomorrow we've got to start thinking about what type of government is going to lead this country next. How are we going to tackle the crisis in our health service? What are we going to do about housing? One of the massive issues, Michael, in this election was when you were meeting people on the door, how many people I met who said to me, I'm working full time, I'm paying my taxes, I am struggling to get by. You know, I don't have a medical card. I don't have a student grant for my kids. I don't have free school transport. I don't have any supports from the state. I'm struggling. I can't cope here.
People sometimes call that the new poor. It's the middle class people who get caught for everything. Yeah. You know, they're on, say, that mythical sort of normal 40,000 income, whatever it is, which kind of catches you between a rock and a hard place. So many people. Just in terms of what people were saying about the national picture, when you came in first there, sort of, you were kind of very ebullient about that, and you were talking about the national. I have to say, I'm weak on facts, other than I know that there's sort of a Sinn Féin wave. What is your understanding in terms of, like, have you got a candidate in Cork who's actually leading Micheál Martin?
Yeah, Cork South Central. We're actually, our Sinn Féin candidates in Dublin West and Cork South Central are going to have a bigger vote than Micheál Martin and Leo Varadkar. I mean, we're topping the poll across the entire state. We're getting elected in places that we could only have dreamt of.
Right.
You know, it's you're going to be. Apparently, we're going to be in the mid-30s plus in seats. So this is really important because for us to, consider going into government, you need to have a considerable platform. You need to have a very substantial block of TDs to deliver the change you want. And I think we're in that place right now.
Where do you see things going? Like, I mean, people didn't want to talk to you. People didn't want to get into government with Sinn Féin. To a lesser extent here at home, Pat the Cope made it known fairly early on that he had no issue with talking to Sinn Féin and talking to Pearse a little earlier on. I thought it was about 9 Fianna Fáil TDs. He says it's more who have kind of openly said, well, no, we don't really agree with Micheál Martin on this. Look, it's kind of, it's 3:10 on Sunday and we haven't got a count yet. Where do you see it going in terms of, will we get a government together? It took 80 days the last time. I mean,
I just absolutely cannot see any way that Micheál Martin can continue to stand over the position. Now, it's he personally has this position. But
that's a big issue, isn't it?
I mean, you're looking at the situation.
It's a big issue for him.
That's a huge issue, and he's going to have to. Well, it's 2 things in my opinion. Let's just maybe step back a few paces, okay?
Okay.
In terms of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, I mean, our preference would be to look at, because that's how people have voted for a new progressive-led government. But if we end up negotiating with Fianna Fáil, it will be on the basis of our manifesto, and particularly on these areas as health, housing, childcare, the issue of money in workers' pockets. But I'm going to say this to you, I'm going to make this prediction to you now, Michael. I think Micheál Martin is going to find himself in a very lonely place very quickly if he has the arrogance to dismiss the massive mandate that Sinn Féin have received in Donegal and across the state today. I don't think that could be sustained in the days ahead. Absolutely not.
Well, are we talking then, let's say if he remains as the leader of Fianna Fáil, that you don't get together and like they can't square the circle and therefore we go into another election with a new leader of Fianna Fáil?
But how shocking would it be if the people haven't had their say in the numbers that they have across the state? I mean, you always wait. And this was the arrogance of...
Well, no, I agree
Martin.
with you, but he has kind of... Micheál Martin has kind of left himself nowhere to go on that himself. And Brendan Byrne, Director of Elections for Fianna Fáil, sitting beside you now, is joining us again. I know, Brendan, you have other figures now, but
complete tally now.
But let's just briefly stay on this point, because I know this is very national, but Brendan has said earlier that, things move, things change, and people put governments together. Do you think it's possible, Brendan, and it's just your own personal view, that we could have a Micheál Martin-led Fianna Fáil in government with Sinn Féin?
Well, firstly, I must congratulate Padraig Mac Lochlainn.
Yeah.
Padraig and I joined the council the very same day. And I've always found him a very honourable and a decent person to work with. And I have great respect for him. But that wasn't the question you asked me.
No.
Have I any difficulty with working with Sinn Féin in a government? No. And I feel, and I have said it publicly previously, as far back as 2011, that the day will come, hopefully sooner rather than later, then Fianna Fáil and Sinn Féin have a government. Because with Sinn Féin and Fianna Fáil, there's a lot that is common. Our tradition and that, notwithstanding policies. Look, we all stand on manifestos, but there comes a time, and the time has now come here in Donegal. We see between Padraig Mac Lochlainn and Pearse Doherty, they have 33,000 votes. Half the electorate, half of the people of Donegal are saying to the national stage, sit down and form a government.
Talk to these people.
Our 2 leading lights in that process are the Sinn Féin candidates, because both of them are going to exceed the quota. As I said earlier, and as I said previously, you have to respect the electorate. And the electorate have given a clear mandate here from Donegal that Sinn Féin have a prominent role to play. Hopefully, Fianna Fáil will retain the 2 seats and we have an equal role to play.
Look,
but you cannot disrespect
and
you cannot ignore the will of the people as expressed in the ballot box.
And you have said that to me across the table twice, but kind of, and I'm being cheeky here, but it was not really what you would do. Do you think there's wriggle room for Micheál Martin to change? Because he's leader of Fianna Fáil, and he has gone out on a limb personally to say no.
Look, he took a very un-Fianna Fáil stance. Traditionally, the Fianna Fáil party were closely aligned with Sinn Féin. There is a common history there between us that probably transcends all political parties in the country. But his view was very unique for Fianna Fáil. If you look at all the previous Fianna Fáil leaders, be it Albert Reynolds, be it Jack Lynch, well, in fact, actually, Jack was a bit watery on Sinn Féin, actually, but the others, such as Lemass and Haughey, there was a commonality between the leader of Fianna Fáil and whoever the leader of Sinn Féin was there. But I have to say, in fairness, Micheál Martin was a bit extreme in his views in how he treated Sinn Féin. It's not what we would do in Donegal, and it's certainly not what the majority of Fianna Fáil grassroots voters would say either.
Right. Look, I'm going to throw you a curveball here, Brendan, and I want you to come in on this as well. At the back of my head, and like I'm no political whiz, is there a fear in Fianna Fáil down the road that if they work closely with Sinn Féin, that the day will come when Fianna Fáil become the SDLP?
Well, that's
and
not,
do you know what I mean by that?
I do,
and I know it doesn't all match up, but the
yeah.
SDLP and John Hume and Seamus Mallon, you'll not mind me saying this, Padraig, I know you played your part in Sinn Féin, but they were key. And in some respects, it kind of had to be Sinn Féin with the DUP. But the SDLP is not the party it was.
The reality is, whatever happens from here on out, it's the will of the people. You know, we cannot as a party, and Sinn Féin cannot as a party, say, well, this is our mandate, but we're not going to sit down with Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael. The people have spoken. The people do not want a second election. They wouldn't thank us for it. Probably Padraig would welcome it a little more than I would at this stage. But that aside, this process probably will cost the state 50 million.
Okay.
That's what it costs to run a general election. 50 million euros. The reality is, you can't go in there, whatever day, 20th of February, when the Dáil resumes, and say, okay, that's fine, that's 2.8 million votes, that's 160 seats filled. We don't like it, let's go back to the country. Let's see a second opinion. Kind of like a Maastricht or Nice situation.
Yeah.
It doesn't work in a general election situation.
But it did take 80 days to get it together this time, didn't it?
Be prepared, it could take
that long. Yeah. Padraig, I'll ask you that question. It's a bit kind of left field. Do you ever get the sense that if Fianna Fáil and Sinn Féin coalesce and work more closely, that their Fianna Fáil people fear that eventually Sinn Féin will take the ground from under them? Notwithstanding the point made by Brendan that you have to respect the votes that Sinn Féin have got nationally and locally. Do you get that?
See, the problem is that no one political party, and this goes for Sinn Féin too, no one political party has a divine right to power or to rule. You have to, every election, respect the will of the people. And at this moment in time, we have a mandate that is an extremely powerful mandate across the state. And I think that any political leader who tried to resist that or ignore that would face a revolt. And I predict if Micheál Martin attempts to deny the voters the government that they voted for, there'll be a revolt in the grassroots of Fianna Fáil.
Can you stay with us, because what we're going to do next is Brenda's going to go through those figures, and it would be silly to continue the conversation without them, because then I want to ask you, in your mind, where we all know 1 and 2, but to be honest with you, we're kind of, depending on what Brendan tells us now with these figures, we're in a bit in the dark about 3, 4, and 5 in terms of seats. Brendan, what you have,
right,
you have the whole lot.
We now have the complete tally.
And can we just warn listeners that, you know, if they've got a pen and paper, this
is
will
the
be
time to
online.
write them down.
Yeah, these are big figures, aren't common.
So this is the complete tally for the Donegal constituency. Total votes tallied 77,192. That will have a quota of 12,866. That's a quota of 12,866. The following are the votes tallied for each candidate. Peter Casey, Independent, 1,142. Pearse Doherty, 20,909. Pat the Cope Gallagher, Fianna Fáil, 7,523. Martin Harley, Fine Gael, 3,034. McLaughlin Padraig, 10,322. McConnell Niall, Independent, 565. McGuinness Arthur, Independent, 61. McHugh Joe, Fine Gael, 7,613. O'Donnell John, Independent, 4,741. Pringle Thomas, Independent, 5,459. Sweeney Mary T. Into, 2,373. White Michael, the Green Party, 1,646. Again, total votes 77,192. That would allow for both Pearse Doherty and Padraig Mac Lochlainn to exceed the quota. Pearse by a margin of 7,000 and Padraig Mac Lochlainn to exceed it by 1,000. So well done, Padraig.
Thank you.
Did you know that, Padraig? Were you being modest? I have a sense you knew that when I was asking the question.
I know we were heading for 13,000
Right.
when I came here, and
Right.
I'm very grateful for the
And
extra.
a quota of what?
12,866 as per the tallies now.
So you're past the post on tally figures, and these tallies are.
They're within.
Everybody is working on these. These are good tallies.
No, we are taking the 2 seats on the first count. Yeah.
Silly question, but I'll ask it anyway. Is that beyond your dreams in terms of did you think that you'd have to work maybe a bit more into a second or third count?
Brendan will know this. Like my objective was to try and similar to the last time, I thought I'd be battling with Thomas Pringle for the last seat, and that was what my expectation. I was hopeful that we could take the last seat this time. So they're tremendous numbers, I have to say, for us, for me and Pearse. And I have to make this point very clear, Michael. And Brendan knows this. As a county councillor, whenever your face is on the poster, it's your team. It's people who put their reputation on the line. The people who go and knock doors. They say to their community, "Put your trust in this man or woman." So, for the party members, obviously, gutted 4 years ago. Today, elated, but again, a huge responsibility now on our shoulders.
Okay,
and I can verify. Padraig and I would have spoken often. And we were toying with the idea, Padraig, will you get the 4th seat? Will you get the 5th seat? Will it be 100 here or 100 there? Never in my wildest dreams. And I wholeheartedly and congratulate this man, but I have ever thought you would exceed the quota. I don't think you did that.
No. Padraig, the handlers are telling me you have to go, but you'll be glad to know that it's 2-6 Donegal, 2-6 the Galway. So Donegal's in a battle as well.
Come on, Donegal!
So, final word to you, nationally and locally, and Martin Kenny basically setting the top of the poll in Sligo Leitrim. Great day, big day.
It's a tremendous day for Sinn Féin members and activists across the country. But again, and I'm sorry to keep saying this, but I'm mindful there's a huge responsibility now that comes with this, and we need to focus now on government, focus now on what type of issues, what type of policies need to be implemented to deliver the change. That's the responsibility on our shoulders now.
Well, I suppose it's a comment for me when you think back to 2016 and going out on the 13 count to Thomas, who I think got there heady by 184. This, you're sitting across there, and it must be a very different feeling to be past the post on the first count.
Difficult for you to sink in, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it was
the last 5 years. I'd say it's been tough.
Tough, yeah.
Because and I'm gonna say something, but in my day when I was doing this 10, 15 years ago, you were the star man. It was Padraig Mac Lochlainn and Pearse, and you're not mind me saying that. And I was surprised, but I suppose Fine Gael got it wrong, or Sinn Féin got it wrong in terms of, and I mean that in a bad way. The three-counted strategy didn't work, But this is a very different feeling.
Yeah, I have to say, and it is a wonderful feeling. Yeah, it is absolutely wonderful, and for me and for my family, who anybody who's in politics, your family or your bedrock, they make huge sacrifices, and for our members, our team who've worked unbelievably tirelessly. I also want to say this is that our Donegal Sinn Féin team, just the sense of camaraderie, of being united, of the collective vision of 2 TDs this time. It's a tremendous day for all of us. Yeah.
And I'll let you go with this. What's your last word to Fianna Fáil, to Fine Gael, to anybody who you think might be in a position to go with Sinn Féin and form a government?
Beware ignoring the will of the people. No Democrat can ignore the will of the people.
And the door's open.
The door, we've made it clear we're open to talks with all. but it's on the basis of our manifesto, and we're in a strong enough position now to deliver on that.
You better give me your mobile again.
Oh, you're back talking, are you?
That's it. Thanks.
Okay,
Thanks,
listen,
everybody.
Padraig, sorry for keeping you so long. Just a different voice again to bring it in. Councillor Micheál Naughton. Síos Micheál. Forget about Fianna Fáil for a minute. 34,000 votes between the two Sinn Féin candidates of elected at 77,192. I mean, I shouldn't use this phrase, but it's just one of mine. That's mad stuff. That's incredible. Like, nobody saw that coming.
Yes, it's phenomenal. Basically, we're estimating that Pearse, will come maybe with 18,000 first preference votes, but even to get over the 20,000 was huge.
Right.
And
I'm going to talk to you for a couple of minutes, but Brendan and John Jared, get your heads together there, because what I want you to do now is go down through those figures and come back to me and tell me now where you think the other three seats are going, because this is really tricky. Sorry, Micheál, go back to you.
yes, as I say, Padraig got a massive vote also, and that it's huge. I didn't think Padraig would reach the quota on his first count.
Nor did I.
But it's a phenomenal vote for Sinn Féin. The people have spoken. You have to accept the people's wishes and that. But as you're saying, Betty, in relation to the three final seats now, basically you have 4 for 3, and it's basically somebody is going to lose out. And you were looking at first, maybe Pat the Cope and Thomas Pringle for the last seat, but now basically it could be Joe McHugh and Charlie McConaughey.
Right. Well, for people in Radio Land, be very clear. 4 for 3. Who are the 4?
4 for 3. You have Joe McHugh. Joe McHugh. You have Charlie McConaughey, Pat the Cope Collar, and Thomas Pringle.
And putting your Fianna Fáil hat away and being completely objective, because I am so good to you, I've been so nice to you. Give me your 3.
I still think at this stage, we have enough basically to hold on.
As in
Fianna Fáil to hold on to the two seats,
right,
and that and Gael to get the 1. But the big thing here now is basically the number thing is Pearse's transfer. That's the one that will side the seats. Once that is shared, we'll have definitely a better picture. You were expecting Pat the Cope, Thomas Pringle to get most of them votes. So that's why you will be saying Charlie and maybe Joe McHugh might be fighting for the last say.
How many councillors have Fianna Fáil on Donegal County Council?
We have 12.
12.
Yes.
Do you know, would you be aware of any one of those 12 councillors that might have an issue with Fianna Fáil and Sinn Féin talking?
And that, well, as I say, the people have spoken now. As a party, Betty, Micheál was going out saying, Betty, went out and Betty sold ourselves as Betty the party and weren't going to power. But the people have decided, and it's
starting the process of.
Okay, we're going to take this. Are we going to take this live, guys?
Candidates' first preference votes.
Geraldine O'Connor is on.
And we're
on
commencing with the candidate Pearse Doherty here on my left-hand side. Along there. Thank you.
Okay. Did you pick that up?
Yeah, that's the housekeeping done for now.
Sorry, I interrupted everybody there. I was keen to get that. Micheál, I'm going to go back to the two boys because they've had more than enough time now. They've been sitting there all day thinking about this. Make it simple. Thanks, Micheál. Make it simple for us if you can. I'll start with you again, Brendan. Micheál, wearing his Fianna Fáil hat, no matter what he says, thinks that Fianna Fáil are going to return too. I know, obviously, as somebody who's died in the wool of Fianna Fáil, you may or may not agree with him. Where do you think it's going?
There's a few problems here, right? Fianna Fáil currently are on 21%, which is quite a good vote. Okay, it's 10%. It's down by 1/3 on the last occasion. But the first problem that John and I identified is the combined Fine Gael vote at the minute is 10,642, which is 14%, which is a full 3% short of a quota. Now, that's based on the fact they have two candidates. They have 10,647 votes between them. Obviously, when Martin Harley is eliminated, he's sitting with 3,000 votes. The best we think that he could get by way of a transfer from Martin Harley is 35%, because Harley's vote is very focused in the valley, and I think it'll break up significantly on him. So he gets 40% of that. That is Joe's only boost in getting votes, right? After that, he's solely dependent on the votes of John O'Donnell. John O'Donnell is currently sitting on 4,741 votes, of which 3,700 were either got in Milford or in Letterkenny. Now, I did go out of my way to tally some of those. They're going everywhere. Predominantly to Sinn Féin, both candidates will be out of play.
John O'Donnell's votes?
Yeah, there were strong transfer to Sinn Féin,
Okay.
reasonable transfer to Pat the Cope, lesser transfer to Charlie McConnell, but a very, when you take it in the context that it's Letterkenny Milford, again, Joe is struggling to get 15 to 20%.
Wow.
So bearing in mind that he's considerably short of a quota, the party are considerably short of a quota, that they're 3,000 votes short of a quota, and they're banking now on one running mate who we feel possibly will give 30 to 35% of a transfer. That'd be a significant transfer, not enough though. And then the last throw of the dice is a situation where he's banking heavily on O'Donnell, albeit that I only checked 3 boxes. It wasn't falling the right way for McHugh there. In actual fact, and Michael Naughton, who's still here, can verify that, there's very little transfers going to Joe McHugh from any quarter. You know, then again, I suppose it's more difficult to get transfers when you're in government anyway. But so then let's look at the other scenario. We have Thomas Pringle sitting on 5,459 votes. Okay, he is 2,000 plus behind Joe McHugh. But let's see what he has available to him. He has Sinn Féin, who are now sitting with 8,000 votes more than the need. That's a significant transfer. That's more significant than what McHugh has access to. Albeit that when I tallied the Glenties box and part of the Stranraer box, a lot of Pearse Doherty's number 2s were going to Pat the Cope. There's a trend there.
Yeah.
But then when you go elsewhere, be it Raffo or Convoy, it's a lesser transfer. It's going to the other candidates. Quite a number of the votes are burning out after 2 and 3. So no one can take a call on what Pearse Doherty is doing with that 7,000 odd votes. You can't. It's too big a bundle to make a call on. But it would be fair to say that Thomas Pringle is sitting in a better position there than obviously Joe McHugh is in relation to that. Now, the other potential battle, this 4 for 3, is Pat the Cope Galler, who's sitting on 7,523. He's currently about 2,000 votes ahead of Pringle. He has the advantage of a very strong candidate in the same area as him, Pearse Doherty, who, as I say, is sitting with 7,000 of a surplus. It wouldn't be unrealistic to suggest that he could get 20% of that, at least. That gives him a boost of 1,400.
Where is McConnell at 8,322? Is he going to pick up votes from Padraig Mac Lochlainn?
Well, Padraig's surplus is a lesser surplus. It's 1,000 votes.
Yeah.
He will certainly pick up. It may not be significant. Now, okay, 460 of them came from Inishowen. Another 470 came from Letterkenny. That, on the general scheme of things, would and should help Charlie McConnell as being a fellow Peninsula man. More significant than that, then, is Mary T. Sweeney, who, between Inishowen and Letterkenny, is sitting on 1,180 votes. Those are the two opportunities that he has imminently. So you could see a degree of movement with Charlie as once we get the 2 surplus distribution counts out. And then, of course, all of what John Campbell and I have done analysis on hinges on one thing: the elimination of John O'Donnell.
And it's very difficult to call.
Well, I did, as I say, sample
said,
3 ballot boxes. It's too small a sample. My indication was, I said, these votes are going everywhere. There's votes there for Sinn Féin. There's votes there for Pat the Cope. There's certainly a local vote in one box
for Joe
McHugh. Yeah. But then when you went into Letterkenny, that diminished. It seems that the 1,415 people that voted for John O'Donnell in the town of Letterkenny did it in a protest against government. There's very little of them going back to mainstream Fine Gael. They're going everywhere but Fine Gael as a protest vote, which you can get from a larger town.
That's wonderful analysis of it. And to be fair, John, you're agreeing with, because I know you were talking about it, but do you have anything different or any nuance in that?
I think there's a few things. I think the distribution of surplus is one thing, but we have to look at, we've got Sweeney, White and Casey, and there's roughly 5,500 votes to be distributed there when they're eliminated. Now, in the main, not totally, they are effectively north of the county candidates, and the vote will, in the main, in my opinion, stay up there. Now, that again, who's going to benefit? Again, it would be our belief that there would be a fair bit of anti-government sentiment in those votes. So, we have two tranches of votes. We have the votes, basically the surplus, and we have the other 5,500 votes that are going to be distributed. I think we all accept that these three candidates are going to be eliminated, but those 5,500 votes are going to have a huge say in how the candidate sequence. John O'Donnell potentially can benefit big time from that. Charlie McConnell, I think, in fairness, can benefit from that. It becomes a lot harder to see how, obviously, the two Sinn Féin candidates don't need him. It becomes a lot harder, for example, in the case of Joe McHugh, to see how he can benefit, A, geographically from them votes, and B, there would tend to be a fair bit of anti-government sentiment and lower those votes. So I think it's potentially, I don't think Thomas Pringle potentially gets an awful lot out of it either, because it's just geographically long. But I think those two things will dictate who's going. It's extremely interesting at the minute. And there is one or two deputies should be worried at this particular juncture.
There's one final thing I was going to add in, just in order to be balanced here. If you look at the combined votes of all 7 independent or smaller party candidates, they have 10,528 votes between them. Now, that's a full 2,422. We've heard about Fianna Fáil losing votes and the Fine Gael losing votes. The independents here in Donegal have also lost votes, and they've lost 4 percentage points. So if you look at it, applying the same principle, 10,528 votes between 7 candidates, that means there's 6 eliminations. And each time you eliminate a vote, or a set of votes, or 1,000 votes, it never stays as a united bundle of votes. It fragments. Percentages of it become non-transferable. On the second elimination, more of it becomes non-transferable. So there's 6 processes of elimination. And I do believe Thomas Pringle will be the strongest of the independents. He potentially could be the last candidate standing here. But in order for him to get a pathway to either beat Pat the Cope or Charlie McConnell or Joe McHugh, again, the 4 candidates for 3 seats, he has to get very, very strong transfers from all these independents. You know, you're talking about at least, John, correct me if I'm wrong, you need to be scoring 50% transfers across the board, across all 6 of them, to remain in contention.
Yeah.
And that's a tall ask.
That's a tall ask. I think the other thing that will be interesting on that is that the candidates you're talking about, the independents are down for. It will be interesting to see, is that the soft vote? Will the independents that remain be more inclined to transfer to each other because they would have more in common? It would be more of a strong transfer amongst independents. So I think that will be very interesting. That 4% that has, if we could call that the loose vote from independents that has moved on somewhere else. But as I say, you know, this whole thing, what we've got to be clear about, there's 3 candidates from Casey and the 2 other candidates, Sweeney and White. They've got 5,500 votes there that will hugely affect the outcome of this election.
And just to draw your breath for a second, they're into added time across the road here in O'Donnell Park, and it's as tight as it is here. It's Donegal and Galway level. Donegal 2-8, Galway 2-8. So we'll be hoping for a late transfer for Michael Murphy to get a score, and that we might win that game. So that'll be a second draw for Donegal, and they'd prefer to win their home games. Niamh Kennedy, can I just bring you in there? I suppose there's nothing new now in terms of tally figures in terms of Pearse Doherty and Padraig Mac Lochlainn. 20,909 and 13,804. But I think it's when you drill down into the figures for the others, you can dress it up what way you want to, but it hasn't been a good day for Fianna Fáil. Like Charlie McConnell was a poll topper, and he's been hit very, very hard here, 8,322 as opposed to romping home in the first count last time out. Pat the Cope is kind of, am I right in saying this, Brendan? He's not far away from where he was.
Well, he's still 2,500 less. When you have a surge such as you have with Sinn Féin, everyone has to pay up. There's only X amount of votes, and the last time around he had 10,198, I think. He's down at 7.5. So they've all taken a hit.
Well, naturally so, considering the amount of votes that Sinn Féin have taken off everybody. They really, really have cleaned up across the board. It's very interesting.
I've just been handed a note here, and just saying Pearse Doherty's first preference votes largely going obviously to Mac Lochlainn, but then Pringle getting a lot of 2s and 3s, as is Pat the Cope. And that's kind of basically what you said.
And I think your last part of that sentence is significant, as is Pat the Cope.
Yeah.
Pat the Cope is going into the first count with a 1,950 vote lead over Thomas Pringle.
Yeah.
So for Thomas to claw back, he needs to be scoring 2-1 against whatever Pat is getting. But it's breaking even.
But where's he going to score 2-1? Sure, it's not there.
Well, I have to agree with you, to be fair. But
No, well, we might as well call a spade a spade. I don't see it either, and I know you're the expert. It's just the people listening. We might as well, don't worry about our reputations. That one to me seems.
Oh, Jesus, you couldn't worry much about the reputation, I have to tell you. In reality, there's enough votes there to cause an upset. It only takes one dud elimination or one different sequence of elimination, and things can change. Look at. If you were asking me in the confines of a party room, which you're not,
no.
But if you were, I would say it's pretty much over for Thomas, unless there's a miracle somewhere.
Okay.
But I'm sure you switched the mic off when I said that.
No, I thought it was time to ask that question. Look, we could get it right, we could get it wrong, and I know
there's a very
there comes a time in the day
pathway
when
you
call a spade a spade.
Can you see a pathway, John? You're going to be more diplomatic than me now.
No, I definitely not. I was the one who called, said whatever I said at 20% this morning. No, I still think that until we see the first 2-3 eliminations, it's going to be very difficult, because we need to see what's happening between the independents. We need to see. Pearse said that they asked for their votes to continue for effectively anti-establishment candidates, and we've got to see how that affects it. But secondly, we've got to see, more importantly, like what I can't get away from is that there are 5,500 votes out there that will transfer at face value as number 2s.
I know by looking at the two of your heads are hurting, so just take 20 seconds out. Margaret's handed me a question here from Hilda Gannon. Now, I think I saw this question somewhere else, and I think is it the councillor in Cliffany, who I know very well. Yeah, Marie Castley. She answered it as well. But the question is, if I use a ballpoint pen instead of a pencil on my ballot sheet, is my vote spoiled? No. And I would have thought no. But
There's some controversy though yesterday.
I think it was more the question about it. I'm not aware of the controversy, but it kind of, I saw it on Facebook and then I saw it on Twitter. But Marie did come back and say, no, it's fine.
No.
And
Well,
where I voted in Church Avenue in Ballyshannon, it was all pencils.
Yeah.
So I don't know about that. Right. It's coming up to 3:45, and I'm just going to check on the match. But whoever wants to take this, because I'm not sure, and sometimes I get lost when people are talking, but what is actually happening behind us here for the people listening who've kind of coming out of the match? Where are we at now in terms of?
Very difficult to think that. What are we at now? We're 7 hours into the count. The count proper is now actually started.
Right.
So what we did all day and all morning was we went through the sorting of the ballots. They're now going to be pigeonholed and they're going to be counted properly for the first time. The figures that I gave and John gave earlier are tally estimates. And so what's happening now is the 20,909 votes belonging to Pearse Doherty are going to be brought forward to the tables, and all the party hacks and the party tallymen will go immediately there to scrutinise where the twos are going. The game has moved on from looking at ones, which we did for the tallies, and they're now going to do a tally of twos.
Okay.
And then you move to the next highest candidate, which is his running mate, Padraig Mac Lochlainn, on 13,804, and do the same process right down to the candidate with the least, which is Arthur McGuinness, and his papers of 61 will have to be recognised.
Time-wise, first count, what do you think?
I think the first count won't be in until about 7:30, I would say, unless she has one policy, in fairness: do it once and do it right, and don't have to do it again.
Okay. Unless I'm reading this incorrectly, Michael Murphy has a point disallowed for a square ball, and we're losing by a point. Donegal, Galway. I don't have a final score in that game, but I think
it's about to come in now to me in a second. I'm
we're
just
well-
watching here from our sports editor, Austin O'Callaghan.
we're well into injury time on that one, and
hopefully it'll be on its way.
well, fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So,
All right, I'm going to go back through these figures that Brendan read out. This is, I just go through each candidate from top to bottom. Peter Casey, Independent, 1,142. Pearse Doherty, Sinn Féin, 20,909. Patrick Gallagher, Fianna Fáil, 7,523. Martin Harley, Fine Gael, 3,034. Padraig Mac Lochlainn, Sinn Féin, 13,804. Charlie McConlogue of Fianna Fáil, 8,332. And Donegal do lose by a point, and Freeze were missed late in the game. Donegal 2-7, Galway 2-8. Back to the other political football. Niall McConnell, Independent, 565. Arthur McGuinness, Independent, 61. Joe McHugh, Fine Gael, 7613. John O'Donnell, Independent, 4741. Mary T. Sweeney of Into, 2373. And the Green Party's Michael White on 1646. You're an independent, Niamh. Looking at that 10,000 votes for the independents, John Jerd and everyone here, Brendan, suggesting it could play a part. I'm not so sure it will, because I think, again, it's very fragmented. It's the nature sometimes, isn't it, of independent votes. Like, would you have had a fair idea where your seconds and thirds when you topped the poll in 2014 at local election level? Obviously you knew afterwards, but you know, when you're sitting here at this stage, do you have a sense of where they're going?
Well, I think when you're independent, you're certainly more transfer friendly, and you'll transfer among even the party voters. They'll say, well, sure, we'll give them a stroke somewhere on the ballot paper. So I think we definitely transfer much easier than from one party jumping to another party. So there's a strength in that.
You transfer independent to independent first.
Not necessarily. I mean, I think it depends on the individual.
I think it's a bit unfair
because
when I think about it, it's a bit unfair because local elections are really local in terms of, let's say, you know, you would pick up X number of votes, and then the rest would move either left or right of you in terms of whether to go in to Kilcar or whether to come back out to Frost and Inver and that sort of thing. Brendan, I was just thinking when I was listening to Padraig Mac Lochlainn on kind of a broader discussion. Even if you just go back to 2007, when these tally figures become real figures, change times,
but look at that's the life we're in. Look at politics right across the world. Look at it in America. Look at it in the United Kingdom. Who would have ever thought that Boris Johnson would be Prime Minister with a majority of 88? These are the realities of the times we live in, and it's going to change even more significant. Whenever government is formed, and I hope that there is a government of some nature formed, it's going to bring in a whole new dynamic, because Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael will not form a coalition, so it has to be an alternative of some other formation.
Is it less likely, do you think, that we we'll be back here in 2 or 3 months?
I think the right mood music has been set by those that are in the mainstream Fianna Fáil and in mainstream Sinn Féin. And I think over the next 9 days to a fortnight, you will see some degree of movement towards a government. Barring that, it's an election.
I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting what Brendan's saying. So, if mainstream Fianna Fáil are basically happy enough to go with Sinn Féin, and you have a leader who's opposed to it, then do you have to change the leader before you start getting into serious?
That's about 7 grades above my salary.
It's a fair question, isn't it? I accept it.
But look at
it's a hard one to answer.
When the reality is, when an election's over, you must deal with the results that's before you. You know, there's no use in saying it's a pity we didn't get a seat there, it's a pity they got that seat. You have to deal with it. Now, I can't see any political party, bar one. It would suit Sinn Féin, to be fair, to go back out to the country, but that's a double-edged sword. You know, they've sought a mandate to go into government. They made it abundantly clear they would talk to everyone, and that included Fianna Fáil. Should Fianna Fáil talk to them, likewise for Fine Gael. So the mood music always changes after an election. It has to, because no party can form a single-party government. Hasn't been formed in this country since 1977 and won't be for the next 50 years.
Or more.
Or ever, perhaps. But the reality is you have to be responsible. And if we could, for example, support by abstaining in the Dáil for 4 years, a Fine Gael government at arm's length, then we'll have to do likewise and cross the floor and form a government with Sinn Féin. Barring that, let's have another election and spend another 50 million.
I think that's fair enough. Niamh,
I think where there, sorry,
go
there'll
on.
be a problem. The party who were seen to cause an election instead of 3, 4, 6 months would be absolutely slaughtered at the polls, and I think that would be the biggest problem for the 3 parties. Any party who said no, we'd rather have another election than deal with that, I think there would be absolutely massive.
Well, let me turn that one back on you then. And I know you could say you could twist this 3 different ways, but it behoves Sinn Féin to get into government with somebody then, because they would be in, if let's say overtures are made and rejected, most likely coming from Fianna Fáil, whatever about Micheál Martin's position. But if they don't work on getting something together, they'll never be forgiven for that either. Is that what you're saying?
Oh yeah, I think so. I think if they refused to do likewise, I meant all 3 parties in that, I think, Michael, they would have the difficult situation as well, and go out and try and explain that message to the electorate as well, that they weren't prepared to be part of it. And again, I think they would be judged very harshly, because the electorate have given 21% to each of the parties. I don't think there's any party can go and say, well, we didn't join because. I think the electorate will say, not interested in your message. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Well, it's 8 minutes to 4, and we have been joined by Fine Gael's Martin Harley. Martin, thank you so much for coming in and talking to us. Obviously, we have the tally figures here, and the general consensus is that this is probably one of the best tallies that has ever been done, because there's been very serious cooperation with all the political parties. Are we okay with that? Do you agree with that?
I would say it's very close, yeah. Because in fairness, the party people met during the week from all the parties to go together with 35 boxes being open at a time. You needed 80 people to do the tally. So with each candidate only getting 12 people, you're only looking at, and then you need people doing the computers and all. So you were so I'd say those figures are pretty close. So
Well, assuming those figures are pretty close, Martin Harley is on 3034 in the tally. Quota 12,866.
Yeah.
I mean, your job now is to get Joan McHugh elected. Do you think that's going to happen?
It's going to be a long day, and I think it probably could go into tomorrow. I expect that probably the first count won't happen until about 7. That'll be the figure.
There was a general consensus here. Yeah.
You're looking at then maybe 9,000 then votes of surplus. Hour and a half, maybe you're looking at 9 o'clock, your second count.
Surplus distribution.
Yeah.
So that's kind of your time frame that you're looking at. So
so is it 4 into 3 for the last 3 seats?
It's looking like it, yeah.
And
well, Charlie looks pretty, like Charlie on 8-3
Charlie McConnell with Finn Féin.
Only at 3-2-2. Like, I mean, it's he'll get it. Geography will determine a lot of that there. With Pearse got a good vote and he's shown, so Padraig doesn't need them. So a lot of the threes will be important there. So a lot of them will probably go to Charlie on them possibly.
Okay.
You Peter Casey, 1142 as well. Geography again. You have to look at. There's all politics is local. So you kind of. That's the way. Sinn Féin's, where does they go? The threes there. Would Thomas Pringle get 20% of them? Would he? That's a possibility, isn't it?
15 to 20 was kind of the general consensus here before you came in to talk to us.
So that's the way I've been looking at it when just over the last half an hour or so there. So I think we could be looking at Monday morning. I think there could be an adjournment at some stage tonight, and then going for your
I suppose the question I want to ask, and it's kind of cruel in its own way, has this not worked for Fine Gael? I thought a minister who had a very high national profile. I just assumed he'd be on seat number 3.
No, well, from day one, I suppose I didn't see that. People said to me, "Are you fighting for the second seat?" Suppose when you were out there at the start, you said you had to say yeah, you were. But realistically, at the bottom back in my mind, I always felt there was one Fine Gael seat there.
Yeah.
And then with the surge in support across the country for Sinn Féin, and you're always going to be. There's always going to be a one seat for Fine Gael. Like, I'm very proud of my own campaign. I'm very proud of the team I had behind me, and I'm disappointed for them.
Yeah.
This was something that was on my bucket list to do.
Yeah,
I mean, I've done it, but they put in the hard work, and I'm disappointed for them now at this stage. So I'm disappointed for my son Gavin and my family. I suppose it's they were excited about it. The fact that you were putting your name forward there. I've come through worse times, so this is not the toughest day in my life by a long shot. So and
we all
very
know
proud
that.
to have done it.
We all know that. Yeah. Funny, that was one of the things I referenced something that Ulton Pringle put up on Facebook about his dad, and I see Kieran Kennedy has sent us in something as well talking about Peter Kennedy, and it's something we miss in the mix sometimes because you come down here really, and you can call it what you want, but effectively what we're doing here is a form of a post-mortem, but sometimes we forget that people have put their lives on hold and their families, and it must be, I don't know why people do it, it must be an excruciating experience, win, lose or draw.
Oh yeah, well that's the way I looked at it. Somebody says to me, when do you want the election? I says, well, being a business person and owning the bars is January's ideal because there's nothing happening in the bars. So it was
be careful what you wish for.
It was a good way of killing a few weeks in January.
Just on that part, do you think from the time you got in that the election came a bit too fast for you, that you needed maybe another 2 or 3 months to get round? It's a huge constituency, and obviously your running mate is well known through. Could you have done with another 2 or 3 months to get?
You probably could have, You probably could have done it more time to get around the different areas and spend more time in Glencullen, Killen, Carrick, Kilcar, Killybegs. And and then over into, you're only spending half a day a few times, and then the same into Glentyside, Portnew, on into Dunlow, and didn't even get out to Ironmore to meet the people out there. So no, you could have. I met a lot of fantastic people on the way, and it was great to meet people on the doorsteps. And in fairness, one of the probably nicest messages I got last night was somebody said it was a pleasure canvassing. So I thought that said to myself, well, whatever happens tomorrow, I'll always hold that thought. So
tell me this, I suppose, in terms of where Fine Gael are nationally, they don't appear, well, certainly Leo Varadkar doesn't appear to be interested in talking to a party that appear, and we don't have full figures here, to be heading for 30 seats. Do you think that might change, or do you think it's unlikely with Leo Varadkar having set out his stall so clearly?
I suppose both leaders and the other parties set out their stall that way. But
well, I'll tell you why I didn't include Micheál Martin in that.
Yeah. Because
around this table and elsewhere, and I don't know how this is going to work out for Micheál Martin, but it's been openly admitted that 8, 9, 10, 11 Fianna Fáil TDs have openly said, well, they don't agree with Micheál Martin. And Brendan Byrne, who's a director of elections here for Fianna Fáil over the years, again, they are saying their leader is out of step on that one. So I don't know how that's going to work. And basically the message I'm getting from across the table here, and maybe it's a message that's coming out loud here, is Sinn Féin the electorate have said, yes, we want 33% of, is Sinn Féin. So you got to rethink what the people are saying. And it's just, I feel it's less likely that Leo Varadkar, I think, whatever with Micheál Martin, I think Leo Varadkar is really going to struggle to explain how he might go into government with Sinn Féin. That's not going to happen, really, is it?
It's going to be an interesting few weeks. Suppose the way I've been probably over the last.
How do you feel about it?
Well, suppose myself and Niamh here, suppose we've been in the council the last 11 years, and we've been power sharing councils the last. It's our third council power sharing, and they've worked very well. And I've kind of probably been
with the Hunt system, is it?
With the Hunt system, and we've been kind of probably told that I've been stepping out of the line of what party, but I'm only talking about the level that I was at in politics. And in fairness, we did have a good working relationship with all parties when it came to all the issues. But probably the one day that we could never get the left side of the house over the line was on budget day, when the rest of us had to step up to the plate and do the heavy lifting for the county, and that's I suppose that came against us as well when it comes to the polls. So, but there's times that you just can't sit back all the time.
Is this whole thing now, what's happening here today, is this just a Sinn Féin bounce on a kind of an astronomical scale in Donegal, or did you get it on the door that no, nice fella Martin, but I'm not voting Fine Gael?
Yeah, there was a thing out there. There was a thing out there. People just suppose that people are still hurting from, say, people in their 40s, 50s that were still carrying big mortgages from the recession, that had bought houses at the high, up in the 200,000 bracket, and they didn't get really any help. They definitely got no help from the banks, and they didn't feel then that they weren't, and then the same people then that are sending children to college are still paying through the nose, and they were getting up. In fairness, most people now, both partners are working, and it's tough out there. It's tough out there no matter what. And they feel there were no, if you were £2 over limit, you didn't entitle to medical care. Do you know what I mean? It's just
the classic middle income people who sort of they feel they're getting hit on all sides.
They're getting nailed all the time. They're paying. They feel that they're paying for everything, and that was my view on it.
Okay, well, look, I'm chairing this, but feel free to come in there. Anybody want to ask Martin a question?
Well, I was just going to say Martin fought an extremely strong campaign. I've been watching him going around all corners of the constituency, from Raffo right around, and he had a great team around him. And he touched on it himself.
Led by his son
and his brother Joe.
Yeah.
They put in massive effort.
My nephew Jason as well.
And your nephew Jason. So when you look at elections, we go into elections, it's a leap of faith, and you put your face on the poster and you fight hard and you campaign hard, and in the end some dynamic comes into the election and things go out of your own control, really. And what we have here is a big surge to Sinn Féin, and everyone else is suffering. Each and every other party is taking a hit from that. But Martin fought a very good and very clean campaign. He left no stone unturned. So from a political point of view, he certainly has no regrets.
Okay, well, John Jordan.
I think I'm just looking at the figure from process and that, and I know Joe will be claiming all credit for that.
Yeah, well, yeah.
You're proud, but sure.
Yeah,
He delivered. He did a great
delivered,
job.
yeah.
I'm just looking at Martin. Your vote, and it's a good vote. Finn Valley vote in the main. Well, apart from 700 in thing. What percentage of it would you expect realistically to go to Joe McHugh in transfers? Knowing the makeup of your vote yourself.
One out of the three. Well, I suppose you'd be looking at, maybe if you're looking at 33, 34%. I mean, that'd be kind of a. I know in the local elections, I think I was at my transfers were at 42%, which was probably high within party. But
local is slightly different.
So local, and it's still a lot of people would strategically be voting myself 1, Joe 2, and vice versa in the other areas. So it's going to be, as I say, it's going to be a long night. I would you have a lot of votes there. You have Mary T. Swinney votes there, where come the end of the campaign there. They were all trying to get
2373. Mary T. huge vote, really.
It is, yeah. In fairness, and she's a very nice. I've met her a few times now in the different debates, and she put in a good campaign as well. But there's 2,373 votes there. It can make a mass difference there when you look at the figures there from 8. You have 8-3, you have 7-5, 7-6, 5-4. Like, you know, them, it's a couple of thousand votes.
Well, we reckon 10,000 votes. We've kind of talked about that, about the independents, but I'm saying, rightly or wrongly, that it's very hard to manage those in terms of where they go in terms of transfers. They're all over the shop.
Oh, yeah.
But there's a reasonable expectation that Thomas Pringle will pick up a decent number of those, but that nothing is guaranteed.
No.
It looks to me like he's definitely one of those people who's fighting for.
Well, then you look at John O'Donnell, like geography again with Mary T and John O'Donnell. I think come the last week of the campaign, there's nobody going to repeal the 8s.
Yeah.
From what I could hear on the doorsteps, they were all for everything.
Okay.
So that's another day's work.
All right. Okay. Listen, thank you so much for coming in and talking to us. I know it's only tally figures, but look, John Jared, Niamh and Brendan have made the point in terms of fighting a good campaign. I just got the sense always that maybe it was more likely that Joe was going to benefit from your transfers.
Yeah.
You would have said different, and of course you would. But I mean, having gone through this, and there's a bit more pain to go through today, and I know in the context of what you said about life in general, this is all pretty minor stuff. You've had some tough times. What I would say to you is, would there be an appetite maybe to have another go and maybe do it slightly differently?
Oh, you would. Like, being going forward, the one thing I would have learned on the campaign is that give it 10 years definitely. It'll be no knocking on doors. It'll be all social media. It'll be social media campaigns, and I'd say the day of the knocking on doors will be gone, maybe even sooner, because you could even see at this time that you were getting people push the stuff up on Facebook, put it out there.
Yeah.
Where were you today? Get a photograph where you were.
Yeah.
And push that out. Let people know, because you're never going to get to everybody's door in the 3.5 weeks. So you had to try and get the message into their houses other way. And a lot of people there, especially in a February election as well, you really only had a couple hours window, and most people are just coming home from work.
9:15 to maybe 5 o'clock with daylight. A lot of people just don't want you calling their door after dark.
No, and then once Emmerdale and Carnation Street starts, then you're finished altogether.
I wouldn't know. I don't. I don't watch those programs, but I hear you. I know many people do. Okay, Martin, listen, we'll let you go. We're going to take an ad break. We'll be back shortly. Thank you. Thanks a minute.
Maybe it will.
Thanks very much. You're welcome back to the Aura Leisure Centre in Letterkenny. My name is Michael Daly. Across the table with me, I have analyst Brendan Byrne, Director of Elections for Fianna Fáil. The consensus here is that we're going to have a 2-2-1 in this constituency. Obviously, and you've heard the tally figures, based on the tally figures we read out earlier, Pearse Doherty and Padraig Mac Lochlainn, which is 12,866. And we do think that Charlie McConnell will get elected. And then there's a sense that obviously it'll be a battle for the last two seats, but what we're saying is Pat Cope, Gallagher, and it would be a big surprise, but not impossible for Joe McHugh to lose a seat. But it just, it's something in the mix. A few people asking us about how people are doing elsewhere. Apparently, a lot of big names in danger of losing their seats. Among them, Minister for Transport Shane Ross in Dublin Rathdown.
That'd be disappointing.
I'm not sure if you picked up that comment, if his mic was open, but just in case you didn't, Brendan Byrne says that'll be disappointing. Fellow independent Catherine Zappone, or is it Zappone? I'm not sure, in Dublin South West. Regina Doherty, Fine Gael Minister in Bother in Meath East, and a couple of junior ministers, and Joan Burton, a former Labour leader, also likely to lose her seat. Now, earlier today, I read out a piece from Facebook about Thomas Pringle's son, Ultan. Magnificent post, which he put on Facebook a couple of days ago. And that has prompted the son of another local councillor, Peter Kennedy, the son being Kieran Kennedy, to send us a lovely piece, subject families in politics. I'm going to read this. Hi. Listening to you all talking about the family behind politicians, as a son of a county councillor who served for almost 20 plus years in Donegal County Council, Peter Kennedy, I can tell you that you have to learn to share your daddy with everyone else. A family meal, a trip to the swimming pool, a walk on the beach, even a day in the bog, exclamation mark. Always had someone coming into our company and just wanted a wee word with Dad. I can just picture that. He never turned anyone down or away, and we learned that this was part and parcel of his duty, and it became part of our formative years. However, we became more familiar and aware of the problems that people outside our family face on a daily basis, and we learned to accept that not all things come easy. I would never change the fact my father was a politician, because I saw how much of an interest in the local area and how he loved helping the community in Service County. Brackets, my father was Peter Kennedy, local county councillor Donegal Town, who a man I had the privilege of knowing and working with, and indeed his sons who have continued in various roles, not least the Mayor of Donegal Town, who's actually here to my right and wouldn't even know I'm talking about Peter Kennedy. But that to me sums up the other side of this really rough game, and game, I'm using those words in inverted commas. It's so tough on the families of people who are running. And I mean, I'm struck, Brendan, by 2014, and a piece actually that Harry Walsh wrote in 2013, Harry Walsh of the Donegal News and Derry People, that has stayed long in my memory, where he talked about, he did a piece with you on the background of you battling with leukemia. And the story started, despite battling with leukemia, Brendan Byrne has discounted notions that he's not going to seek election in the 2014 election. For whatever reason, you didn't get elected in 2014. But most people would have thought that to even attempt, bearing in mind your health at the time, to have a crack there.
It was madness, really. It was.
Bring us back. I know we'll pick up other things, but bring us back to a time where you're battling with leukemia, and you're in a battle. It's just ironic. Name's gone for a break, and it's not a coincidence. Just this has come up now. Like, what in God's name possessed you?
Looking back, it was an act of madness, really, because I remember meeting with the doctors and the team of doctors that I had in. It was a matter at that time.
Yeah.
And they said, now the greatest threat I would have would be infection, and they said, well, what do you do? And I said, well, I work in public life. I'm a member of the council. Right. Well, you're going to have to cut back meeting the people. And I said, well, I can do that to a certain degree, but in 6 months' time, I have an election which I'm intending to seek re-election in. And then the consultant that was very nice, he was from Canada. how can you do that? And I said, well, you put your name on the ballot paper and you go out and canvass, and well, that involved meeting many people. And I said, probably about 6,000 or 7,000 in 2,000 or 3,000 houses. He says, are you mad? He says, you'll get an infection, and that's greater danger than any treatment I'll give you. He says, you can't do it. So I thought of it. I came back and I said, Carmel, I really want to do it. Mentally, I need either get re-elected or die on the field.
Yeah.
Pardon the pun.
I know.
And I thought the election, look at, unfortunately, and this is the greatest regret, bearing in mind I live in a small community, my opponents used my health against me in that election, saying that I was only running to co-opt someone else onto the seat. And I thought that was the lousiest thing. Even now, I don't really like talking about it, but when I be canvassing in Kilcar, they said such a person was here, and they said that you're not running. I said, I am running, but you're not running for yourself. You're going to co-opt someone else on. And I thought it was the lousiest, low-down life electoral strategy anyone could ever have adopted. But that's politics. Politics is a dirty game. And look it, you're only as good as what you did last.
But on the broader point, I mean, no regrets.
Oh, no. I'm glad that I fought the election. I'm glad I survived the election, because probably a bit of naivety on my part. I didn't realize with the consequences of leukemia, the cross infections and the infections you can get and how serious they are.
Yeah.
If I had known as much now, back then, I certainly wouldn't have fought the election. But I didn't want to let the area down. I fought in 2004 to win a seat back into Kilcar and Glenconkill, succeeded. And then I said, it'd be lousy of me to walk away. But the way the election unfolded and the way some fought it against me, it was foolish in hindsight. I should have looked out for myself.
And in terms of your mental health, whatever about battling leukemia, it probably was the right decision.
I think it was.
And that
very
was probably
political.
more important. In other
Yeah.
words, to keep going.
And I think my wife recognized that. She says, this is something you need to do. She says, I can't tell you not to do it. I would love to tell you not to do it. And I think you shouldn't do it.
Right.
But she said, mentally, you need to do it.
Okay. Padraig Kennedy has joined us, Mayor of Donegal Town. Padraig, we're going to talk, might throw you a bit, but I read out a piece from Alton Pringle about his dad. It was on Facebook, and he talking about the family side of somebody, running in politics and how tough it is. Shane picked up an email or text from Kieran Kennedy talking about Peter Kennedy along the same lines about the thing that people miss about politicians. And I know you're involved in politics and your family have always been from Peter's time. It's a kind of a lonely place, particularly if things aren't going well, whether that's at local level or national level. I would imagine it's a really tough game.
Yes. Good morning or good afternoon, Michael, and all your listeners, and Brendan here beside me. It is it's a drug.
Yeah,
it's a serious drug, and when you look around here, there's a lot of them addicts here today for the hunger of the whole atmosphere of election and to be involved in politics.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Dad,
I will commence the adjudication of doubtful ballot papers at 4:45.
Sorry, Padraig, that's Geraldine O'Connor saying she's
Representative of each
working through the
candidate
doubtful
is
ballot
entitled
papers.
to attend.
So we'll
This
just stick with
process
the
will
PA on that.
take place within the count centre here at the centre table. So if any agents proposing to attend would kindly assemble at the barrier on my right-hand side, it's over here, and we will take you into the appropriate table. Thank you.
Okay, just wanted to pick that up. That's just kind of normal business in terms of what's going on. God, you've changed. That's not the Alton Pringle I remember. Hi, Alton. That's amazing. Alton Pringle has just sat down beside Padraig Kennedy. Alton, to bring you up to speed, I'm not sure if you heard, but I read out your piece on Facebook.
Yes, lovely.
And I just thought it was magnificent.
Thank you.
Padraig was here, and I was reading a piece from Kieran Kennedy, son of Peter Kennedy, the former councillor, again along the same lines. So I was just saying to Peter, we're talking about, and Brendan was talking about politics being a dirty game, and he was talking about when he had leukemia and all the rest of it. And just before I mention, because I want to give Shane back his phone, Sinn Féin's Donegal Leary is the first TD to be elected to the 33rd Dáil as he tops the poll in Cork South Central. Thanks. Significant in its own way. We'll go back to that. I want to stay with you, Bart. It's hard to know when, dad or mum should sort of put the folder away and say, well, we'll go to the match. I mean, was that just the way it was? You were bred and you were used to it, and
well, I mean, from early on, Dad was always involved and interested in it. I suppose it was a different time then, and about counts and stuff like that. I remember getting off school early and meeting Dad at the door and trying to get into the count at the Bosco Centre, and the Bosco Centre full of smoke and everyone and the excitement of it.
I didn't realise you were that old.
It was all in black and white then, but no. Look,
this is going out live, so you can't.
Sorry, but it was. Look, he enjoyed it, and every time he went to Lifford, he always thought, what can I do for Donegal? And he just loved people, and he loved being around people, and it was a thing that kept him going. And even in latter years, when sometimes he wasn't feeling the best, he enjoyed going to Lifford and wanted to be there and wanted to be helping people, and I suppose the phone was always ringing no matter what time of the day or night, or there was always someone coming. They were always welcome.
Yeah.
And he always tried, no more than Thomas, tried to do his best for the people and hoped that he could achieve something. And a lot of things he has achieved. I suppose he had goals and that he wished he probably seen through into the end.
He was a huge operator, and I mean the thing that really sticks out to me about Peter, and I know because he had the link with it as well, the fire service.
Yeah.
I mean, it was his baby.
Oh, the fire, yeah, absolutely. I mean, day or night the bleeper would go, but back in the day there was the siren used to go off and wake the whole town, but the bleepers then woke the firemen. And I mean, I could have been out and coming back home and met him on the stairs saying, where are you for? The fire alarm's going off or whatever,
Bolton, you kind of get where we are now. We'd be bamboozling people with figures. There's no harm sometimes to try and give a broader canvas to what's going on here. Your dad seems to be in a bit of bother in terms of the final.
I think we're used to that. I think every county's been in a bit of bother so far, as long as I can remember.
184 votes the last time. Could it be that tight this time around?
I think so. I hope so. I hope it is that tight in favour of him.
Tell me, I'm not sure, how involved are you? How up to speed are you in terms of figures and all that sort of stuff?
Today?
Aye.
Yeah, well, we were just doing some tallying there of the Pearse Doherty votes. We were having a look. And we were over in the Station House Hotel there earlier, listening to Highland and Ocean, while all the tallies came in. So we're pretty up to date.
And then that follows, my question follows on, I suppose. Where do you see your dad in terms of, I know you can hope and wish that he gets elected. In terms of figures, you're over in a hotel, and we're doing that here. And by no means saying he won't get elected, but he's definitely in a very tight corner.
Yeah, I think what we're probably looking at is, I think that fifth seat is up for grabs. I think it definitely looks like it's going to be between Padraig Gallagher and my father for that fifth seat. So I think that's where we're going.
Is that a surprise that it's Padraig Gallagher?
Not really. I was campaigning last weekend and we had heard that the word on the ground was that Pat was in trouble, and I think the Fianna Fáil vote doesn't seem to have come out as strongly as usual this election, I think, across the board, all over the country. So
yeah, well, maybe so, but the suggestion I'm picking up is that Sinn Féin picked up a lot more Fianna Fáil votes than others, but they seem they have 3 quarters between the two.
Sinn Féin have picked up everywhere, I think. I mean, that's the big surprise.
And back to you, Padraig, and that just in terms of, because I know you're an election junkie. I don't know if I should be using that term on air, but you love your elections. But do you see that the same way, and bear in mind your own kind of interest and love for politics? Do you see the last seat as being a Pat the Cope versus Thomas Sprinkle?
I suppose it is quite surprising in a way to see Pat in that position. You thought, that possibly it could have been maybe Joe, but obviously not. And then Thomas, like with the area that he has and the support, you think that he should possibly, like it's a hard one to call. I suppose starting off, you would have probably thought to Sinn Féin, to Fianna Fáil and a Fine Gael, but then as they started opening the boxes, it looked different. I mean, I'm sure this morning you could have wrote down 5 names, and they're probably gone different again now at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I saw it differently.
Yeah.
I might have been far away in terms of parties, but I didn't see it kind of breaking down the way it has.
Yeah.
I didn't see two Sinn Féin to that extent, even though the polls were very, very favourable to the TG Cahir one, and more recently the Tyrconnell Tribune one. I wondered about that. And I mean, I can't get over
the wave.
Pearse Doherty's vote in particular.
Yeah.
And I think maybe there's more of an achievement in Padraig Mac Lochlainn, slightly the forgotten man who was squeezed out last time, and who was, as I said to him when he was here, you go back 15 years, Padraig Mac Lochlainn was the rising star in Sinn Féin, and Pearse was only beginning to come on the scene. Pearse is a huge national profile. He's done very well on the issues. He's done very well, I suppose, on insurance and whatever.
Yeah.
And it's probably when the dust settles, people will say, you call a vote manager, whatever, Padraig's vote that he has got in on the first count, notwithstanding the bounce that Sinn Féin have, that probably is the real achievement.
Yes.
In terms of the Sinn Féin vote. So, Alton, to go back over the Facebook post and to talk about kind of home from sorting out everybody's water in his job in Donegal County Council, where I would have known him over the years, half an hour in the house and on the way to Carrick or on the way to Donegal town. It was, that was the menu, that was the way it was, and nobody had a problem with that.
Well, I think when you're growing up through it, I think I was 1 year old when my dad was first elected to Donegal County Council in '99, so we didn't really know any different. I mean, our dad, he used to always get us up in the morning. It was always his thing was to make the breakfast and get you to school, and then you would see him at 5:30, gone at 6 o'clock for a meeting, and my sister Shifa would never go to bed until he was back home at 9:30, 10 o'clock. Because she always wanted him to take her to bed. So it was, looking back, it is difficult. I think, Park, you can relate to it as well. Growing up with a politician parent, it's not exactly easy, especially these times of years when you see people coming out and forced to criticise and tear down, because you do sit there and you do think, I've seen you answering the phone at 11 o'clock at night. I've seen you getting up at 7 a.m. in the morning, every morning. That's quite hard. So I think that's where that post came from, was because I wanted to be like, look, he's a politician, but he's also a person. And I think Irish politics doesn't really do personal in politics very often. And that's something I wanted to be like, he's
and that's kind of why I brought it up.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of something, I don't know, I hear too often. But I was thinking about Alwyn Enright, who's like a TD in her own right, and then herself and Joe, and she moved up to Donegal. And she was a star in the making in Fine Gael, but she made personal decisions to live in Donegal and effectively put her own political career on hold.
Yeah.
People don't ever see that.
No.
People don't want to talk about that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And Joe McHugh is in a tricky situation as we sit here as well. So I think it's a cruel game. I don't know really why people would want to go.
I don't know. Do we want our politicians to be people, or do we just want them to be this infallible object that can do everything they possibly can for you? We'd have to realize that they are people who can fail, and I don't think we want that in our politicians, because it is that thing of the moment you can't do one thing, you're the worst person in the world.
They're expendable.
Yeah.
You know,
because every 5 years,
every 5 years it's okay.
Yeah.
You know,
It
stuff
was
going.
one of the ironic things of the last time, or even coming in here today, was the last election when Padraig Mac Lochlainn lost his seat. And I don't know where I was or what I was at, but I was in the hallway anyway, and I just seen the image of Padraig Mac Lochlainn and his wife and his 2 kids going out hand in hand out the door, and I just thought it brought, that's you know, the just after losing your seat and all you done, and you know, it brings the whole reality of how, you know, you're only as good as your last good deed or whatever, you know, and that's politics, and it's how it comes back then to the family and the people around, and how you have to pick yourself up and you know, after all you've done, and it's a hard game, and anyone that puts their name forward, you wish them all the best, and it's like everything. Unfortunately there's winners and losers and everything, but it is for anyone to put their name forward and to get knocked down and get back up is a big thing for anyone in politics.
Well, I don't know about you, Part, but I'd never want to get involved in it. After growing up with a parent politician, I'm like, stay the hell away from that. I just think, I don't know, it just seems like such a tough job for, I don't know, such little reward maybe.
But for the excitement of it. I think there is, as I was saying to Michael, it is a drug.
Yeah, it is.
You know,
It feels
and
like it
once you
today.
get into it, or
Yeah.
it gets into your system, you do enjoy it.
I know you love drama.
It's the exact same
I
thing.
mean, this is the ultimate drama.
It is, yeah. As a writer, I'm kind of sitting here with a little notebook thinking, like, God, I'll have to write something about
There's
this.
definitely a story in all
Oh
of it.
yeah, I would have thought so.
Oh no, I was just thinking there about my father, and he used to tell this one about out canvassing one time, and he went down to this house, and the lady, an older lady, and she was staunch Fine Gael, and he went down and he chanced his hand and to see if there was any going or and she lived in an old cottage, and it was pretty derelict now, in fairness, and an outside toilet and all, and so he chatted to her and about getting a farm and getting a grant to do up the house and and maybe we get the toilet inside and get the house tidied up a bit, and then maybe the roof sorted out and he says, and maybe you'll give me a stroke for it. So she turned to him and she says, I'd rather go to the grave with the track of the bucket on my arse than give Fianna Fáil a vote.
That's the second quote of the week.
Yeah. But
That's
anyway,
part-
he used to always and John Boyle and all. In fairness, all his colleagues that he was
So
involved.
that was the only stroke he was going to get.
He had great colleagues in all his time in Donegal County Council, and it didn't matter who or what you were. If he could help you in any way, he did always try. And to be so proud of him or to be related to him,
Brilliant.
You could only be.
Alton, back to the serious questions.
Yes.
Sinn Féin are flying.
Yes.
There's predictions here of possibly ending up to 31 seats.
Yes.
As a young person,
Mhm.
as opposed to forgetting about your dad, being in politics, that sort of stuff, can you see any links, or do you get it why Sinn Féin have done so well?
Absolutely. I think to be out in the canvas the last 3 weeks, you've understood why Sinn Féin are doing so well. I think people.
Why?
Well, one lady, we were in Downings, and one lady said to us, she was like, I don't think those big two parties are doing anything for the ordinary person. And that seemed to be something we got a lot. And I think Sinn Féin have ran a platform of standing up for the ordinary people of this country and not the corporations and the rich people, I think. And that has paid dividends for them.
Yeah, they're getting sort of a lot of kudos for kind of knowing what the actual issues were, rather than the issues that maybe
Rather than Brexit, yeah.
Micheál Martin and I suppose to a greater extent Leo Varadkar
Yeah.
and those behind him wanted to make the issues.
Mhm.
I mean, it's fairly obvious to me, and I'm not saying it's not an issue, far from it, but that Leo Varadkar wanted Brexit to be an issue.
Yeah, because he
And-
did well on it.
Yeah, and in the end of the day,
No.
Yeah. Homelessness and health, and particularly up here, health is a big issue. For many people, our residents, and you're too young to even be worrying about this, pensions.
Yeah.
And that was a big score win, I think, for Sinn Féin as well, because no matter what kind of finesse others put on at about 66 and that sort of stuff, the fact that Sinn Féin picked on that ball and ran with it from very early on,
Yeah.
they identified something that, it was kind of early days of the election. Other issues then kind of changed, and I suppose it was almost kind of as the election ground closer to voting day, that it was almost, there was this move to attack Sinn Féin from all sides.
Of course.
And in its own way, that probably worked against a lot of people, because it didn't work.
No.
Yeah, and health and mental health and all that, and I suppose the attack on Sinn Féin, not defending Sinn Féin but I mean, they were saying that their background in some of the, say, the paramilitary end of it or whatever, the gun and whatever else into politics. But I mean, you have to look at these other parties that have been involved with the banks. I mean, they were bigger gangsters. They were just better dressed. The people that were put under stress and strain because of the banks, and these bank officials got away with so much and laughing about what they told and telling about the people, and the amount of people that went through hell on earth because of the banks putting them under so much pressure. And there's still people under pressure, and still people.
Alton, just long question, nosy question, because you're in a bubble when you're sitting here, and I don't really get to move around. Where is your dad?
Is he in the hotel or is he?
We're at the Station House Hotel. Yeah, we've set up there because we couldn't get enough passes to get everyone in, so we have a
Okay.
room there.
So
But he should be here by 5 o'clock.
and
half
he's
five.
going to come over at 5. Okay. What kind of form is he in?
He's good. Playing it very cool, I think. He always plays it very cool. His
Okay.
mantra has been the last couple of elections, he's always going to take the third seat. So we've gotten a bit used to hearing that. And every
Okay.
year, I think, me and my two sisters, we know not to take it seriously.
Okay.
But yeah, he's feeling good. I think he always feels good. I think
Yeah.
we are very used. The last 3 elections that we've
Yeah.
been in, including this one, it's always been a fight for the last
Very,
seat.
very
So.
tight for the last seat. Okay. Listen, that last seat, he could very well win it. It'll be very, very slender margins. And nobody would have predicted last time. And I do recall several presenters being very, very definite that Thomas Pringle had lost his seat.
Yeah.
And he must have enjoyed the last laugh on that occasion. So I'm very reluctant to suggest the demise of Thomas. But the one thing that I would be concerned about, and I'll put this question to you rather than Olton, because I kind of know the answer I'm going to get from Olton, but Padraig, if you want to be parochial about it, if Thomas Pringle doesn't get elected, and I said this earlier on, where I live in Ballyshannon, my nearest TD will be in Sligo.
Yeah.
And where you live, your nearest TD probably will be in Goodore, Letterkenny. So South Donegal has disenfranchised itself again. And just to add to that, my sense of a mistake being made, which you may not share in, we also got rid of 18 town councillors in the not so distant past, and we have left ourselves very underrepresented, I think, in the south of the county, if it's a case that Thomas Pringle loses his seat. I mean, that's in its own way. When you look at the number of votes,
shocking that there should be enough. And I mean, like I'm only after coming over from O'Donnell Park, and there's a load of Donegal supporters over there, and there was none of them wearing a Sligo or a Leitrim jersey. Do you know what I mean? Like when you're from Donegal, it's a Donegal politician. No reflection on any of the politicians that are representing Sligo or Ballyshannon, Bundoran at the minute. But you have to look at it like, if there's funding available, you're going to look after your home patch first. And there's a big area from Sligo to Leitrim and all that there. And I suppose if that was back in Donegal, it would have changed the whole game today. What we're talking about, who would be in and who would be out, I suppose.
Perfect. Okay. I think we're going to take that clip now, Shane, if you have it ready. This morning, I'm not sure exactly what time, 12:30, Pearse Doherty came over to us here, and I didn't realise we spent 30 minutes talking to him, but we kind of very broad range of things. But I suppose on a more national level, I'm not sure. We certainly have one set of headphones there. If one of you wants to borrow those, he would have talked about a poll I asked him a question about a poll in relation to a United Ireland being on the agenda, and here's what he had to say.
I think I hear it.
It's inevitable, and we can see the changes that are taking place in the north. We can see opinion polls that have started to show for the first time a majority in support of Irish unity. But that is at the discretion, under the Good Friday Agreement, of the British Secretary of State. So it's important, but that the key thing for us is that the government starts to lead discussions on preparation of what a new Ireland will look like. And that is the key thing. And that's not a huge jump. Remember when Simon Coveney was going forward as for leadership of the Fine Gael party, as part of his manifesto within the Fine Gael was to set up a committee on Irish unity. The problem is that 3 years on, nothing has happened. People are talking about it. Academics are talking about it. Unionists are talking about it, and the problem is the only people who aren't talking about it and aren't preparing for it is the Irish government. So obviously we need to set up that type of structure, whether it's a New Ireland Forum or an all-party committee that is inclusive of as many people as possible to start to discuss what would a new Ireland look like.
Help me out here. I'm having a blank. The former leader of the DUP at McGill, was it at McGill he raised United Ireland?
He did. He made the point, and the former leader of the UUP has also made the same point. I think unionism knows that there's major where the majority has been lost for unionism, something that's unheard of. Remember, probably the only reason that Donegal isn't part of, partitioned at this stage is because there was an inbuilt majority of unionism of 2/3. It's gone. demographics are changing, political views are changing. Brexit has been a major catalyst, and people see the writing on the wall that they need to be part of that discussion. Obviously, as part of that discussion, you expect unionism to argue against the creation of a new Ireland, and that's a respectful and completely valid and legitimate position to have. But there's others that are saying that this is something that's going to happen. So the questions that we all need to ask ourselves is, in a new Ireland, how is the identity of 1 million people who see themselves as British? How is that respected? How is that acknowledged? How is that cherished? And dealing with all of those structures that would need to be looked at in terms of that type of new Ireland, those rights. And it's a huge opportunity. It's a very exciting time for me as an Irish Republican that we are going into this new phase of where Irish unity is very much achievable.
My children range in age from 11 to 30. Your own kids are quite young. I think they're less than 10, if not a lot younger than that. Do you think in their lifetime they'll see United Ireland?
Oh, absolutely. Like our view is there should be a referendum on Irish unity within 5 years. Key to that is having the preparations done, having a clear idea of what a united Ireland looks like. And that's not the preserve of Sinn Féin. There's many people in this room who don't share my politics, but who believe in Irish knowledge, acknowledging their traditions, identities, and all. How do we deal with the structures that we have? Does the assembly still exist, and so on and so forth? There's serious questions that need to happen, but I believe that yes, this can be delivered within 5 years. There's no doubt about it. The Berlin Wall came down, and within a year, Germany was reunified. Nelson Mandela said to us many that change happens really, really slow, and then all of a sudden it happens so quickly.
The wall comes down.
Yeah.
Okay, that was Pearse Doherty speaking to me a little earlier on today, and in terms of the United Ireland poll, which I suspect is something that many people will be asking Sinn Féin, but maybe I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. I see here where the Sinn Féin leader Mary Lou McDonald has said she wants to attempt to become Taoiseach leading a left-wing government without Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil. And she's already spoken to the Green Party, the Social Democrats and Solidarity People Before Profit about forming a government without either Leo Varadkar or Micheál Martin's party. Ultan Pringle would be some change, and I would imagine your dad would love to be in the Dáil if that's going to happen.
I think so. I think it would be a seismic change in our politics. I'm not sure if I see it exactly playing that way. I can imagine it'd be more Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael coalition, which I think is better for the left in Ireland anyway. Because let's be honest, Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil are two sides of the one coin, and having them in government together would be the exact same thing as we've had for the last 4 years anyway. So I foresee that happening, but I would absolutely take a left-wing government led by Mary Lou McDonald.
Padraig, same thing to you. Can you see that happening?
It definitely is a big statement.
Right.
I suppose I think it's possible. I mean, they'll all be queuing up to talk to Sinn Féin. They're the prize party at the minute.
Well, maybe not them all. I mean, I get the sense, and I just can't get my head around this, that despite the fact that Micheál Martin doesn't want to have anything to do with Sinn Féin, I just feel from everything I'm hearing here and what I'm reading from elsewhere is that Fianna Fáil would definitely be talking to Sinn Féin on the basis now, and I see John McGuinness, who's always a controversial character in Fianna Fáil, making a point that's been made here by Brendan Byrne and others that, if a party wins 30 plus seats, you're obliged to talk to them because basically you're snubbing the electorate as opposed to snubbing the party. So that's a fair point.
I suppose when you talk about the United Ireland and stuff like that there, and a lot of the northern farmers and stuff teaming up with Ireland to fly under the flag of Irish beef and Irish, the fishermen need to team up with the fishermen in the north to look after the fishing industry, because it's so long it's been forgotten, and we've sold out our fishing rights of high quality fish to give it to the beef farmers, and we have to look after both. And the farmer that producing something that's costing them a fiver and getting £3 for it doesn't make business sense. Waste of time, and it's unfair on the poor farmer, and that it's tied up by 2 or 3 different factories. And I'm not avoiding the question. It's hard to you couldn't this morning, you couldn't have wrote that down, that that there would be a Sinn Féin government without Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael being part of it.
John Gerard, just to bring you back in here, John Gerard Campbell, one of our analysts all day, Mary Lou McDonald, I don't know whether you heard me reading that piece out, where she's basically suggesting that she's having discussions with everybody. Well, not that she won't talk to Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil, but she'd be hoping to become Taoiseach doesn't include either. That it'd be a rainbow of very different colours. No Fine Gael, no Fianna Fáil. I've asked Alton and Padraig about that, and to largely the same extent, neither of them can see it happening. What's your view?
No, I can't see it. I mean, it's all down to figures at the end of the day. And, you know, for it to work, in fairness, one of the, for want of a better word, the bigger parties has to engage. So I think, in fairness, there's going to be a lot of sort of dancing around for a while, and eventually somebody's going to have to. Yeah. We're going to hear the good of the. We're going to hear the good of the country speech from somebody, putting the country first, and I think that's how it'll pan out. If you don't, plan B is to go back and have an election in 6 weeks' time. And as I was saying earlier, God help whoever's the party that ends up going to the country.
Here's a great tweet. Kevin Doyle from Fianna Fáil leader Micheál Martin is no longer saying that there are no circumstances under which he would enter government with Sinn Féin. He hasn't opened the door, but he has unlocked it in case Mary Lou McDonald comes knocking. I think I have to read that again. Fianna Fáil leader Micheál Martin is no longer saying that there are no circumstances under which he would enter government with Sinn Féin. He hasn't opened the door, but he has unlocked it in case Mary Lou McDonald comes knocking. I think that's a brilliant tweet. And that kind of follows along from what that follows along from what Brendan Byrne has been at length to say all day. I mean, Brendan has no problem with talking to Sinn Féin, and Brendan is pat the on the record as saying that as well. I thought there were 7 or 8 TDs that said that publicly from Fianna Fáil, but Brendan, who should know more than me, says that there are in fact more. So
would there be a coup to get rid of Micheál Martin to let Fianna Fáil, to elect a new leader?
Well, I don't think so. But it's clear to me that something is going to have to give based on the figures, the 30 plus. Clearly that Fianna Fáil at the end of the day, you know, I don't like that phrase, but in the interest of the country.
Yeah, but at the same time, anyone that cast their vote on Saturday cast a vote for people to represent and to do the best for them community and the country. So, you know, I mightn't like you, you mightn't like me, but, you know, you have to grow up and just put some of the bits behind you and come together and see where the common ground is, you know.
I know. I take that. Niamh, you've been out and about now. You could well have been just having a sneaky cup of tea without telling me, but have you picked up anything on the doorstep beside us here? Any new news?
Well, what the story seems to be that it's looking like still two Fianna Fáil, 2 Sinn Féin, and the last one is all to play for. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting. That's the kind of thing that's going on now. I was just chatting to Nicholas Crossan over there. He's the Cahirla. He'll be around later on to say hello. But this is what they're saying as well, that, you know, Joe McHugh is thereabouts. But this is what he's saying.
Right.
He says, I have the calculations done, but he'll be around later on. He'll have a wee word with you.
Yeah,
you know.
and that is not good news for Thomas.
No, it's not. But let's hope we can stay, and as long as he's in, we can keep going.
Well used to it.
Yeah.
But I can't see Joe McHugh. Where would Joe McHugh get the transfers from
That's
to be
what I
able
was-
to keep him going?
Yeah.
I think Pat Coe probably is a little bit more transfer
Yeah.
friendly, so could see either way. I think that 5th seat was very much on contention with either Joe McHugh or Pat Coe for us. I think because we're much more transfer friendly than both of them.
Absolutely. I would say that too. Definitely, as an independent, you are definitely more transfer friendly. Although 30%, they're saying about 30% of Harley's votes will go to Joe.
And
We'll
will
see.
30%. Yeah.
And will and his own vote not come to him as well, like the likes of Padraig's and Casey and all them, or where will they go?
Well, the Casey vote is, we were looking at it, and based on some of the tally figures that have been seen, it's very difficult to say where a large number of those votes will go. But it's a very disparate thing in terms of his vote and his overall figure. I suppose if you look at the tally figures, I was just keeping my eye on that. I mean, it's kind of 5-4-6 in his show, and this is Peter Casey, and like Glenty's 71, Sonorla 180. The bulk of them, of course, they are in his show, but I mean,
But even Charlie's and Padraig's and their 3s and 4s, like, you not think they'll come back to Joe?
I
think
I do. I think that Joe's in a stronger position than maybe has been made out, but it's still tricky.
I mean, because the Cope will benefit of Pearse and Pearse will benefit of the Cope.
Yeah.
You know, and
Tom- we were just doing the tally and massive. I think there seems to be a massive left vote.
You've seen that, Alton, because
we were tallying. We were just doing the tallying there now for the surplus. We were just having a look at all of them, and I think there's a massive swing to Thomas Pringle from those votes.
Which helps your dad's case in a big way. John Jared, anything different?
No, I just think that, you know, when you do the figures there, the first 3 eliminations will have 5,500 votes, with Sweeney, White, and Casey. That's a huge number of votes, and that will have a huge bearing on where it goes. And it's just where those are going to go geographically. They're all effectively in the zone north, Letterkenny, north of the county, but that's a huge number, quite apart from the surplus. That's a huge number of votes to be distributed. You really get to the very business end of it, and I think that.
But you look at the 3 candidates: Peter Casey and Mary T. Sweeney from Intu and Michael White, the Green Party. Like, they're so different.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean. Like Mary T. Okay, there was a Letterkenny element of the vote, but the Intu, Padraig Toby, pro-life and all that. That's a different world. So, are those votes likely to?
I know, but I think you have to look at the end of the day. I think the geography of the county will come into play with a lot of those votes. I mean, even though in fairness, when you look, there's a relatively small number of his votes actually came out of Inishowen. So that's the counter argument to that. But I think those 3 candidates going and where their votes are going, and I don't think there's anybody in here at the minute could tell you anywhere reasonably accurately what way they're going to break up, because I think they'll go all over the place. But all one candidate of many needs is to get a lucky break and maybe get 300 votes.
Yeah.
And that's the difference between him
staying in the race
or staying in the race. So that's it's only when we get to that we're really going to get to the business end of this.
Okay. Stay with me. I'm very conscious, and I'm indulging myself here again. I'm one of those poor people, I get shot for saying this, who has to how soon? In 5 minutes? At 5. Okay. I'm one of those people that really was left kind of in a desert almost, because my choice of candidates were all in Sligo, Leitrim, Roscommon, and I just keep my eye on that consistency because I'm very conscious of Ocean FM's listenership in that part of Donegal, which isn't part of this constituency, and just all their boxes have been tallied and confirmed. 25% of the vote, Martin Kenny would top the poll. Only 7 votes separate Fianna Fáil's Mark McSharry and the independent candidate Marion Harkin, who I've read elsewhere is definitely going to get elected.
Yes.
You know, that's basically, so that's a fair return for her. And the tally suggests with almost 15,000 votes, the Sinn Féin candidate will be elected in the first count, surplus of over 2,000. And the final tally figures for Sligo, Leitrim, North Roscommon, South Donegal give Mark McSharry 6,947 first preference compared to 6,940 for Harkin. So 7 votes. Wow. To quote it there, be 12,065. And basically 4 seats, and you're looking at Martin Kenny, Mark McSharry, Marion Harkin, and Eamon Scanlon. They're the first 4 with the bigger numbers, and then just Scanlon's on 10%, and Frank Feehan of Fine Gael is on 9%, and Thomas Walsh, who I thought would do better than people were saying, and that IT Sligo poll, I was a wee bit surprised by it. He's on 8%. It's just I've kind of, for different reasons, I would know of him more so than the others, and I would have heard great things. So that's, roughly speaking, what's happening in Sligo, Leitrim. So we have about 2 minutes to go before the 5 o'clock news. I just finally, maybe to wrap it up, Alton.
Yes.
Tell your dad we're thinking about him. We're talking about him, and we wish him well. Tricky times.
I'm sure see him soon.
And if there was nothing else came out of this election for me, I thought your Facebook post was, well, you're a writer, and it shows that you're a writer. But it was also a very personal thing to do. Padraig, thank you for sharing your time with us, and again, another window into the life of a family immersed in politics. So,
well, Alton's words, Def. Any family could pick that up, no matter what party or person around the country, and run with it, like, you know. But you know.
Okay. All right, John Gert, you'll be staying with us, as will Councillor Kennedy. Brendan Burnsley away getting tea again, is he?
He must be, yeah.
I'm sure he's getting figures.
He's up to something anyway.
Okay, all right. We will go very shortly for our news and the 5 o'clock obituaries at 5. How soon do we need to do that? We can go now. Okay, join us after 5 news and obits.
Thank you.